In the beginning, the emperor detested the empress because she was not the woman he loved. After spending time together, the emperor gradually fell in love with the empress, doting on her and even sacrificing his life to protect her. The emperor had an intense love for his beloved. When he decided to make her empress, he was stopped by the court ministers. Not only that, as soon as the decision was made, an earthquake and a solar eclipse occurred. Therefore, the emperor had to marry the empress, a woman he did not love. The wedding day was grand, but the girl who was crowned empress was not happy either. Her mood was no different from the emperor's. She was deep lang lang, and today she had to adjust her feelings to become the empress. Her grandfather knew she was unhappy, but for the sake of the family's interests, he came to give her some advice before the wedding, especially that she must absolutely never become a deposed empress. She was Deep Lang Lang, and today was the day she married into the palace for the interests of the Deep family. Although she did not want to, she could only accept marrying the emperor, who had multiple wives and concubines, the kind of playboy she detested the most. When the emperor arrived, she obediently knelt, only for the emperor to say disdainfully, "After drinking this cup of wine, let's proceed to the next step." She secretly grumbled that this guy was truly a depraved, shameless lecher. He was already impatient to claim her. At this moment, Lang Lang kept telling herself to be patient, but just as he was about to undress her, Lang Lang could not bear it anymore and kicked the emperor hard off the bed. She was a domineering empress, kicking the emperor off the bed on their wedding night. The emperor, respected by everyone since childhood, had never been beaten before. Only she dared to do such a thing. Kicked off the bed, the emperor was left utterly bewildered, frowning and pointing directly at Lang Lang, shouting loudly, "How dare you? What insolence!" Lang Lang immediately knelt down to apologize to the emperor. The emperor was furious but could not punish her. How could he punish such an offense? Kicked the emperor off the bed on the wedding night? How could I save face then? At this moment, a voice came from outside, and a eunuch entered to report that concubine Lu had just fallen and was seriously injured. The emperor turned and quickly went to Lohoa Palace. Lang Lang yawned, feeling as if a burden had been lifted, stretching comfortably. Seeing her lack of concern, the emperor was so angry that he had to suppress his rage. The next morning, Lang Lang was drinking tea and talking with her maid. A maid complained that concubine Lu relied on the emperor's favor to dare to provoke her on the wedding night. The empress just calmly drank her tea, ignoring the maid's words. She even remarked with admiration, "The emperor sold his body for the country. I truly admire him." The maid quickly warned the empress, "This place has many ears. Be careful, walls have ears, and it wouldn't be good if it reached the emperor's ears." Well, I was already disrespectful last night anyway. According to the schedule, early. This morning was the paying of respects by the concubines. According to the maid's report, she knew there were main concubines in the palace, such as the second-rank concubine Hien, who is the legitimate daughter of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Phuong Lu Noyet, who is gentle and virtuous. The second-rank concubine Trang, hot-tempered and decisive, and other concubines who were charming and free-spirited. All the concubines came to pay respects to the empress, except for concubine Lu, who arrived late. She even acted arrogantly, using the excuse of not feeling well to explain her delay and forgetting to pay respects to the empress, asking the empress to punish her. After that, the other concubines began to provoke concubine Lu. "You fell, but didn't summon the imperial physician, yet you sought the emperor?" Concubine Trang went on, attacking her with endless chatter. The empress showed disdain, but still patiently listened to the concubines' bickering. The empress praised concubine Trang for having a clever and sharp tongue. Concubine Lu was not to be outdone, continuing to provoke the empress. Finally, the empress understood that this woman was clearly taking an oppositional stance. Concubine Lu did not expect that the empress was not someone to be trifled with. Because concubine Lu served the emperor with devotion, the empress naturally had to reward her handsomely. Concubine Lu smiled proudly, thinking, "The emperor favors me even more than the empress." The moment the red cloth was lifted, concubine Lu's face froze. It was an ugly green toad made of jade. The concubines whispered, and the corner of the empress's mouth curled up. "Do you understand what it means?" The empress spoke. "Concubine Lu, there is no need to be polite with me. Please accept it. This is the reward prepared for you. Come and receive your reward." The news reached the emperor's ears, causing him to spit out the water he was drinking. she said that. This servant would never dare to lie. The emperor was truly furious. She even dared to say, I sold my body for the country, and rewarded concubine, Lu, with a jade toad. The emperor angrily threw his teacup, clenching his teeth and wishing he could beat her. This woman is truly seeking death. Just as the emperor's anger reached its peak, concubine Lu brought soup to cool him down. Concubine Lu did not forget to take credit. This ginseng soup was personally brewed by me for 8 hours. Her efforts paid off when the emperor held her hand and praised her. Concubine Lu continued to make advances, seeking his favor, but she had no idea that her actions reminded the emperor of the empress's sarcasm about him selling his body for the country. Immediately, the emperor pushed concubine Lu away and ordered her not to enter the imperial study from now on. The anger in his heart boiled up again. The emperor rushed to the empress's palace, wanting to find her to cause trouble and vent his anger. On her side, the empress, as if sensed something bad was coming while drawing, kept sneezing. While she was drawing, she was astonished to see the emperor coming to her place at this hour. The empress looked very innocent, as if nothing had happened. The emperor glanced around and saw the drawings on the table. With a stern face, he asked the empress, where did this drawing come from? The empress casually said she had found it. The emperor questioned her, leaving her speechless with queries that seemed designed to make her family take the blame for the blueprint. Why does this guy love talking nonsense to me like this? The emperor ordered a strict inspection of the Ministry of Works and severe punishment. The empress immediately knelt to beg for forgiveness, hastily explaining that this matter had nothing to do with the Ministry of Works, and that she and her brother had no involvement. The emperor asked again where the blueprint came from, and if she was the one who drew it. The empress quickly admitted that this was her own work. The emperor stared intently at her. Now, looking closely at the drawing, he said it indeed looked a bit amateurish. Then he asked the empress where she had copied it from. Not daring to deceive the empress quickly explained that she had accidentally taken it from her brother and then secretly put it back. The empress was a wise woman. Deep Lang Lang's cousin was the commander of the Imperial Guard, outstanding and skilled in firearms. Therefore, she took the opportunity to mention her second brother, who worked in the Ministry of Works, using his accomplishments to cover up her offense. The empress knelt on the ground pitifully. Seeing this rare sight, the emperor picked up the drawing and said, "Your drawing is incorrect." Hearing this, the empress immediately stood up and rushed to hug the emperor. The emperor's face immediately flushed. I have a much more accurate sketch. The empress's large eyes sparkled with anticipation as she waited for the emperor to show her, but to her surprise, the emperor refused her on the spot. She was so angry she clenched her teeth. Having successfully teased the empress today, the emperor felt physically and mentally refreshed when he left. Even the eunuchs around him could not understand the emperor's mind. Since marrying the empress, he had always disliked her, but successfully teasing her today made him extremely happy. The surrounding eunuchs could not guess what the emperor was thinking. The emperor had gone to the empress's Kannin palace, but did not stay overnight. Instead, he returned to his bedchamber and flipped the name tag of Concubine Hien. The reason the emperor did this was because he and Concubine Hien were childhood sweethearts. Concubine Hien should have been made empress, but it was strongly opposed by Deep Lang Lang's grandfather. In the court, there were two major factions, the Deep faction and the Fuang faction. They struggled openly and secretly in politics. Elder Deep recommended his granddaughter, Deep Lang Lang, to be the empress, and found every possible excuse of celestial alignment and human harmony to prevent the marriage between the emperor and the Fuang family. The emperor was furious. Will my marriage bring natural disasters to the capital? Immediately, the palace shook. A eunuch entered to report an earthquake in the main hall. The minister saw this as a bad omen to stop the emperor from making Fuang Lu Noyet the empress. Even though the ministers did their best to stop the emperor, he still insisted on making her the empress, saying, "I have decided. Beloved ministers, say no more." To his surprise, a eunuch ran in to report a solar eclipse outside. The emperor was left speechless. In the past, a solar eclipse was viewed as a bad omen. Left with no choice, the emperor had to allow Deep Lang Lang to become the empress. Phương Lumwit was only Ditlet Gonkubin Hin. She could only blame her bad luck for not having the destiny to become empress. Because the emperor disliked the empress's grandfather, he did not like her either. Fortunately, the empress did not like the emperor either. She only needed to secure her position as empress. Ironically, the Empress Dowager did not like the empress either. On the contrary, the Empress Dowager highly valued Concubine Hien. Concubine Hien was favored by the emperor and backed by the Empress Dowager. Though she had not been in the palace long, she was a major threat to the empress. The maid worried that the empress would be suppressed by her, but the empress waved her hand, showing she did not care, and then with a sigh, the maid kept babbling. Tired, the empress spoke. "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I want to eat apricot kernel Mid-Autumn mooncakes." The next day, the empress gave the emperor mooncakes she made herself. The emperor thought the empress had come to her senses and wanted to please him, cheerfully taking a bite. Suddenly, his expression turned sour, letting out a resentful shout at the empress. No one knew what recipe the empress used for the mooncakes, but throughout the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, the emperor kept clutching his poor stomach. Having to maintain his royal image during the banquet made his stomachache even more exhausting. The emperor glared angrily at the empress throughout the banquet. In the eyes of the other concubines, they thought the emperor loved the empress very much, and that the rumors about him disliking her were false. Concubine Hien was depressed. As it turned out, her father had told her that by any means necessary, she must get the emperor to depose Empress Deep Lang Lang. How could it be that easy? The empress seemed honest and straightforward on the outside, but was intelligent and unpredictable on the inside. Concubine Hien sighed. It had been several days since the emperor flipped her name tag. Her close maid draped a cloak over her, asking, "My lady, do you miss home?" "Do not say such things. Once I entered the palace, this became my home." At this moment, the emperor came to the back garden. When they met, he embraced Concubine Hien, and the two spoke sweet words. Just as they were about to kiss passionately, unexpectedly, another incident occurred. A report interrupted their intimacy. An incident had occurred in Lo Hoa Palace, the palace of Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu was sitting on the ground weeping bitterly because she had almost eaten poisoned mooncakes by mistake. The empress was comforting Concubine Lu, promising to give her even the 12 jade toads in the palace. To help Concubine Lu calm down. Surprisingly, as soon as the emperor entered the door, he scolded the empress, "Deep Lang Lang, do you plead guilty?" Before any investigation, the emperor had already condemned the empress. The empress quickly knelt and asked the emperor what was wrong. The emperor looked at her with a stern face. Concubine Lu received poisoned mooncakes on Mid-Autumn night. If she hadn't fed them to her cat first, she would have been poisoned to death. The emperor blamed everything on the empress. Before the empress could speak, the emperor demanded that she solve the case within 3 days, or else her previous 2 offenses of offending the emperor would be recorded. Not daring to refuse the emperor's unreasonable request, 2 days had passed, and the deadline was approaching. The empress stared at the poisoned mooncakes with no clues. She picked up the mooncake and broke it open, only to find it was a shrimp-filled mooncake. Concubine Lu liked seafood, so every year the imperial kitchen made them especially for her. Clearly, the poison was targeted at Concubine Lu. After being examined by the imperial physician, it was found that fragrant powder had been added to the mooncakes. There is no issue with consuming fragrant powder alone, but if consumed with shrimp, it would create a highly lethal toxin. The empress interrogated everyone in the imperial kitchen and searched the entire kitchen dining area, but found no clues. At this moment, the empress was physically and mentally exhausted. There was only one possibility. Someone had secretly smuggled fragrant powder into the palace from outside. The difficulty was that Concubine Lu often made enemies, so anyone in the palace could be the poisoner. After all, a small dose would not be lethal. The empress ground her teeth in anger. "Which bastard dares to set a trap for me?" At this moment, a maid rushed in to report, "Empress, a eunuch has committed suicide, and fragrant powder was also found on his body." The empress rushed to the scene. At this moment, the eunuch was lying on the floor. A eunuch roommate knelt and reported, "This servant and Din Dai Hung shared a room. Today, during the lunch break while working, I remembered I forgot something and returned to the room, only to find Din Dai Hung had hanged himself." The empress lifted the cloth to inspect the corpse. At this moment, the maid handed the fragrant powder to the empress. The empress looked at it and immediately felt something was wrong. She ordered De Fong to bring all the eunuchs to the hall for questioning, except for those serving the emperor, and to bring all relevant evidence. Then, the empress quickly ran off somewhere. At this moment, the emperor had just finished reviewing the memorials and was stretching to relax. A little eunuch was about to report when the empress barged in angrily. Without hesitation, the empress slapped the little eunuch who was about to report something to the emperor, knocking him unconscious. The empress began the interrogation, waking up Vong Chiu-ho. Vong Chiu-ho regained consciousness and knelt on the floor, sweating cold sweat from fear. The emperor was hiding behind the screen. The empress began to question Wang Xiaohu. Ding Daxiang didn't blink and confessed everything. Wang Xiaohu was still arguing. But the empress was extremely angry. Pointing at Vong Chiu-ho, she said, "This was clearly done by you and your roommate." The empress began to expose the truth. "Your master in the imperial kitchen is in charge of making pastries. The crystal shrimp mooncake was made by you, but you were not assigned to make crystal mooncakes. That is why I missed you when I was busy searching for the culprit, which gave you the opportunity to go to the emperor to complain. Today, you came to the Hall of Mental Cultivation to say that the empress ordered someone to bully you, which is why you put fragrant powder in the filling. Although he insisted he was innocent, the empress still forced him to confess. So tell me, you're just a servant in the imperial kitchen. What business do you have to personally report to the emperor?" A loud slam on the table rang out. "You and Din Dai-hung plotted this together. You sneaked into the imperial kitchen to put the fragrant powder in the filling. Din Dai-hung promised you that even if he died, he would carry the fragrant powder on him. Fearing that people might find out this had nothing to do with me, you came to report to the emperor to cast suspicion on the empress. The emperor would surely go to Kan Nin Palace to interrogate me after hearing it, just in time to witness Din Dai-hung's suicide out of fear with the evidence of the crime on him. By then, even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I wouldn't be able to wash away my guilt. If this conspiracy succeeded, first, it would get rid of concubine Lu. Second, it would dig a huge pit for me, and I might even be stripped of my position as empress. That's killing two birds with one stone. A clever plot indeed." He had no choice but to plead guilty, but did not reveal the person behind him. As if knowing the outcome, the empress walked over to Vong Chiu-ho and said, "Whatever benefits concubine Hugh can give you, I can do the same. What she cannot do, I can." At this point, Vong Chiu-ho kowtowed and begged the empress to save his family. Concubine Hugh had used his parents to threaten him, forcing him to do this. The empress told Vong Chiu-ho, "Concubine Hugh might just be trying to frighten you. Concubine Hugh's father is not a fool. If your family were innocent, he would never have implicated an innocent person just because of his daughter's favor with the emperor." Hearing this, Vong Chiu-ho quickly knelt and bowed to the empress. Vong Chiu-ho had a question. How did the empress know that concubine Hugh was the mastermind? With a proud look, the empress replied, "I was just tricking you. I didn't expect it to actually be true." Everyone was stunned. This woman is simply too smart. The empress has finally resolved the case. Stretching her arms, she can now relax. Drinking tea, the empress chatted with Vong Chiu-ho. She asked him to tell her some interesting folk tales. The empress sipped her tea and listened intently to the fascinating culinary stories. As he spoke, Vong Chiu-ho became depressed. However, this servant is a dying man. Seeing him threatened, the empress said, "I will plead with the emperor to spare your life." The empress seemed to have forgotten something at this moment. Oh well, if it's forgotten, let it be. As it turned out, the emperor had been left forgotten behind a folding screen. At this time, the emperor was trembling with anger. The empress, this woman, really treats me like nothing. When the emperor saw the empress, he began to complain again. "Empress, if I hadn't come out, you two would have chatted until dark, wouldn't you?" The empress hastily apologized to the emperor. This concubine would not dare. The emperor began to nag and list the empress's faults all in one breath. Unable to bear it, the empress covered her ears and refused to listen. Calming down, the emperor began to ask the empress why she suspected concubine Hugh. First, the empress explained that when a dog bites, it doesn't bark. Since someone wanted to harm both the empress and concubine Lu at the same time, a smart and clear-headed outsider could take this opportunity to profit. Among them, concubine Trang is concubine Lu's person. Concubine Hugh could not openly bite. If concubine Lu wanted to harm someone else, the prime target would naturally be concubine Hien, not me. Therefore, Only concubine Hugh remains. The emperor asked again, "Then why didn't you suspect concubine Hien? Your majesty is so good to concubine Hien. How could I dare suspect her?" The emperor nodded with satisfaction, which only made the empress feel disgusted. After a lot of blabbering, the empress claimed that she was not just smart, but very smart. The emperor, who was drinking water, spat it out. The news of concubine Hugh being demoted by 8 ranks and banished to the cold palace reached the empress dowager's ears. She immediately ordered a eunuch to report to the emperor, "I command that concubine Hugh be brought to the palace. This palace belongs to Lady Hien." It looks like the harem battle has finished its appetizer, hasn't it, guys? Not knowing what he was thinking, the emperor went to the empress's palace without having anyone announce him. Entering, he saw her playing chess alone, so he came over to play with her. The empress thought the emperor did not know how to play, but to her surprise, she lost every single game. Unconsciously, the emperor gazed at the empress in a daze, a strange feeling arising in his heart. Tomorrow was the emperor's birthday. The empress had prepared a gift for him. Taking out the birthday gift prepared for the emperor, she said, "Even though you didn't give me the complete drawing, I still managed to make it." Holding the gun with a depressed expression, the emperor asked the empress, "In this harem, which woman do you hate the most?" The empress replied, "Concubine Trang. She is so talkative and sharp-tongued. I cannot win an argument against her." As soon as the empress said she hated concubine Trang the most, the emperor immediately ordered to flip concubine Trang's name tag tonight, making the empress roll her eyes in anger and disgust. The emperor's birthday arrived. The concubines and the emperor admired the flowers together. Concubine Lu showered him with praises. "Today is your majesty's birthday. Even the heavens have granted fine weather, and all the flowers are in full bloom." The emperor was pleased. In the next second, the emperor used chrysanthemums as a theme for the concubines to compose a poem. The empress racked her brain, but could not think of any poem to write. The empress peeked at the emperor, silently complaining that he was so difficult to please. Knowing that I hate concubine Trang the most, he still flipped her tag yesterday. The emperor did it on purpose to annoy me. In the end, the empress composed a poem. After reading Consort Vong's poem, the emperor praised it as a fine poem. Glancing at the empress to read her poem, the emperor's hands trembled after reading it. He could not bring himself to praise her. "Empress, is this a poem written by a 7-year-old child?" Despite the snickers from the other concubines, the empress calmly defended herself. Since ancient times, the longer the writing, the more corrupt it is. Clearly, writing too much is not a sign of literary talent. Seeing the two of them bickering again, concubine Lu took the opportunity to suggest performing a piece of music to celebrate his birthday. This move pleased the emperor. Although concubine Lu did not seem smart, her zither playing was superb. As long as her music played, the emperor would look at no one else. Seizing the moment, another concubine suggested singing to add to the festive mood. The empress chimed in, with the sound of the zither and singing, "It would be wonderful to have dancing too." Before concubine Hien, who had just stood up, could finish speaking, the empress clapped her hands to signal a dancer to come out. A few days ago, the empress had found an exquisite dancer. The emperor was stunned as he stared at the dancing girl's figure. Her attire was truly unacceptable. So, the emperor told concubine Lu to stop playing and dismissed the gathering for the day. The empress was bewildered, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, concubine Lu held her zither, gritting her teeth in anger. She hated the empress. Why did all the spotlight have to belong to the empress? After the birthday banquet, the empress was envied even more. A plot was silently brewing against the empress, coming from concubine Hien. The next day, the empress ordered her maids to distribute rewards to the concubines. The maid handed the reward to concubine Lu, but forgot to kneel and pay respects. Concubine Lu raised her voice to criticize her. How can a maid from the palace of earthly tranquility be so lacking in manners? The maid hurriedly knelt to apologize, but concubine Lu claimed that she had made a mistake and was still making excuses. Coupled with the emperor's birthday yesterday, where the empress had made her lose the emperor's attention, concubine Lu wanted to teach those from the palace of earthly tranquility a lesson. She ordered her own maid to beat the empress's maid. Seeing her maid bruised and with a swollen face, the empress's eyes filled with sorrow. Seeing this, she knew it was concubine Lu who did it. Clenching her fists, the empress said in anger, "Slapping my close aide is the same as as slapping me. Those who dare bully the people of the palace of earthly tranquility will not have peace. The maid hurriedly knelt. Empress, please calm down. No matter how many mistakes were made, they were all this servant's fault. So many people view you as a thorn in their side, yet the emperor does not protect you. The empress did not want to waste time on concubine Lu. Concubine Lu is also a useful dog at critical moments. I must guard against concubine Hien. A eunuch's announcement resounded. The emperor has issued a decree inviting the empress to immediately proceed to the Emerald Heart Pavilion for an audience. It was the corpse of a maid floating on the lake. The empress was annoyed. She had only rested for a few days. Another maid had died in the palace. Furthermore, Consort Vong was terrified and huddled in the emperor's arms. Unfortunately, right in front of the emperor and Consort Vong, the empress was used as a shield, which embarrassed her. The emperor requested the empress to reform the harem to restore peace to the 6 palaces. Holding a cup, the empress drank it in one gulp, her heart filled with anger. The emperor is clearly using me. He's obviously using this as an excuse. If I don't do it, I will definitely be caught in a trap. But if I manage the harem strictly, how many people will I offend? This position of empress is already embarrassing enough. The emperor doesn't care, and the empress dowager doesn't love me. The empress cursed this place as truly a treacherous environment. The maid was so frightened that she hurriedly advised the empress not to speak. Not like that. Empress, you are the mistress of the 6 palaces, and so many eyes are staring at you. Although concubine Lu is not smart, she must have had something to climb to this position. Your Highness is the mistress of the 6 palaces. The more honorable your status, the more dangerous your surroundings. The imperial palace is not like the Deep Mansion. No one dares to openly hurt you, but no one protects you either. The entire Deep clan needs your Highness to protect them, but now she cannot even protect herself. While the emperor is like a tiger that is gradually growing, her grandfather is an aging lion. Her grandfather's decision to marry her into the palace was truly a mistake. At this time, the emperor listened to the eunuch's report about the situation at the empress's palace. The emperor asked if the empress's maid had been beaten by concubine Lu's people. What was her name? The emperor was certain that the empress would not easily let it go, for she had many schemes up her sleeve. The case of the deceased maid caused a stir throughout the palace. The maids whispered among themselves that the deceased maid had appeared in the empress's dream last night and told her who the killer was. The people in the palace of earthly tranquility spread the word everywhere. One of the maids heard that the murderer had offended the flower goddess. There was no need for the empress to investigate the case, as the murderer would be executed by the flower goddess. The rumor reached the empress's ears while she was lying on her chair, smiling. Is the person who beat you yesterday named Fan Xuan? Fu Sun? Why does this name sound like the flower goddess? Didn't the emperor push the responsibility onto me? Then I'll do as he wishes and manage the 6 palaces strictly. The empress gathered all the eunuchs and maids together and called them one by one. Each person whose name was read confessed to their crimes. Based on their offenses, the empress categorized the punishments into 20, 40, or 60 strokes. This meant that Fu Xuan was sentenced to 60 strokes. The maid beside her felt that the punishment of 60 strokes was too severe. The empress remained calm, cracking melon seeds and telling her to be patient, as there was a good show to watch. Fu Xuan was breaking out in a cold sweat over the punishment. Just then a voice rang out, "Stop it all." Concubine Lu, furious, questioned the empress as to what mistake Fan Xuan had made to deserve such a heavy beating. The empress pointed at Fu Xuan and accused her of point numéro crime. At this point, Fan Xuan was powerless to refute. Concubine Lu gritted her teeth, pointing her finger straight at the empress. "You are making baseless accusations." Seizing the opportunity, the empress glared at concubine Lu. "How dare you speak to me in that tone?" She then ordered her close maid to slap concubine Lu's mouth. Intimidated by concubine Lu's imposing manner, the maid did not dare to act. The empress immediately slapped concubine Lu without any hesitation. Concubine Lu covered her face, gritting her teeth and saying, "You dare slap me?" As soon as she finished, another slap resounded on the other side of her face. Concubine Lu pointed at the empress. "How dare you? Just wait until the emperor returns. He will definitely make this clear." The empress was not afraid at all, as if to say the emperor wouldn't do anything to her, even if he knew. The Empress's close maid was extremely gratified by the Empress's actions today. Concubine Lu did not expect that when she wanted to complain to the Emperor about the Emperor, upon learning she had dared to talk back to the Empress, refused to see Concubine Lu at all. Although the Empress's action was not entirely appropriate, Concubine Lu had openly disputed with the Empress in front of everyone, speaking arrogantly, relying on her favor to be proud and act recklessly. Instead of receiving comfort, Concubine Lu was grounded for 2 months by the Emperor to reflect on her mistakes. Contrary to what others might feel, the Empress was a bit unhappy when she heard that Concubine Lu was grounded for 2 months. I already punished her. Why did the Emperor punish her again? At this moment, the Empress was screaming internally. If Concubine Lu is no longer favored, who will help me deal with Concubine Hien? At this moment, the corner of the Emperor's mouth curled up slightly, as if he knew the Empress's intentions. Looking at the items on the table, the Emperor asked, "Where did these goods come from?" "A foreign merchant brought them. There are many toys that I wanted to present to your majesty, but they were blocked by the Ministry of Rights." The Empress was engrossed in playing with the telescope in her hand. The Emperor furrowed his brows. Could it be that the Empress called me here just for these toys? At this moment, the Empress looked excited. "I heard that your majesty is going hunting soon. I have long admired your majesty and wish to see your equestrian and archery skills." The Emperor knew the Empress only called him because she had a request. So, the Emperor decided to test the Empress. "I will give you a test. If you answer correctly, I will take you along." Currently, the farming season has ended. The imperial court wants to conscript peasants to manage the Yellow River and wants the Ministry of Works to build dams and repair the dikes. This project is massive. Who do you think is fit to take charge of it? The Empress thought hard, breaking into a sweat. She could not speak carelessly, especially since her 2 older brothers were in the Ministry of Works. The Empress silently cursed, while played Kaivo Q. The Empress wanted to change the subject. "Your Majesty has an excellent eye for people, so you will surely find the right person." The Empress tactfully asked the Emperor to change the question. The Emperor then asked, "This project requires a huge sum of money. How can we raise it without exploiting the people?" The Empress offered many of her opinions, forcing the Emperor to praise her. The Emperor then took the Empress to visit the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager praised Concubine Hien in front of the Empress and the Emperor. At the Empress Dowager's palace, the Emperor finally granted the Empress permission to join the hunt. Not only the Empress, but Concubine Hien also participated in the hunt. Upon arriving at the hunting ground, the Emperor and Concubine Hien rode horses and chatted happily. "Today, my beloved consort smells so sweet." Concubine Hien praised the Emperor's nose for being very sharp. Before she could finish speaking about the flower that she was wearing on her head, it attracted a bee that attacked her. The bee was suddenly killed. Looking closely, the Emperor knew it was due to a hidden arrow from the Empress's hand. The Empress looked dashing on her horse, saying, "No need to thank me." Unexpectedly, the Emperor caught the main point. Why is the Empress carrying hidden arrows? The Empress felt guilty. Hidden arrows were classified as concealed weapons. Except for guards, others in the imperial palace were not allowed to carry them, which could be considered treason. Being forced by the Emperor to remove the hidden arrows, the Empress rode off in a huff, heading straight into the forest. The Empress rode her horse and got lost in the forest. She was lamenting that there was not a single beast for her to hunt. To her surprise, a tiger was stalking her. Suddenly, the horse sensed something and startled. The Empress quickly wrapped her whip around a tree branch, swung herself, and landed safely on the ground. A roar resounded. The fierce tiger stared intently at the Empress, wanting to attack her. The Empress told herself to stay calm. "That tiger is watching me. Do not move around at this time." The Empress gently reached for an arrow behind her, deciding to bet on a single arrow to shoot it down. Unexpectedly, when the arrow flew out, the tiger easily dodged and pounced on her. Seeing this, the Empress remained calm enough to pull out her gun and aim straight at it. However, her strength was no match for this tiger, and she was pinned down, unable to move. At this critical moment, the Empress suddenly thought of the hidden arrow in her sleeve and quietly reached in to grab it to deal with the tiger, but it was nowhere to be found. She then remembered that the Emperor had forced her to throw it away earlier. As the tiger prepared to pounce, the empress closed her eyes in fear, thinking that this was the end of her. Suddenly, the tiger was pierced through the head by an arrow in an instant. It turned out that the emperor had left concubine Hien behind and chased after her. Immediately following that, the emperor arrived just in time and saved the empress. Immediately following that, the emperor arrived just in time and saved the empress. The emperor said angrily, "Why did you act so recklessly, running alone into the deep forest like this? If I had arrived a moment later, you would have become tiger food." Feeling aggrieved, the empress said, "My leg is broken." Hearing this, he immediately ran to her to care for and bandage her wound. Although he was worried in his heart, his mouth was sharp-tongued and never let up. The emperor said nothing more, carrying the empress in his arms. Looking at her, he told her not to move. "Do you still want to keep your leg?" The empress looked up, surprised that the emperor was treating her so well today. The emperor looked at the empress with coddling affection. The empress whispered, "Your hands are very cool." The emperor was deeply worried. Lying in the emperor's arms, the empress felt very safe, gradually falling asleep in his embrace. At this moment, the emperor was very gentle and attentive, a smile appearing on his lips as the empress rested her head against his chest. This year, the emperor only hunted one tiger. Everyone was gossiping that the emperor gave that tiger to concubine Hien, because the emperor was currently heading to concubine Hien's palace. In her palace, concubine Hien was sitting at her dressing table. The emperor walked over, glanced at the table, and tightly gripped concubine Hien's hairpin, blaming himself. If I hadn't forced the empress to discard her hidden arrows, she wouldn't have been in such danger. The emperor gave the tiger to the empress. With a look of surprise, the empress asked, "Do you really want to give it to me?" The emperor quickly told her to sit down, so as not to hurt her leg. At this time, the emperor was worried about the empress, muttering that she should rest well. "You really have none of the dignity expected of the mother of the nation." The Empress Dowager spoke up. "The Empress's leg is injured, making it inconvenient for her to move. There is no need to pay respects to me every day." The Empress smiled and replied that it was just a minor injury, so paying respects to her imperial mother was still doable and not a problem. However, the Empress Dowager used it as an excuse to hand over the management of the harem from the Empress to concubine Hien. Since the Empress is injured, she should rest well. Hearing this, the Empress smiled, looked at the Emperor, and said, "What is the Emperor's opinion on this matter?" The Emperor closed his eyes and said coldly, "Since the Empress is injured, she should rest and recover in peace." The Empress smiled faintly. "Both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager wish for me to rest well, but the affairs of the 6 palaces are very complicated. How could concubine Hien manage them alone?" She then let concubine Trang and concubine Hien handle the affairs of the harem together while she recovered. Seeing this, her 2 close maids were both worried for the Empress. The Empress sighed. "The Empress Dowager and concubine Hien have joined forces to punish me. As long as I am still the Empress, they will certainly continue to target me. Concubine Lu is still being punished in the Cold Palace. If she regains favor one day, she will be the first to seek revenge on me." The Empress stretched. "I don't have to manage the harem anymore, so I will busy myself with other things." At this moment, a foreign businessman entered, bringing many exotic curiosities for the Empress. On this side, a eunuch was reporting to the Emperor about the Empress's palace. The Empress is injured and should not go outside. Currently, a French businessman frequently enters and exits the palace. The Emperor thought that this would be good for her mood while recovering, so he did not want to interfere. Meanwhile, the Empress was excitedly using a novel Western telescope. Looking through the telescope, she saw her mother, her grandmother, and her sister-in-law. A few days later, they actually came to see her in the palace, which made her very happy. The Empress learned a piece of news from her mother. The Empress Dowager's niece, Hua Vaidong, had her engagement broken off by the heir of a prince. The Empress Dowager planned to make her a consort for the Emperor. The Empress was very upset when she heard that. "Why does every girl want to come in here? That bastard Ji Wuzhou won't take in any more, will he?" The next day, the Empress wanted to test the Emperor and started to tease him. "Your Majesty, I heard that your cousin's engagement was called off. What a tragedy." The Emperor said calmly, "Hua Dong is 2 months older than you." The Empress felt too embarrassed. "Previously, I heard the Empress Dowager say that she is intelligent, beautiful, and well-educated. For better or worse, she is to become a concubine for you, so I need to ask for your opinion." The Emperor told the Empress to make her own decision and expressed his thoughts. "She played with me when we were young. She is intelligent and lovely. I hope she can come to the palace often. The empress understood his meaning, so she decided not to select her as a consort for the emperor. A smile appeared on the emperor's face, thinking that the empress understood his feelings. The emperor was anxious, only worrying about preventing the empress from selecting consorts for him. Little did he know, since the empress was currently recovering, she had already handed over the management of the harem to others. The emperor was surprised when he heard that Hua Vaidong had already entered the palace, and asked in astonishment why he did not know about this. Concubine Hien respectfully replied, "This was decided after I and the Empress Dowager discussed it." That evening at the Empress's palace, the Emperor lay on the chair, singing a song of lament. It was truly a case of getting a taste of his own medicine. Seeing this, the Empress secretly complained in her heart, "I have clearly arranged everything well. Why is he still unhappy? He is indeed a difficult bastard to deal with." Suddenly, the emperor walked up behind the empress and asked, "Are you studying fowling pieces?" The empress's cheeks flushed slightly. To hide her embarrassment, she had to speak up, "Your Majesty, have you been free lately? Why do you come to Kandan Palace to have meals with me every day?" The emperor took the opportunity to tease the empress. "I heard that the empress will award a green toad to the concubines when they serve me. What is the meaning of that?" The empress looked at the emperor, racking her brain to answer without being impudent. Originally, the green toad symbolized having many descendants, but she could not let the emperor know she was comparing his sons and grandsons to toads, nor could she say it meant wealth, since the emperor's women had no need for wealth. After thinking for a moment, the empress replied grandly, "They are all toads and you are a swan. How can a toad expect to eat swan meat?" Hearing this, the emperor asked, "So are you also a toad?" She said calmly, "I am the empress, your equal, so naturally I am also a swan." At this moment, the emperor asked again, "Then what about concubine Hien?" The empress quickly praised concubine Hien. She is the Chang'e fairy of the palace. But then again, ancient books record that after Chang'e flew to the moon, she eventually turned into a moon toad. And moon toad is just another name for a toad. After talking in circles, the answer still resulted in a toad. The emperor could only gape at this fast-talking woman. Seeing the emperor sit down on the chair, the empress asked with a puzzled look, "Isn't your Majesty going to flip a nameplate for tonight's service?" At this moment, the emperor took the empress's hand and embraced her, teasing, "Aren't we a pair of swans? Do you want me to go find a toad?" The empress was a bit flustered, her face blushing as she said, "I am currently an invalid." The emperor replied, "It's just staying for one night. If you are tired, rest first. I still have work." After finishing reviewing the memorials, the emperor walked over to the bed. He saw that the empress had already fallen into a deep sleep. The emperor lay down gently beside her, gazing at her lovingly. At this moment, the empress placed her hand on the emperor, her fingers unconsciously scratching him. At first, the emperor's cheeks flushed, thinking he was dreaming. But the empress's movements now completely drove him wild, and his thoughts began to wander. Is this empress seducing me in her sleep? Looking at her, the emperor thought, since she is my wife after all, doing something shouldn't be a problem. So he boldly and gently held the empress's hand, and then stayed awake all night. The next morning, when she woke up, she saw the emperor sitting and waiting for her. With a tired face, the empress said that she had a strange dream yesterday. Yesterday, she dreamed of holding 2 walnuts in her hands. The emperor, who was drinking tea, spat it out upon hearing the empress's words. Feeling a bit guilty and self-conscious, he quickly stood up and made an excuse to attend the morning court. Going outside, the emperor asked the eunuch how the harem had been lately. The eunuch replied, "Concubine Hien and concubine Trang are managing the harem very well together." Then the eunuch asked, "Your Majesty, will you flip concubine Hien's nameplate tonight?" The emperor hesitated for a moment and said, "No need." Meanwhile, the close maid beside concubine Hien said fearfully, "The emperor has not come here for more than half a month." Concubine Hien was reflecting on whether she had done anything wrong lately. Just then, a maid reported that a maid named Tu Truck, who served concubine Trang, had something to report. Kneeling and trembling, the maid Tu Truck reported that noble Lady Tun had a lover. Moreover, she swore, "What I say is absolutely true. If I lie, I will die a gruesome death and never be reincarnated." After some consideration, concubine Hien went to concubine Trang's palace. After exchanging the usual greetings, concubine Hien summoned noble Lady Tun. Still feeling uneasy, she wanted to inspect the room in person to see the actual situation. Stepping into noble Lady Tun's room, concubine Hien ordered her people to search it to the bewilderment of noble Lady Tun, who did not understand what was happening. A moment later, the eunuchs and maids brought out the evidence. There was a pair of men's shoes and clothes. Seeing this, noble Lady Tun knelt down, weeping and crying out her innocence, swearing up and down, but she still could not prove anything. Concubine Trang stood to one side, powerless and not daring to do anything. Since the incident occurred in her own palace, she could not avoid being implicated. So how could she speak up to help? Noble Lady Tun was suspected of having an affair with another man, so concubine Hien ordered her arrest. She sealed off concubine Trang's palace, allowing maids and eunuchs to enter but not leave, and forbidding outsiders from entering or leaving. Surprisingly, concubine Hien also tactfully suggested inviting the emperor to investigate the matter, saying there was no need to disturb the empress's recovery. Fortunately, concubine Trang had taken precautions beforehand, so the news quickly reached the empress. Hearing the news, the empress was speechless with anger. The maid beside her said, "Why did no one come to Kannin Palace to report such a major event?" Although the empress was still annoyed, she said, "Concubine Trang is no match for concubine Hien. She is indeed hasty, trying to strike at me so soon. This is definitely someone's dirty scheme. Since this happened in concubine Trang's palace, concubine Trang will definitely be implicated. And since concubine Trang is one of my people, it's also a blow to my reputation. On top of that, Ji Wuzhou often comes to bother me, so I must not let concubine Hien easily convict noble Lady Tun." Meanwhile, concubine Hien was handling the case. Noble Lady Tun was kneeling before the emperor, weeping and crying out her innocence, but unable to produce any evidence. Concubine Hien questioned her relentlessly about who her lover was, not forgetting to implicate the empress in the process. "Her Majesty, the empress treats you with kindness, yet you give them an inch, and they take a mile, ungrateful and ignorant of good and evil. I'm not as lenient as Her Majesty." Concubine Trang knew right away that the empress would be implicated, so she stepped forward to argue with concubine Hien. Meanwhile, the emperor sat quietly as if watching a play. After drinking tea and listening to the argument for a while, the emperor put down his teacup and said, "If you insist she is guilty, my beloved consort must quickly find that lover." Concubine Hien knew there was no turning back, so she ordered noble Lady Tun to be handed over to the Palace Justice Department for interrogation. Concubine Trang knew she could not avoid being involved, so she quickly knelt to plead guilty and asked the emperor for forgiveness before concubine Hien could propose a punishment. Thus, the emperor penalized her by docking half of her salary and confining her to her quarters for a month. Just then, a voice called for a halt, and the empress entered slowly in a wheelchair. The empress walked in and asked, "Your Majesty, what is happening here? Why is it so lively?" Seeing this, concubine Hien hastily said, "Please forgive me, Empress. I took it upon myself to handle this matter, fearing I would disturb your recovery, so I did not inform you." Upon hearing this, the Empress said sternly, "I am speaking to the Emperor. How dare you interrupt?" Hearing this, concubine Hien admitted her fault and stood aside, not daring to say anything more. At this moment, the Empress began her investigation and ordered the man's clothes to be brought forward. The Empress began questioning the maid who dared to report to concubine Hien. "You said you saw a man enter noble Lady Tun's room. At what time did he enter, and where?" Drenched in cold sweat, the maid bowed and explained, "I saw that man yesterday, during the second watch. He entered through the window." The Empress questioned again. "During the second watch, the palace gates were not yet closed. Why were you at Ham Kwong Hall? Where did all the supervising eunuchs go?" The Empress asked again, "Did you see the man's face?" The maid made an excuse that it was too dark to see his face clearly, only remembering that he wore a guard's uniform. The Empress reasoned that if he climbed the wall there must be footprints. So she sent eunuchs to investigate if there were footprints left on the wall and around it. Sitting leisurely, the emperor looked at the empress and asked, "Do you want to reopen the case?" The empress replied, "We must see if there is evidence before we can know. Moreover, concubine Hien is so intelligent. The case she judged must be reliable." Hearing this, concubine Hien's face stiffened, not knowing what to say. Knowing that the empress was intelligent and unpredictable, she felt a bit of fear in her heart. At this moment, the eunuch came to report that no footprints were found on the wall or around it. The empress said with a smug look, "Perhaps this guard is very skilled in Qinggong, so he left no traces." Afterward, the empress requested the evidence from noble Lady Tun's room. The empress began examining the guard's uniform found in the room. This outfit was completely brand new, and smelling it, it only had the scent of raw fabric, meaning no one had worn it yet. Concubine Hien asked, "What if noble Lady Tun made a new one to give to the guard?" The empress praised, "Good question. Judging by the material and the stitching, this could not have come from inside the palace. It could only belong to the imperial guards. The guard belonged to the Ministry of War. The uniforms issued by the Ministry of War are made by the tailoring department of the Ministry of Revenue, and then delivered to the Ministry of War after being sewn." Right at this moment, the empress targeted concubine Hien again. "Speaking of the Ministry of Revenue, concubine Hien must know more about it than I do." The empress asserted, "Someone deliberately framed noble Lady Tun with this uniform. This outfit is not a uniform of the Imperial Palace Guards." The emperor asked again, "Why is the empress so certain?" The empress was certain because every Imperial Palace Guard has an identification number embroidered on their uniform to show their identity. Whenever there is an incident, it will be investigated based on that. The uniform in noble Lady Tun's room has no embroidery. The empress turned to ask noble Lady Tun, "Who did you offend that someone plotted to have you killed, damaging the reputation of the royal family like this?" The empress turned her gaze back to concubine Hien. Such a flawed plot. Yet concubine Hien condemned her without a proper inquiry, damaging the emperor's reputation. How foolish. Concubine Hien immediately knelt down and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I was also anxious to clear up the matter, which is why I acted this way. Besides, both the witness and the physical evidence were present." The maid who reported the accusation also insisted that she saw it with her own eyes. The empress smiled faintly and took out the silver found in the maid's room. The recovered silver was brought up. The empress glanced at the accusing maid and said, "You're just a lowly maid. Where did you get so much silver and valuable jewelry? Did someone bribe you to frame noble Lady Tun? I will give you one more chance. If you speak the truth, I will spare your life. Otherwise, if I find out myself, you know what the punishment will be." The maid bowed her head, tears streaming down. "I will speak. Please spare my life, Your Majesty." Through this incident, everyone saw the empress's intelligence even more clearly. The next day, a eunuch came to report that noble Lady Tun, who had been falsely accused, had hanged herself. At this, the empress looked bewildered. "What happened? Didn't I already prove her innocence? Why did she hang herself?" The eunuch said that the lady did not die, having been saved by concubine Trang. "Your Majesty, do you need to go there?" The empress, having seen through noble Lady Tun's little trick, replied, "No need. If she really wanted to die, why do it in the morning? She did this to make everyone see her innocence." The empress ordered to Noyet to choose some beautiful jewelry to give to her, and to tell her, "Both I and the emperor have seen your innocence and honor." Afterward, a eunuch came to report to the empress that the emperor had promoted noble Lady Tun by 2 ranks to a 5th rank beauty, and had specifically bestowed the character Trin to praise her purity. At this time, the empress thought that since the emperor seemed to be in a good mood, she might as well bring up the previous matter with him. The empress proposed adding a scholar of Western learning to the Imperial Academy. These days, I have been studying ancient Western books. I am a woman, and I cannot read them all in this lifetime. Why not let more people study them together to make improvements? The emperor said thoughtfully, "This has never happened before, so we must discuss it thoroughly." The empress said, "We cannot wait long. The sooner the better." She then patted her chest and said, "I am willing to be the scholar of Western learning." Since the empress herself wanted to be the scholar studying the West, no one dared to say anything. The emperor sighed. "For you alone to enter a crowd of men is highly improper. Moreover, there will be gossip, which cannot be suppressed by power alone." The empress was about to say something, but was stopped by the emperor. The emperor wanted to know why she was in such a hurry. "There is a powerful force. Even though they are not near us, we must guard against them. We cannot wait for them to attack. We had better understand them first. To be prepared, the emperor asked again, why does the empress know they will definitely attack? The empress replied, their emperor openly supports plundering. In their nation, anyone who plunders silver from abroad becomes a great hero. Right now they have not attacked us, but who can predict the future? Therefore, we must be on guard. The emperor listened seriously. Then he stood up and praised the empress for being truly intelligent. You are very thoughtful. If you want a reward, just say it. The empress said shyly, I already have everything. I do not need a reward from your majesty. At this time, the emperor domineeringly insisted on rewarding her. She raised her head. The empress froze on the spot, her eyes wide as she looked at the emperor. The emperor could not help but ask, what are you thinking? The empress said seriously, your majesty, you look very handsome. Instantly, both of their faces turned red. The emperor thought, am I being teased? The emperor gently lifted the empress's chin, leaned down, and kissed the empress's face. I didn't expect this was the encouragement you needed. The empress felt extremely embarrassed when the emperor suddenly did this to her. The emperor had been conquered by the empress, but due to his pride, he did not want to truly confess. Just as the opportunity arose, it was ruined by a little eunuch. The little eunuch walked in to report, but seeing the emperor kissing the empress, he quickly apologized and went outside. The emperor froze on the spot for a moment, then composed himself, called the eunuch back, and asked, what is it? The little eunuch hurriedly said, the Empress Dowager requests your majesty to visit Tu Nin Palace to discuss Lady Hua's entry into the palace. At this time, the Empress Dowager urged the emperor to bestow a title on his cousin, Hua Vaidong. The empress secretly thought, this girl is a relative of the Empress Dowager, closer to her than concubine Hien, so she should not be given too high a rank. The Empress Dowager praised Hua Vaidong for being gentle and elegant. The empress replied, everyone in this palace is gentle and elegant. The Empress Dowager praised her for being educated. The empress responded, it would be better to let her take the imperial examinations to become the top scholar, to serve the emperor devotedly at court, rather than crowding into the imperial harem to suffer. The Empress Dowager praised her again as the most famous beauty in the capital. The empress replied, no matter how beautiful she is, her engagement was still broken. The empress and the Empress Dowager were debating over Hua Vaidong's position, with neither willing to back down. The emperor leisurely drank his tea, watching the Empress Dowager lose the argument to the empress. Concubine Hien, sitting nearby, caught the Empress Dowager's look pleading for help but could do nothing. She thought that since the emperor had been angry with her lately, he might not want her meddling in Hua Vaidong's affairs. Therefore, she sat completely still, lowering her head, not daring to intervene. The Empress Dowager continued to seek help, staring intently at the emperor. Sensing that something was amiss, the emperor quickly turned his head away. Originally, the emperor did not want to make Hua Vaidong a consort, so how could he possibly help? In the end, Hua Vaidong was appointed as a 6th-rank talent. The emperor pushed the wheelchair to take the empress back to her palace. Along the way, he kept praising her bargaining skills as highly clever. The empress said with a proud look, if one day in the future you depose me, I will become a merchant. There are many things I know, so I won't have to worry about starving. Hearing this, the emperor felt heartbroken and could only sigh, thinking to himself, I will never depose you. The empress felt tired at this moment, recalling everything that had happened in the palace over the past period. Since the day she entered the palace, she had to fight with the concubines every day and guard against Kai Vo Q. The most terrifying thing was not knowing when he would strike. After all, he was the emperor. He could let her live, or he could make her die. The empress was in no mood to eat. She wanted to go out to the courtyard to get some fresh air. The empress went out to the courtyard with her gun. She held the gun, aimed at a bird, and shot. Unexpectedly, the recoil of the gun was too strong, causing the empress to fall straight into the river. The maidservants hurriedly cried out for help. At that moment, a man plunged in and rescued the empress. It turned out that this person was Commander Luke, the empress's older cousin. The empress shivered from the cold, making Commander Luke worried. The empress opened her eyes, and, seeing that it was her cousin, her tears began to flow uncontrollably. She cried like a bullied child who had finally found a protector. The eunuchs wanted to come forward to support the empress, but she refused, only wanting to be carried by her cousin. Commander Luke carried the empress toward the palace of earthly tranquility, but unexpectedly ran into the emperor halfway. The maids hurriedly knelt down to explain. The empress accidentally fell into the water. Commander Luke rescued her in time and is bringing Her Majesty back to her palace. Seeing the Empress like that, the Emperor quickly took her from the other man's arms and held her in his own. To his surprise, the Empress still glanced at her cousin at this moment, which made the Emperor a bit jealous. After turning to leave, the Emperor stopped and glared back at Commander Luke, seemingly warning him to stay away from the Empress. The Empress urged the Emperor to walk faster because she was too cold. The Emperor spoke with annoyance, yet his heart was full of care, being in such a hurry. "Do you not want your legs anymore?" Feeling a bit jealous, the Emperor asked why she was crying, as he had never seen the Empress cry before. At the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, after the imperial physician examined her, he advised her to recover carefully because her legs had not yet healed and she had now caught a cold. Seeing the injury on her hand, the Emperor asked for the reason. The imperial physician thought it might have been caused by some animal when she fell into the lake. The Empress said with a weak look, "Just now, while using the gun, I was careless. I didn't expect it to have such a powerful recoil that it injured my hand." The Emperor was very angry upon hearing this, and said displeasedly, "Why are you still so mischievous when your legs are already injured? Using a gun like that is extremely dangerous. You're playing with your life." Wrapped in her blanket and cowering on the bed, the Empress replied, "I understand. I'll be more careful next time." The Emperor comforted her. "Stop pretending and come out. I was just too worried about you." The Empress suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly said to the eunuch Vong Hutai, "Quickly, go to the river and retrieve the bird I shot earlier so that no one else takes it." The Emperor stopped Vong Hutai and ordered his own eunuch to retrieve it, saying, "Once you retrieve it, bring it to the Palace of Heavenly Purity." Angry, the Empress argued, "That belongs to me." The Emperor replied, "Even you belong to me, let alone those things. From now on, you're not allowed to play with these dangerous things. This is an imperial decree." In the evening, a maid rushed over to report to the Emperor that the Empress had a high fever. The Emperor felt heartbroken seeing the Empress lying in bed. The Empress's face was flushed red. The maid brought the medicine, but they could not get the Empress to drink it. Worried, the Emperor held the Empress and opened her mouth, feeding her the medicine this way to make it effective. After that, the Emperor told the maids to go outside. "Today, I will stay with the Empress." Looking at her with a distressed expression and a soft sigh, the Emperor whispered, "You are a woman who is usually so strong. How can you be so weak today? It is truly rare." In her dream, the Empress talked in her sleep, pleading with her father, "I don't want to marry the Emperor. Please don't marry me off to the Emperor." The Emperor was stunned upon hearing these words. "From the very beginning, you did not want to marry me, and I did not want to marry you either. But now that the ship has sailed, we are already husband and wife. There are many people in the imperial harem, yet only you have always resented me. They say that cultivating for 10 years allows people to share a boat, while cultivating for 100 years allows them to share a pillow. Our relationship now is like an ill-fated connection. It would have been better if we hadn't cultivated it all." Early in the morning, the Empress woke up and was surprised to see the Emperor sleeping while sitting by the bed. Outside, the plum blossoms were in full bloom. The Empress wanted to go outside to see them, but the maids stopped her, fearing she would catch a cold again. Angry, the Empress used her status to threaten the maids so she could go out. She was then pushed outside by a eunuch. Outside, all the concubines were gathered there to admire the plum blossoms with the Emperor. Seeing the Empress arrive, the Emperor hurriedly went forward to greet her. The Emperor's hand touched her head, showing his care and affection. Seeing this, the concubines watching from behind felt very disappointed. At this moment, concubine Chow thoughtfully put a scarf on the Empress, saying, "Empress, it is very cold outside. Please do not catch a cold again." Seeing concubine Hien, the Empress knew that the Emperor had now forgiven concubine Hien. As everyone walked to the imperial garden together, they saw concubine Lu standing there picking plum blossoms. The Empress understood that concubine Lu's days of confinement were over. Afterward, concubine Lu proactively came over to greet the Empress, handing the plum blossoms in her hand to the Empress. This action increased the Emperor's favor towards her. The Emperor teased concubine Lu, "Only for the Empress? Why don't I have any plum blossoms? I'm going to be jealous of the Empress." Concubine Lu wanted to pick another one, but the Emperor suggested resting in concubine Lu's bedchamber instead. This made concubine Lu very happy. Looking at the back of the Emperor as he walked away, the Empress's face was filled with helplessness. It seemed that this time, concubine Lu wanted to regain her favor. Concubine Hien would not sit still, and Hua Vaidong would enter the palace in a few days. It looked like the palace would become even more lively. The next day, all the concubines came to pay their respects to the empress, and Hua Vaidong also arrived. According to custom, a talent was not allowed to sit, but the empress, thinking that she was also the emperor's cousin and wanting to give the emperor some face, let her sit down. Hua Vaidong was indeed a beauty of national grace and heavenly fragrance. No wonder the emperor favored her as soon as she entered the palace. At this moment, the concubines learned that the emperor had flipped Hua Vaidong's name tablet last night. So today, all the topics were directed at her. Sister Hua is so lucky and looks so adorable. No wonder the emperor loves her so much. Hearing these words, Hua Vaidong's face was filled with helplessness. The emperor had shared a bed with her yesterday, but he kept his back turned to her and did not even touch her. As a girl, she could not actively seduce a man. The empress took out the reward she had prepared beforehand to give to her, because her previous gifts of green frogs had been banned by the emperor. Today, the empress bestowed a fragrant wooden bracelet. The concubines discussed in low voices, "Isn't this the wooden bracelet worn by the emperor?" From the maid's words, the empress knew it was a tribute presented from the western regions. The emperor had chosen one wooden bracelet, and the rest were brought to the palace of earthly tranquility. At the empress dowager's palace, the emperor and Hua Vaidong came to pay their respects to the empress dowager. Hua Vaidong glanced and saw that the emperor was wearing the wooden bracelet, which made her very happy in her heart. After leaving, Hua Vaidong held the emperor's arm and showed off the wooden bracelet she was wearing, pointing out that they were identical, as if they were a match made in heaven. The emperor asked where she got the bracelet, and she replied, "It was bestowed by the empress. Older cousin and younger cousin are a match made in heaven." The emperor did not like to hear such talk, so he coldly took off his bracelet and gave it to Hua Vaidong. "I'll give this one to you too." The emperor left in a hurry, leaving Hua Vaidong standing alone in sadness. The emperor had fallen in love with the empress, but did not dare to say it directly, always making excuses to visit the empress's palace. Today, the emperor brought the memorials to the empress's palace for approval. Glancing and seeing that the empress was drawing a blueprint for making guns, he teased her, "Are you drawing a bird-hunting gun again? Before your leg has even healed, do you want to injure the other side as well?" The empress was annoyed, thinking, "This Kaivo Q is definitely here to pick a fight with me." The emperor wanted her to help him approve the memorials, but the memorials had issues related to the Deep family, so the emperor could only sigh, thinking to himself, "Even though she is Deep Tu Min's granddaughter, she is now my wife, Kaivo Q's. As long as she doesn't care about the interests of her maternal family, she will always support whatever decision I make." The emperor was imagining everything going his way, but unexpectedly, that memorial was crossed out by the empress, leaving the emperor stunned. The empress spoke her mind, making the emperor stare at her in astonishment. Honestly speaking, she left no way out, which displeased him. Indeed, this is the real Deep Lang Lang. A few days later, the emperor was reviewing the memorials. Suddenly, a eunuch fell to his knees on the ground and said, "This is bad, your majesty. The empress has gone mad." Hearing this, the emperor hurriedly rushed to check with a worried expression. Arriving at the scene, the emperor saw the empress standing on the roof. He shouted angrily, "Empress, stop messing around. Why did you climb so high? Your leg has just healed. Be careful not to make it worse." The eunuch hurriedly brought a ladder and prepared to climb up to bring the empress down. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. Everyone looked up at the roof and saw the empress holding a gun and shooting, looking truly majestic. Seeing this, the emperor was delighted and thought, "She has actually created a rapid-fire gun. This is truly surprising. She has succeeded." At this moment, the empress calmly said, "Vong Hu Tai, take the ladder away. I will not come down this time." The emperor reached out his hands, gesturing for her to jump down. The emperor opened his arms to catch the empress as she jumped. She did not hesitate at all. With a leap into the emperor's arms, the emperor's heart beat wildly. This scene made the eunuchs and maids look on with envy. The emperor asked her how many continuous shots it had. The empress replied, 6. Unexpectedly, the emperor burst into joyful laughter. Seeing this, the maids and eunuchs broke into a cold sweat, thinking, it's over, another person has gone mad. The emperor said to the empress, the previous weapon could only shoot one shot at a time. On the battlefield, we need this kind of weapon. The emperor took the blueprints drawn by the empress and ordered everyone to manufacture it according to her designs to be put into the hands of the soldiers. The emperor was in high spirits at this moment and asked what reward the empress wanted. The empress replied, I hope the emperor will appoint me as a general. The emperor immediately agreed. The empress looked hesitant and said, but this official position does not have a seal. The emperor said that generals do not have an official seal, so he gave the empress a tiger head tally. In the future, the empress could enter and leave the palace at will. Afterward, the emperor kept thinking about this, wondering if he would regret it. At Dain Swan Pavilion, the concubines were gathering at this moment. The empress did not see Consort Vong anywhere, so she told the maid to find out the reason. Just then, a maid ran in hurriedly to report that Consort Vong was pregnant. The emperor had many concubines, but had not had a single child to inherit the throne until now. Finally, Consort Vong was carrying the imperial offspring. At this moment, the concubines were stunned on the spot, unable to help but feel competitive. The empress sat thinking in the palace of earthly tranquility. The maid said, the big issue now is that Consort Vong is carrying the imperial offspring. The emperor will surely be very happy. After all, this is his first imperial offspring. In reality, the emperor once had a little princess, but she died suddenly when she was only 1 year old. Therefore, children are very important to the emperor. In addition, there were 2 other concubines who were once pregnant but failed to give birth. The empress teased the emperor. The emperor is so anxious to have a child that he flips the name tablets of the concubines every day, working hard to plant trees. The maids could not help but laugh. The empress leafed through the books, sighing in her heart, anyway, I have no intention of giving birth to a child for the emperor. In the future, no matter which concubine's son succeeds the throne, as long as I'm still alive when he ascends, I will be the empress dowager. The emperor is truly a passionate yet heartless man. Consort Vong was pregnant, but he did not seem to care. Instead, the emperor went to find the empress. Seeing the emperor arrive, the maids quickly left and closed the door. He immediately placed a kiss on the empress's lips. Before the empress could recover her senses, she was lifted by the emperor and placed on the bed. The emperor's purpose was all too clear. Tonight, he wanted to bed the empress. This frightened the empress. She said, Your Majesty, I am not feeling well today. The emperor shamelessly said, I will make you comfortable. This made the empress even more panicked. The empress wanted to find another excuse, so she said, Today I have my period. The emperor thick-skinnedly replied, I must check for myself. With all her excuses defeated, the empress felt like she was about to explode. Helpless, the empress whispered her thoughts. I don't want to serve you in bed. You have so many concubines, so go find someone else. The emperor could hardly bear it any longer. In the next second, he kissed the empress's face and whispered, No one is as good as you. The empress convinced herself that since they were husband and wife, consummating the marriage was unavoidable. Suddenly, the empress's mind was filled with images of the emperor with other concubines. A wave of nausea rushed over her, causing her to push the emperor away and throw up. Suppressing his anger, the emperor asked her, Do you hate me that much? To even throw up in such a disgusted manner? The emperor truly felt rejected and left in a rage. He carried that frustrated mood to the imperial court for several consecutive days, leaving all the court officials in a state of anxiety. Even the eunuchs did not dare to walk in front of the emperor. If they accidentally became an eyesore to the emperor, they would be finished. At this time, the emperor was with Hua Vaidong. The emperor played the zither, his face showing a gloomy and frustrated expression, while Hua Vaidong danced beside him to the music. Seeing the empress arrive, the emperor immediately grew angry and stopped playing. Hua Vaidong lost her balance and fell to the ground. The emperor hurriedly helped her up and asked, Are you all right? The emperor helped her up solely to anger the empress. The empress quietly observed them from the side, speechless. Seeing the empress arrive, Hua Vaidong intentionally curled up in the emperor's arms and acted coquettishly. Older cousin, you played too fast just now. She completely ignored the empress's presence and did not even greet her upon seeing her. The empress reprimanded Hua Vaidong for being too ignorant of the rules. Hua Vaidong hurriedly knelt on the ground to admit her fault, though she was resentful in her heart. The empress smiled faintly. If I do not punish a talent like you today, everyone in the harem will disregard the rules. Where would the majesty of this palace be? She then punished Hua Vaidong by making her kneel in front of the palace of earthly tranquility for 2 hours to learn the rules of the palace. While kneeling to receive her punishment, Hua Vaidong was ridiculed and slandered by the maids. As the Empress Dowager's niece, she had always been loved and pampered, so she could not accept this humiliation. A thought of revenge began to form in her mind. On this side, the Empress Dowager was having another headache because she had made a wrong move this time. She had thought that concubine Hien and Hua Vaidong, as her 2 trusted confidants, would team up to deal with the Empress, but unexpectedly these 2 were hostile toward each other. Concubine Hien felt that being with Talent Hua was very unlucky, while Talent Hua saw concubine Hien as scheming and did not want to associate with her. Therefore, the Empress Dowager had to find a new pawn to replace the one who could drag Yilang Lang down. On her part, the Empress guessed that the Empress Dowager would not let her off easily and was ready for the upcoming storm. The Empress guessed that Concubine Lu would join forces with Talon Hua. Concubine Lu was a woman who held a high status, was favored, and was straightforward, making her a good weapon. Those 2 have a grudge against me. One has a high status, and the other is malicious. Joining together, they make a perfect match. Hearing this, the maid was terrified and said, "What should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" The Empress calmly replied, "I do not care about those 2 women, as long as the Emperor does not help them." With a helpless face, the maid said, "The Emperor has not visited the palace of earthly tranquility for several days. How could he possibly help them?" The Empress stood up and said angrily, "It's better if he doesn't come. I actually find it more comfortable." The maid leaned close to the Empress's ear and whispered an important matter. "The Emperor has secretly left the palace. I heard he is going to a mysterious place." This aroused the Empress's curiosity. Knowing that the Emperor had been in a bad mood since leaving the palace of earthly tranquility that night, his personal eunuch suggested a place to help him resolve his issues. The eunuch took the Emperor to an unexpected place, a brothel. This was a famous pleasure house in the capital. As the Emperor entered, the courtesans flocked to surround and greet him. The Emperor looked at these vulgar women with disgust, truly not wanting to look at them a second time. Following behind and understanding the cue, the eunuch told the madam to call their most beautiful girl. The madam then brought over a girl named Jung Noyet. As soon as he sat down, the Emperor placed several banknotes on the table and said, "Let me ask you, how can a woman be willing to share a bed with a man?" Seeing a man offering banknotes along with such a question, the courtesan immediately became greedy. Wanting to seize this opportunity to change her fate, the hypocritical girl said, "Although I am in a brothel, I only sell my talents, not my body. Frankly, I have never been intimate with any man before." Unexpectedly, it backfired on her. Upon hearing them, the Emperor, with a face full of disgust, said, "Find me someone with more experience." A girl named Hong Van came to replace the previous one. Seeing the Emperor, she immediately went to hug his shoulder and cling to him. The Emperor pushed her to the seat opposite him. "I'm not here to play," he said, pointing to the stack of banknotes on the table. "Answer me one question, and this money is yours. How can a girl agree to share a bed with me?" While pulling the banknotes toward herself, the girl said, "Aya, such a handsome young master. I really cannot think of any girl who wouldn't be smitten upon seeing you." The Emperor said helplessly, "There's a woman who won't even let me touch her, and shows nothing but disgust whenever she sees me." The girl teased the Emperor, saying she must still be shy. The Emperor then said, "She already has a husband." Hearing this, the girl maintained a professional smile on the outside, but was filled with disgust on the inside, thinking, "I didn't expect someone with such a handsome face to actually be an idiot who is trying to seduce a married woman." Nevertheless, she offered her advice. "This woman definitely does not like you. There must be someone else in her heart." The Emperor was furious when he heard these words and barked at her to shut up. Inside the palace, just as the Empress had calculated, Hua Vaidong went to see concubine Lu, wanting to join forces to overthrow the Empress. After a conversation, a shocking conspiracy was being planned against the Empress. Returning to the imperial palace, the Emperor saw the Empress flying a kite. Suddenly, the kite fell onto the roof. Seeing this, the Emperor hesitated over whether he should help the Empress. Unexpectedly, the Empress asked her cousin, Commander Luke, for help. This action made the Emperor suspect even more that the Empress liked Commander Luke. Commander Luke brought the kite to the Empress. The sharp-eyed Empress noticed a wound on his neck and asked about it. Commander Luke said it was from sparring with a comrade and was only a minor injury. The Empress said that Commander Luke practicing martial arts was also to protect the Emperor, which was a commendable loyalty. She then ordered Vong Hutai to fetch some medicine for the wound. As a reward, the Emperor froze on the spot, unwilling to believe this truth. The Emperor was jealous again. He immediately recalled what the courtesan had told him. A woman who doesn't care about you must have someone else in her heart. Thinking of this, the Emperor gritted his teeth in anger, silently watching the Empress. Suddenly, a eunuch ran over to report some terrible news to the Emperor. Consort Vong had miscarried. Upon hearing the news, the Empress immediately rushed to Consort Vong's quarters to check on her. Unexpectedly, as soon as she set foot inside, the angry Empress Dowager barked, "You venomous woman, kneel down this instant." The Empress calmly replied, "My other foot is still outside the door." "I do not know who has angered Mother so." The Empress Dowager said angrily, "You still have a nerve to ask? Why did you harm Consort Vong?" "I burn incense and pray to Buddha every day, and it was only with great difficulty that Consort Vong conceived the imperial child this time. Yet you harmed her out of jealousy and envy." The Empress thought to herself, "Why is everything that happens in the back palace blamed on me?" She glanced at the Emperor, and seeing his angry face, she thought he cared deeply about the baby. In reality, however, the Emperor was angry about Commander Luke. Refusing to back down before the Empress Dowager, the Empress said, "Mother, you burn incense every day. In the end, either the Bodhisattva does not manifest or you're not sincere. None of this has anything to do with me. You claim that I harmed Consort Vong. Is there any evidence?" The Empress Dowager immediately fired back. "I and the Emperor would not accuse you without evidence." The Empress Dowager called the imperial physician to ask about the situation. The imperial physician said that Consort Vong was merely injured. It was due to a piece of shrapnel from a gunshot striking the bone, which was why the child could not be saved. At this moment, both the Empress and the Emperor knew the truth clearly. Because the Empress had been injured while playing with a gun, the Emperor had confiscated all the gunpowder and bullets, and even sent guards to watch her. Therefore, the culprit could not be the Empress. The Empress wanted to ask the Emperor to testify for her, but the Emperor offered no explanation on her behalf. His head was now completely filled with the thought of the Empress not liking him. Seeing that the Emperor did not speak up to help her and only wanted to watch the drama unfold, the Empress knew she could only rely on herself. She turned to the Empress Dowager and said, "I will not take blame for something I did not do. It is just that the culprit prepared everything to frame me. Therefore, within 5 days, I will present evidence to prove my innocence." Outside, the Empress reproached the Emperor. "Is it very amusing to see me fight all by myself?" The Emperor went off topic again, completely unconcerned about Consort Vong's miscarriage, and instead questioned the Empress, "Do you like your cousin?" The Empress did not understand what was going on or why the Emperor would suddenly say that. Meanwhile, the Emperor kept venting his jealousy. "The two of you grew up together and studied together. Even your martial arts were taught by him. When you encountered a tiger, you didn't even cry, yet you cry so easily in front of him." Getting more and more worked up as he spoke, the Emperor continued, "You worry about him. Seeing him injured, you immediately gifted him precious medicine. You protect him. In the palace, only the commander uses a gun. Yet when you were framed, you didn't even point to him as a suspect. Your father even wanted to marry you to him. It's just a pity that in the end, you still had to marry me." Unable to bear it any longer, the Empress raised her voice. "Emperor, what nonsense are you talking? A match made in heaven is complete rubbish." The Emperor hugged the Empress and said, "Are you willing to prove that to me? Don't just use empty words. Do I have a place in your heart?" The Emperor slowly let go of the Empress. Before leaving, he turned around and said, "Yi Lang Lang, no matter who you have in your heart, you are forever mine." The Emperor felt very troubled whenever he thought of the Empress. The eunuch wanted to plead with the Emperor to clear the Empress's name, But unexpectedly, the emperor was provoked. The emperor said angrily, "When did I ever say I wouldn't save her? I just don't want to think about her for a few days." The emperor was smug about his plan. "When the empress has no way out, I will naturally step in to clear her name, so she knows who she can rely on." Little did he know that later, this would be a slap in his own face, causing the empress to lose even more of her goodwill toward him. Meanwhile, the empress went to see Consort Vong, who looked haggard after just losing her child. She knelt on the ground in pain, pulling the empress's sleeve and begging, "Empress, please find the person behind this. Only you can help me avenge my poor child." The empress asked her, "Why are you begging me?" The empress dowager said, "I was the one who did it. So why do you still trust me?" The pitiful Consort Vong said, "If you really wanted to harm me, why would you cover everything up, trying to leave no trace? Why would you use a gun so blatantly?" The empress fell into thought. Even Consort Vong knows I was framed, so why didn't the others realize it? So many people in the palace want to harm me. In that case, I must live well and live for a very long time for all of you to see. The empress ordered her people to reenact the scene of Consort Vong being shot to see if they could find any clues. The empress went outside. At that time, Consort Vong was facing away from the door and the wound was slanted across her shoulder. On the opposite wall, there was a footprint left behind, as well as marks from a hidden claw. This area was very quiet. Normally, it seemed no one came by. At the time of the crime, the young eunuch on duty in this corridor also said he did not see anyone pass through, so there were no witnesses. The empress ordered her people to inquire about whom that young eunuch on duty had been associating with recently, asking for as much detail as possible, especially anyone related to carpenters, weapons, or who knew how to use a gun. The empress recalled her mistake. She had lost some gunpowder, and the bullet that Hugh Duk surely had not found, yet might have fallen into someone else's hands. The next day, the empress found a eunuch named Tran Kok, a young eunuch of concubine, who was usually very fond of guns. She brought him before the empress dowager, the empress, and the concubines for interrogation. At first, the young eunuch insisted he was innocent. Without hesitation, the empress ordered torture, which terrified him into crying out for mercy. "This servant will tell everything. Please don't do this." He said he had found the empress's gun by the river. Concubine Lu found out and told him to keep it until a few days ago. Concubine Lu ordered him to use the gun to harm Consort Vong, and then told him to throw the gun into Tay Pond. However, he felt it was a waste, so he secretly kept it. At this moment, Concubine Lu panicked and hastily begged the emperor for forgiveness. The emperor looked at her with disgust and anger, not wanting to look at her even once more. He ordered Concubine Lu to be demoted to Concubine 2, leaving the rest for the empress to handle. Concubine Lu's face turned pale, and her whole body trembled. The empress angrily wanted to execute Concubine Lu, but since she was still of use, she only sentenced her to 40 strokes of the paddle. Concubine Lu screamed for mercy, but it was in vain. This was indeed a case of trying to harm others only to end up harming oneself. The empress directed her gaze toward the other concubines to show her authority. "Since both the emperor and the empress dowager are merciful, today I will only punish Concubine Lu with 40 strokes as a warning. If anyone plays tricks behind my back in the future, I will show absolutely no mercy." The emperor stared blankly at the empress, who looked like a proud, victorious wild cat. The empress looked at the emperor proudly. "Does the emperor have anything to say to me?" The emperor felt ashamed before her. He had thought that in the end, when the empress could do nothing, he would step in to rescue her and become the hero in her heart. Now, reality had slapped him right in the face. The emperor went to the brothel again to get advice from the courtesan. "Tell me how I can win her over." In the girl's eyes, the emperor was an idiot. Indeed, for men in this world, only what they cannot obtain is good. She wondered which unlucky woman had caught his eye. In order not to lose this business, the courtesan did not dare to speak the truth, only sweet-talking him. Actually, the kind of man women like most is the cold type. The more indifferent you are to her, the more she will care about you. This is called playing hard to get. The more you scold her and humiliate her, the more she will listen to you. The emperor began to doubt when he heard this. I don't know about others, but for Yi Lang Lang, doing that would have very serious consequences. Knowing this method wouldn't work, the emperor asked again, "Is there no other way?" Wanting to fish for information, the girl hesitated and said, "May I ask what kind of person your wife is, young master?" The emperor sighed. "In short, you just need to know she is a very difficult person to please." The courtesan continued to sweet talk. Since she is hard to please, It's not that there's no other way. You just need to constantly treat her well and make her happy. Over a long period, even a stone will melt, let alone a human heart. The emperor asked again, how should I treat her well? Gift her things she likes with a gentle attitude. The girl looked at the emperor with a hint of criticism. I've seen you come here twice, but I've never seen you smile. When talking, you should smile. Hearing this, the emperor thought it was a good idea, so he practiced and flashed a devilish smile that terrified the girl. Well, let's switch to another method. Please don't use this one, or you'll scare her away completely. At concubine Lu's palace, Hua Vaidong came to visit her again. Seeing her, concubine Lu was furious and resentful. What did you come here for? You even suggested that plan to me. Hasn't it ruined me enough? Contrary to usual, Hua Vaidong's actions were very surprising. She slapped her own face with her hand, knelt down, and admitted her guilt. Your useless younger sister has harmed you, elder sister. I haven't been in the palace long, so I didn't know the empress was so cunning. Today, I did not come here expecting you to forgive me, but only hoping that you wouldn't be angry anymore. She even boldly patted her chest. If you feel displeased, you can beat me with a paddle a few times right now. As long as it helps you vent your anger, I will definitely help you. Hua Vaidong also began to get to her main purpose for coming here. Sister, do you know Commander Luke? I heard that he and the Empress are cousins. And so, another framing plot was designed by these two cunning people. At concubine Hien's palace, the emperor sat beside concubine Hien, but his mind was entirely on the Empress, lost in thought. Concubine Hien called the emperor back to his senses. Your Majesty, you said you wanted to hear me play the zither, so why are you so distracted now? The emperor smiled. It is my mistake. But it got strange. The very next second, he grabbed concubine Hien's hand, narrowed his eyes with a smile, and called her Lang Lang. Realizing his mistake, the emperor quickly slipped away. Concubine Hien never expected that the emperor actually regarded her merely as a substitute for the empress. She and the emperor had once loved each other very much. She was willing to share her man with others, but she could never accept being someone else's substitute. Everyone said the emperor hated the empress, but the truth was not so. Indeed, the emperor's heart could never be predicted. A heart full of resentment and a desire for revenge against the empress began to form in concubine Hien's mind. The main cause of the empress's impending misfortune all came from the emperor. The emperor only wanted to see the empress, so he decided to move from concubine Hien's palace to the empress's palace. The emperor's heart was now filled with longing for the empress day and night. Through the eunuch's words, he learned that the empress was currently ice skating at Pond. Approaching, he saw the empress happily playing with everyone. Involuntarily, a smile appeared on the emperor's lips. The empress suddenly rushed toward the emperor. Only the sound of them falling to the ground was heard, as the two of them held each other. At this moment, though the emperor was in pain, his heart felt happy. The empress stood up and showed concern for the emperor. Without saying a word, the emperor suddenly pulled the empress's hand and held her in his arms. He only wished that time would freeze at this moment, as such an opportunity was rare. Scene transition. The emperor went to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager. Hua Vaidong was also there, bad-mouthing the empress in front of the Empress Dowager, slandering the empress and her cousin Lukelai as having very deep feelings for each other. The emperor was so angry that he could not listen anymore and slammed his teacup onto the table. Knowing that what her niece said affected the Empress Dowager immediately paved the way for her to carry out her dirty scheme. The Empress Dowager said strictly to the emperor, "Why are you losing your temper? Vaidong, say whatever you want. I am here to back you up." Hua Vaidong pretended to hesitate and said, "Actually, it's nothing. The night before last, my mind was troubled, so I wanted to go to the Ingwa Hall to pray to Buddha. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the inner courtyard, I heard the sound of a man and a woman laughing and talking inside the hall. Out of curiosity, but standing a bit far away, I only heard that the woman seemed to be the empress, and she called the man cousin. That's why I asked about this matter today." The Empress Dowager said, "Some things cannot be spoken of carelessly. Are you sure you witnessed it with your own eyes?" Hua Vaidong put on an innocent face and said with certainty, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, I can swear to it right here." The Empress Dowager sounded out the emperor's opinion. "Emperor, what do you think?" The emperor previously felt jealous of Commander Luke, but hearing this now, he did not lose his mind to jealousy. The emperor cast a warning glance at Hua Vaidong and said, "There is no need to trouble you. Empress Mother. I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. We absolutely cannot ruin another's innocence. The consort planned to frame the Empress, and she was condoned by the Empress Dowager. The Emperor felt a bit jealous upon hearing that the Empress was having an affair with her cousin. After the Emperor left, the Empress Dowager rebuked Hua Vai Dung. You are just a minor talent. How dare you speak ill of the Empress in front of the Emperor? Fortunately, I was there to back you up. Otherwise, what would have happened? Hua Vai Dung tried her best to please her, saying, I was afraid of implicating you, Empress Dowager, so I didn't want to worry you. The Emperor is a filial son, so the Empress Dowager relied on that and did not hesitate to cause trouble for the Empress. The Empress Dowager was concerned that the Emperor would not believe what Hua Vai Dung said. The latter was smug, as if everything was going according to her plan. She smiled so widely that her eyes squinted. As long as the Emperor witnesses it with his own eyes, he will have to believe it. Returning to his palace, the Emperor could not focus on his work, so he summoned someone from the Palace of Earthly Tranquility to question them. Through the eunuch, the Emperor learned that for the past few days, the Empress went out every night exactly at the 2nd quarter of the hour of the dog, and returned at the 5th quarter of the hour of the boar, but no one knew where she went. The Emperor thought to himself, knowing that he had not been at the Palace of Earthly Tranquility during those times for the past few days. Originally, he used to review memorials at the Palace of Earthly Tranquility every night. However, moving the documents was troublesome, and besides, the Empress did not like feeling constrained. Therefore, he stayed at the Hall of Mental Cultivation to finish reviewing the memorials and only went to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility late at night. The Emperor became even more curious about where the Empress went at that hour. Meanwhile, a little eunuch handed the Empress's sachet to Commander Luke and delivered message. The Empress wants to meet you at the 5th quarter of the hour of the boar. You will meet at Inghua Hall. Holding the sachet, Commander Luke was filled with doubt. This sachet is indeed Lang Lang's, hand-embroidered by her. With her forgetful nature, she likely misplaced it and someone else picked it up to exploit. Moreover, Lang Lang is always proper. Summoning me in the dead of night is something she would never do. If she wanted to meet me in private, why didn't she send her trusted confidant instead of a stranger to deliver the message? Realizing this was a trap to frame Lang Lang, he secretly planned to eliminate the impending threat for Lang Lang as soon as possible. Meanwhile, as usual, when the time came, the Empress set off for Inghua Hall to practice martial arts. Arriving at Inghua Hall, the Empress prepared to practice. Her maid was skeptical and asked, Your Highness, does the martial arts book Vong Hu Tai brought really work? The Empress had not finished practicing, so how could she know if it worked or not? Not wanting to be disturbed, she told the maid to go outside and stand guard. A moment later, the maid was surprised to see Commander Luke arrive. Seeing the maid guarding the door, he walked over, handed her the sachet, and instructed, Put this away to prevent the Empress from losing her things again. Holding the sachet, the maid broke into a cold sweat and gasped. This indeed went missing a few days ago. How did it end up in your hands? The chatter outside interrupted her practice, so the Empress opened the door to see what was happening. She did not expect her cousin to be here, since she was practicing martial arts and had now run into someone with superior skills. She excitedly handed him the book and said, Your martial arts are great. Come and study this book with me. What is this book all about? Reading through the book, he said, It is merely some basic internal energy cultivation. It is fine for you to practice it. Hearing this, the Empress was a bit displeased, so she said loudly, This is a precious book of peerless martial arts. Hearing this from the Empress made him break into a sweat in front of a professional martial artist, and he quickly tried to smooth things over. Then it must be my poor memory making me misread it. Congratulations, cousin, on obtaining a peerless martial art. Just then, the Emperor walked in with a cold face and said, It seems I have arrived at an opportune time. The Empress wanted to explain this unexpected situation, but looking back, she saw that a crowd of people had already arrived behind him, including the Empress Dowager and Hua Vai Dung. With her sharp and intelligent mind, she knew this was clearly a pre-planned trap to catch her in an affair, aiming to drive her into a corner. Even the Emperor could not help but be surprised to see the Empress Dowager. Empress Mother, why are you here? Why can I not come? Although I have not managed the affairs of the six palaces for a long time, I cannot allow someone to throw the imperial harem into chaos, leaving no one in peace. The Empress Dowager kept casting her gaze toward the Empress. Of course, we must investigate to prevent someone from plotting in secret, tarnishing the dignity and lineage of the imperial family. I really did not expect Manhwa Hall to be so lively. The Empress Dowager began to interrogate and accuse the Empress. If the Empress wishes to reminisce about the past with Commander Luke, it would be better to avoid a place of Buddhist worship. Clenching her fists to suppress her anger, the Empress calmly replied, "Empress Mother, you are overthinking. I was practicing martial arts in Manhwa Hall and happened to run into Commander Luke. Everyone knows Commander Luke possesses superior martial arts skills. I only wanted to seek his guidance." The Empress Dowager argued, "Commander Luke is not on duty here today. Why did he meet you here?" The Empress wittily replied, "Empress Mother, you certainly know a lot. You even remember Commander Luke's duty hours so clearly." At this moment, the Emperor also spoke up, "Empress, I will give you a chance to explain." Unwilling to back down, the Empress retorted, "I have already explained. Why did you not hear my explanation just now?" Right then, the Empress Dowager pointed at the Empress and shouted, "Audacious wench! How dare you speak to the Emperor like that? You are truly lawless." Guards, drag this adulterous couple away. Knowing she was framed, the Empress did not flinch. Facing the Empress Dowager's accusations, she calmly countered, "I can understand that Empress Mother is thinking of the purity and order of the imperial harem. However, making things difficult for us without any evidence would be lawless. Having planned this beforehand, the Empress Dowager ordered a search on Commander Luke. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. After searching thoroughly, they found nothing. The Empress Dowager questioned him again. "Then please explain, Commander Luke, why did you appear here tonight and even chat so merrily? Prepare beforehand." Commander Luke calmly replied, "Your servant received the Emperor's secret decree to come here and protect the Emperor. As for other matters, I do not know." The Emperor was bewildered. "I have never given you any secret decree, let alone summoned you here." Commander Luke asserted, "Your servant dares not tell a single lie. Yesterday, a eunuch carrying the Emperor's token came to deliver the decree. Even if I had doubts, I would not dare to be negligent. I did not expect the Empress to be here. Seeing that the Emperor was not present, I took the liberty to inquire of the Empress. After that, the Empress brought out a martial arts book and asked me a few questions. Coincidentally, both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager arrived here. Commander Luke took out the jade pendant and presented it to the Emperor. Holding the jade pendant, the Emperor was also surprised. This was indeed his jade pendant, but it had long been discarded and put away. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager thought, "Could my son be on my side? It's just that this scheme was too easily exposed." The Empress was displeased and thought, as expected, Kaivo Q is playing tricks. It's just that this trick is too despicable. The Emperor clutched the jade pendant, his hand trembling, realizing someone was playing tricks to frame the Empress, and he had unwittingly contributed to it. The Emperor resolved the matter. "This is likely a forged imperial decree. I will definitely investigate this thoroughly. Which servant could be so audacious?" The matter ended, and everyone went their separate ways, leaving only the Emperor in misery. Knowing he had offended the Empress today, he ran after her, wanting to hold her hand and explain. Unexpectedly, he was shunned and dodged by the Empress. She turned around and said, "The Emperor is too despicable." The Emperor broke into a sweat and explained, "I really knew nothing about that jade pendant." The Empress did not care and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the Emperor, whom the consorts yearned for and vied for day and night, was now trailing after the Empress to explain like a puppy that knew it had done wrong. Perhaps a servant from the Palace of Heavenly Purity stole it to do something reckless. "How could I help another man steal my own wife?" The maid following the Empress said, "Your Highness, it seems that jade pendant was indeed not personally given by the Emperor." The Empress was smart, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The one who played the trick was not him, but he still ran here to catch me in the act. He actually hoped that my cousin and I were having an affair. At this rate, all the money the Emperor spent at brothels to learn how to woo her has gone down the drain. Commander Luke breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the Empress escape the ordeal. "Fortunately, I stole that jade pendant. In the future, even if someone accuses us to the Emperor, he won't believe them easily." Returning to his palace, The Emperor clutched the jade pendant in his hand. Fortunately, Commander Luke found out that the Empress Dowager wanted to frame Lang Lang. Therefore, he had prepared this 9-dragon pendant beforehand to replace the token and turn the tables. Forget it, I will not punish Commander Luke this time. But the Empress Dowager wanted to frame the Empress for adultery. I will absolutely not tolerate it. The Emperor gently climbed onto the bed, looked at the Empress, and sighed. Do you know that I was truly afraid it was true? A few days later, a maid reported to the Empress, at the Plum residence, a little eunuch has hanged himself. The Empress Dowager told Commander Luke to check if that was the person who forged the imperial decree. Just then, her close eunuch ran in and whispered, Your Highness, Commander Luke asked me to ask you if there is anyone you want to deal with. Hearing this, the Empress immediately understood her cousin's intention. The Empress Dowager wanted to silence the witness to wrap things up quietly. The eunuch who hanged himself earlier was definitely either the one who forged the imperial decree or had received other orders. But because the only witness is my cousin, whatever he says is true will be true, and whatever he says is false will be false. Yesterday's incident was due to my lack of vigilance. If my cousin hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid this wouldn't have been so simple. The Empress was not someone to be trifled with, so she told the eunuch to pass on the message. Thank him for his concern, but I can deal with those I want to handle myself. She really did not want her cousin to be dragged into the harem struggles, becoming a thorn in the side of many, just like herself. At night, the Empress lay awake tossing and turning, so the Emperor asked caringly, What are you thinking about? The Empress turned to him and asked seriously, Emperor, can you tell me who else instigated last night's plot besides the Empress Dowager? The Emperor, who had a headache, trying to appease the Empress's anger, quickly confessed now that he had the chance, not daring to hesitate at all. In front of the Empress, the Emperor was like a child who had made a mistake, honestly admitting his fault. Throughout the night, the Emperor kept hugging the Empress tightly, making her uncomfortable and unable to sleep. As she was dozing, the Empress felt too hot and frustrated, as if something was pressing down on her body. She couldn't remove it. Extremely annoyed, this time she decided to pull it away once and for all, only to realize it was the Emperor's rod. A heart-wrenching shriek from the Emperor, due to the excruciating pain, rang out. The Emperor had many concubines, but did not want to sleep with them, spending all day trying to please the Empress. Now his marital tool was damaged by the Empress. The imperial physician, sweating profusely, reported, for the next few days, conjugal relations are strictly forbidden. Next time, please be a bit gentler. The Empress was a bit embarrassed and speechless. The Emperor was already in pain. But now, being cared for by the Empress, he did do his best to act spoiled, making the Empress blame herself even more. Taking the opportunity, the Emperor pulled the Empress's hand, pulled her down onto his chest, and whispered, Lang Lang, don't be angry anymore. Having received the Empress's forgiveness, the Emperor felt that getting hurt like this was worth it. Although it was very painful, he gained a lot. The scene changes. The Emperor was reviewing memorials when the Empress's arrival took him by surprise. Why are you here? Is something the matter? The Empress replied, No. The Emperor took the opportunity to act conceited. So you missed me, and that's why you came to find me? The Empress replied, I only came to watch the drama for fun. This left the Emperor puzzled as to what trick the Empress was playing. The Emperor handed her a memorial and said, Take a look at this first. It's guaranteed to be very lively. Looking at the content inside, the Empress immediately lowered her face and said with a serious expression, The neighboring barbarian tribes are gathering their armies and might attack our great Chi all at once. If this is true, we will have to divide our forces in all directions, which will be very disadvantageous. The Emperor helped the Empress sit down, looked at her passionately, and thought, My woman is indeed very smart. The Emperor slowly opened the map, analyzed it, and said, If these people truly want to attack our great Chi and seize our land, their ambition is too grand. Perhaps it is not that simple. Then he asked the Empress, How do you think we should deploy our troops? The Empress suggested many ways that sounded quite good, but the Emperor said, But you forgot one thing. In battle, one cannot rely too much on geographical advantages. Ultimately, what decides victory or defeat is the people. The Emperor proposed a good solution. We should not attack the other tribes. We should target the strongest tribe, the Jurchens, who are in a period of revival. Their soldiers are extremely powerful and ambitious. If we defeat them, showing the strength of our Chi, no one else will dare to invade. The Empress looked at the Emperor with admiration. You are truly amazing. the emperor said with a proud face. Then hurry up and reward me with a kiss. As he spoke, he moved his face closer to the empress. Full of anticipation, the empress was about to kiss him, but unexpected loud noise outside annoyed the emperor as his intimate moment was interrupted. Who was making such a ruckus outside? The eunuch reported, Huavai Dung has arrived and requests an audience with the emperor. The empress smiled and said, the drama has arrived. Annoyed that his good moment was ruined, the emperor ordered the eunuch to send her away. Unexpectedly, Huavai Dung made a life-and-death fuss, demanding to see him at all costs. The eunuch could not stop Huavai Dung from bursting in. Upon seeing the emperor, she immediately broke into tears, looking pitiful, and begged the emperor to seek justice for her. The girl whose beauty was once praised by everyone now had not a single hair left on her head, weeping as she accused the empress of harming her. Looking at her appearance, the empress could not help but laugh and tease her. Cousin, did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you suddenly bald like this? The girl glared at the empress with eyes full of resentment. Pointing at the empress, she raised her voice. You are a wicked woman. The emperor asked the empress in a low voice, did you do this? Showing no fear, the empress directly admitted, I did it, so what? She could try to harm me, but I cannot poison her. Besides, she even used you. Consider this my revenge on your behalf. The emperor did not object. Nodding seriously, the empress has a point. Huavai Dung suddenly grabbed the emperor's sleeve, weeping and begging him to punish the empress and do her justice. The empress put on a majestic and oppressive aura. I can make you lose your hair, and I can also make you lose your head. Right now, I am being virtuous and merciful by sparing your life. So behave yourself from now on. Wait until your hair grows long enough before trying to act like a hero again. The emperor could no longer hold it in and covered his mouth to snicker. Ignoring Huavai Dung kneeling and crying loudly, he ordered, Talent Hua has no hair, which looks unsightly. Demote her to the 8th rank and suspend her stipend for half a year. She had cried loudly all this time only to get nothing, and was now even more miserable than before. The emperor turned his gaze to the empress and flirted. You look so beautiful. Suddenly praised, the empress blushed red. The two of them returned to their previous topic and conversed in great harmony. Today, the emperor went to visit the Empress Dowager again. The Empress Dowager blamed the emperor for not sleeping with the concubines, instead spending all day at the empress's palace, without worrying about heirs. The emperor, however, did not care at all. The Empress Dowager summoned the imperial physician and threatened him to inquire about the emperor's health lately. Terrified, the imperial physician did not dare hide it and honestly reported that some time ago, the emperor's dragon root was injured and he needed time to recuperate. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager did not want to believe it was true. How could the emperor of a country, without any heir, suffer from such an ailment? 3 days later, at the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, the empress curiously asked the emperor, everyone says you injured your dragon root and are no longer functional. The emperor, who was drinking water, almost choked. He could ignore what others said, but he definitely could not let the empress think that way. The emperor stepped forward, took the empress's hand, and told her to close her eyes. Obediently, the empress closed her eyes. The emperor then let her feel for herself how his dragon root was. The empress immediately withdrew her hand in disgust and turned her head away. This repulsive feeling is here again. The emperor's spirit instantly deflated, his face full of distress. Does she hate physical contact with me that much? Meanwhile, two scheming women were sitting together, weeping and sharing their grievances. Huavai Dung wept and complained to concubine Lu, she not only harmed you, sister, but also me. With my current appearance, I will no longer receive the emperor's favor. Concubine Lu, being more cunning, knew that revenge was not the priority right now. The most important thing was to win the emperor's heart. The emperor was disheartened, not understanding why he was always detested by the empress like this. He went to the flower garden to relax, but unexpectedly, concubine Lu also came here. Your Majesty, have you also come here to enjoy the scenery? The wind is cold here. Please have a cup of tea to warm up. Unexpectedly, the empress also arrived at this moment, seeing the two of them drinking tea intimately. She turned around to leave. The emperor spoke up, Empress, why don't you come over and sit with us? Although the empress did not want to, she forced herself to sit down. Concubine Lu said politely, "This servant did not know your imperial majesty was coming, so I only prepared 2 cups of tea. I hope the empress will forgive me." Since the empress had also brought her own tea, she did not say much. The palace maid understood and quickly brewed tea for the empress. Right at that moment, an assassin suddenly rushed forward, intending to assassinate the emperor. Concubine Lu quickly pushed the emperor aside. The empress, on the other hand, was not flustered at all. She immediately threw her teacup at the assassin. Seizing the opportunity, the emperor struck down the assassin with a single palm strike. The clever empress knew that if the assassin failed, he would commit suicide. So she ordered the guards to watch him closely and prevent him from killing himself. The imperial guards arrived to escort him. Before the assassin was led away, the empress spoke up. "This assassin is wearing a guard's uniform. Look at his face. Does he look familiar?" The guard reported, "He is Kang Thuo-lok, a third-class guard." The emperor asked, "Why are you afraid he might commit suicide?" "I am afraid that if he dies, there will be no witness to testify." The emperor asked again, "Why would there be no witness?" Looking with slight annoyance at concubine Lu, who was hugging the emperor, the empress silently cursed in her heart that this emperor was truly meddlesome. At Kan Nin Palace, the empress learned from her maid that the emperor had summoned Commander Luke to begin the investigation. The empress pondered. An assassin in the palace meant that, no matter what, Luke Lai could not escape responsibility. If things went badly, someone might accuse him of conspiring with the assassin, and by extension, the Luke family and the Deep family would not escape responsibility either. Her grandfather could be accused of rebellion. She did not know what Kai Vo Q would do this time. Therefore, she had to find the real culprit before Kai Vo Q. The empress speculated on the situation of that night. Why did the assassin try to assassinate Kai Vo Q? First, it could be a deep-seated hatred or a plot to rebel. Regardless, Kai Vo Q was a wise ruler, so the possibility of mere assassination was very small. If it were a rebellion, it would be even stranger. Right now, the nation is at peace. The premise of a coup is that there must be a legitimate successor to the throne, but he has no brothers, so there is basically no way to seize the throne. The empress suddenly realized, what if he didn't actually want to kill anyone? The empress reasoned further. As soon as the assassin appeared, concubine Lu pushed Kai Vo Q away without hesitation. How could someone who has never practiced martial arts react so quickly? Thus, there was only one possibility. She wanted to win favor and was driven mad by it. How truly foolish. Once it failed, attempting to assassinate the emperor would result in the execution of her entire clan. The empress was determined to find a way to make her confess, and absolutely could not let the Deep family be implicated. The empress went to Lo Hoa Palace to see concubine Lo. Without beating around the bush, as there were only the 2 of them left in the room, she spoke up, "I'm truly curious, little sister, what exactly did you give Kang Thuo-lok to make him so willing to seek his own death?" Concubine Lu was somewhat startled and fearful in her heart, but she remained stubborn. "This servant does not know what your imperial majesty is talking about. Please forgive this servant for being unable to accept this groundless accusation." The empress said coldly, "Stop acting. You are not an actor, and your performance is terrible. Are you not afraid of implicating General Tu?" Concubine Lu was now breaking out in a cold sweat. Right at this moment, the emperor arrived. She rushed forward to hide in the emperor's embrace, weeping and begging for help. Having already seen through her scheme, the emperor felt disgusted and pushed her away, saying, "Go out first." The emperor was jealous again, thinking that the empress was protecting Commander Luke and would do anything for his sake. The empress was somewhat annoyed. "I do not believe you did not notice the suspicious aspects of this matter. My interrogation of her is completely reasonable. The 2 of you are basically trying to use their own scheme against them to find a mastermind." The emperor did not expect himself to look so terrible in the empress's eyes. His face looked very unsightly. "Is that how you look at me? Do you think I would twist black into white and stop at nothing?" Thus, they both held their own thoughts, and neither would back down. In the next moment, the empress kicked the door open and walked out with a gloomy face. Concubine Lu took the opportunity to grab the emperor's arm and act spoiled. Unexpectedly, the emperor pushed her arm away and said coldly, "General Tu has fought on the battlefield his entire life, loyal to the state. I do not wish for him to end up with the charge of treason in the end. Therefore, You should resolve this matter yourself." Concubine Lu sat dumbfounded on the floor. She never expected that her plotting to win the emperor's favor would now bring a great catastrophe upon her entire family. The emperor placed the sword on the table to examine it. The empress's words from earlier that day echoed in his mind, and he could not help but sigh. How could the emperor not know that concubine was the most suspicious one, even though concubine was plotting against him in this imperial harem? Every woman is scheming against me, except for Deep Lang Lang. The more he thought, the more heartbroken the emperor became. She does not scheme against me because she fundamentally does not care about me. I am simply not at her heart. And all of this is because of Luke Lai. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. So he stood up, took the sword from the table, and headed to Kan Nin Palace. Placing the sword on the table, the emperor said, "This is the assassin's sword. There's poison on it, so he really wanted to kill me." The empress replied with a cold expression, "I cannot think of a reason why the assassin wanted to kill you, but I can think of the reason why poison was smeared on this sword." The emperor stared in disbelief, his hands trembling as he listened to the empress's cold words. The emperor now also lost his patience, speaking coldly to the empress. "Have you forgotten who your husband is?" The empress replied, "My husband would not spend every day plotting to harm my entire family." The emperor's face and tone grew freezing cold. "I have never wanted to harm your family. But if you push me again, Empress, I really wouldn't mind giving it a try." The empress told herself to calm down. "If that is the case, can I meet the assassin for a moment?" Meeting the assassin? The empress wanted to find out who had ordered him. However, the assassin refused to say a single word. For some reason, the assassin knew that his actions would harm many people, yet he forced himself to do it anyway. But because Commander Luke had always treated him well, he told the empress one thing. Last night, someone bribed him, saying that he only had to frame Commander Luke and Lord Deep for conspiring together. The empress deeply misunderstood, believing that the person behind this was the emperor. Since the emperor had already acted, there was now no other way. The only option left was to force concubine Lu to speak. The empress wanted to quickly make her way to concubine Lu's palace, only to be informed on the way by a eunuch that concubine Lu had died. According to the maid, the empress learned that concubine Lu had died of poisoning, and the cause was poison in her tea. The empress clenched her hands, trembling when she learned that the emperor only sent eunuch Feng to posthumously elevate her consort rank. Now that she was dead, the emperor did not even visit her once. For better or worse, she was once a favored consort. Whether out of cold-heartedness or a guilty conscience, the heart of a ruler is indeed as hard as a stone. The empress sat lost in thought. The emperor felt a bit saddened, wanting their relationship to be harmonious and return to normal. So he held her hand and whispered, "Let's not fight anymore, all right?" In response, the emperor froze at the empress's words. "Your Majesty is truly scheming." The empress questioned if concubine Lu's death was ordered by the emperor. The emperor calmly replied, "She brought death upon herself. You and I both know it. If she didn't commit suicide, that a family would have been implicated." The two of them continued to argue over the assassin's case, with neither willing to back down. The empress wanted the emperor to quickly handle the assassin's case publicly. The emperor, however, had his own plans. He knew that concubine Lu had been manipulated by someone else. The poison sword meant someone wanted to kill him, so he wanted to use Kang Thua Lok to find a mastermind. But the empress became even more convinced that her theory was correct. The emperor wanted to use this incident to destroy the Luke family and the Deep family. That was why the emperor had brought an imperial decree to the Ministry of Justice prison, tempting Kang Thua Lok by promising to spare his life if he testified that the Luke family and the Deep family committed high treason. Wrongfully accused by the emperor's heart was filled with frustration. He grew jealous again, thinking that the empress only cared about Commander Luke and was completely indifferent to his own life. "I was almost killed by the assassin. Do you feel any fear or worry for me at all?" The empress remained stubborn in her thinking. "I only want to ask you one thing. What must be done this time for you to spare the Luke family and the Deep family?" The empress's words provoked the emperor's domineering nature. He stepped forward and lifted her chin. "As long as you serve me well, I will spare whoever you want me to spare. What do you say?" Though he said this, the emperor felt differently in his heart. He blamed himself for the words he had just uttered, dreading the empress's reaction. He did not want their relationship to remain so conflict-ridden. However, the empress's next action froze him for a few seconds. Unexpectedly, the empress wrapped her arms around the emperor's neck and placed a kiss on his lips. Although the emperor had many concubines, the empress's action made him feel like an adolescent boy. His face flushed, his heart raced, and his hands and feet became clumsy. The empress knew she was his wife, and sooner or later, this would happen anyway. Carrying the empress to the bed, the emperor's mind was in turmoil, telling himself to remain calm, as this was only natural between husband and wife. She is mine. She is really mine now. Yet, the emperor felt that obtaining the empress in this manner was wrong. A conflict raged in his mind. If I do not stop now, I will regret it later. Facing the beautiful empress, the emperor could no longer control his rationality. And so, what was bound to happen happened. The two shared a passionate night, yet neither felt any joy. The empress, with tears streaming down her face, saw the emperor off. The emperor also walked out in a daze, his heart heavy. Disregarding his imperial image, he lay down in the middle of the snow-covered winter ground, covering his face in regret. Blaming himself, I have clearly obtained her, but why does it feel like I have lost her? The emperor left Kan Nin Palace in the middle of the night and returned to San Tan Palace alone. This matter quickly spread throughout the palace. Meanwhile, a maid was reporting the news to concubine Hien. Your ladyship, guess what the empress did to make the emperor so angry? Concubine Hien speculated. Concubine Lu's death is very strange. On the day the emperor was assassinated, the empress was also present. The empress just watched as concubine used her body to shield him and gain great merit. She must have been jealous and harbored resentment. The maid wanted to seize the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, but concubine Hien stopped her. No need, we just need to sit back and watch the show. From the guard's report, the emperor learned that the person who forged the imperial decree to Kang Thua Lok was dead. Kang Thua Lok still did not utter a single word. Meanwhile, all they knew was that before the assassination attempt, the emperor, who was famous for avoiding women, had visited a brothel. The emperor went to investigate the case, but also wanted to seek love advice from the brothel girl. He had now become a regular customer there. The brothel girl gasped in shock after hearing the emperor recount the incident. I told you to be humble, attentive, and gentle, not to be so rough. You've ruined it. All your previous efforts have gone down the drain. Her face darkened as she asked, does her husband know you did that? The emperor was momentarily speechless, then whispered, I am her husband. The brothel girl's eyes widened in utter disbelief, like a bolt from the blue. Where did this weird guy come from? Touching his own wife, yet acting as stealthy as a thief. And his wife was also extremely bizarre. Why was she so proud toward a husband who was both handsome and wealthy? Did she want to marry the emperor instead? But for the sake of the banknotes, she dared not speak her mind. She maintained her professional smile and offered her usual flowery advice. Young master indeed has deep affection for your wife. You are respectable, pitiful, tormented, and patient. The emperor was stunned and asked, what do you mean by deep affection? She thought to herself, this guy is really not quite right in the head. Yet she kept speaking flowery words. You are a rare and precious lover. The affection young master has for your wife truly moves me. The emperor pondered the girl's words, not knowing when his feelings had begun, only that they grew deeper by the day. He stood up in a hurry to go find the empress. On the way back to the palace, the emperor kept reflecting on those words. The emperor realized that before this, he had never thought about what love between a man and a woman truly was. Now he understood. It turned out that love was invisible and silent, yet it filled a person, refusing to be driven away, staying in one's heart forever. He wanted her because he had already fallen in love with her. Arriving at Kan Nin Palace, the emperor saw the empress sitting by the window. His footsteps stopped. Lacking the courage to face the empress after what he had done, he could only sigh, turn around, and leave. Seeing the emperor leave, the empress murmured, it seems I was wrong. The maid could only sigh upon hearing this. Your ladyship, it is useless to tell me. The emperor cannot hear you. The emperor knew that the empress had been framed by others many times, so this time he wanted to seek justice for her. At the Empress Dowager's palace, the emperor ordered that the two eunuchs who conspired to forge the imperial decree be be dragged out and beaten to death. The Empress Dowager raised her voice in anger. It is almost the end of the year. Why don't you accumulate merit instead of taking lives? I have been a vegetarian and prayed to Buddha for many years. How do you expect me to answer to the Buddha? Besides, arresting people requires evidence. Isn't punishing others like this too reckless? The emperor replied coldly, Is mother's meaning that I should continue to investigate and probe to the very end to find out who gave the order? The Empress Dowager was furious, but could say nothing, only scolding him as an unfilial rebel. However, the emperor shocked her even more. He said coldly, I could be even more unfilial. Then he added, Hua Thuong Vin, the vice minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, has oppressed the commoners, so I have ordered his demotion. The Empress Dowager's face darkened with anger, and she raised her voice. He is your maternal uncle. His daughter is Hua Vai Dong, who is also your consort. Determined to put everything in order, the emperor said coldly, If a prince breaks the law, he must be punished just like a commoner. The emperor slowly approached the Empress Dowager, his words brief but heavy with meaning. If mother wishes to share my burdens, it would be better if you focus entirely on your daily vegetarianism and prayers. Otherwise, if anything happens, since you are my mother, I naturally will not treat you harshly, but I cannot guarantee the safety of those around you. The emperor then went to Hua Vai Dong's palace. Seeing the emperor arrive, Hua Vai Dong eagerly ran to throw herself into his arms, overjoyed. However, her smile vanished when she heard the emperor say, You instigated concubine to commit the crime of deceiving the sovereign and plotting rebellion. I do not want her life. I can play dumb, but do not mistake me for a fool. Since you are my cousin, go spend some time in the cold palace. The emperor then summoned Deep Mok Phuong, the second elder brother of Deep Lang Lang, who served as the vice minister of the Ministry of Works. Due to his merit in the construction of a reservoir, he was promoted by 3 noble ranks. Having settled everything, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that he was now qualified to go see her. The empress was sitting on a swing. The emperor gently approached from behind. At this moment, the empress apologized, leaving the emperor stunned, not understanding what was going on. The empress apologized for misunderstanding the emperor. If the emperor wanted to deal with the Deep family, there was absolutely no need to coerce them. The Deep family had no ability to resist. The emperor also apologized for what he had done, promising that he would not touch her unless she consented. The empress explained that her nausea was not out of hatred for the emperor, but because she had a strange psychological illness. She thought to herself that she could not tell him. Just the thought of the emperor having done that with countless other women made her feel disgusted. She felt the revulsion not only in her heart, but in her stomach as well. The emperor was overjoyed to know that the empress did not hate him. Clasping her hand tightly, he told her not to worry, to treat her illness first and worry about the rest later. I want you to be fully willing. On New Year's Eve, concubine Hien tried her best to please the emperor, but the emperor only paid attention to the empress. Seeing how exhausted the empress looked, the emperor felt heartbroken. Since the banquet was still underway, the empress did not want to leave early and ruin the mood. Without thinking twice, the emperor carried the empress back to San Tan Palace to rest, then returned to order the banquet to end. The imperial concubines could not help but gossip at the sight before them. It seems the empress has monopolized the emperor's favor. We have no chance left, sisters. Concubine Hien only silently raised her wine cup and drank. After the failed assassination attempt, the emperor did not unleash his anger upon the Deep family, but even promoted Deep Mok Phuong, concubine, to die mysteriously, and Hua Vai Dong was banished to the cold palace. It seems the emperor truly has genuine feelings for the empress. A few days later, after having her fill, the empress went for a stroll to get some fresh air. Who would have thought that a shadow would suddenly flash by, making the eunuch's face turn pale with fright? The empress was chatting with her maid, so she did not see clearly what had just flashed past. Vong Hu Tai, his face pale and trembling, reported. It wore white clothes, had long hair, a green face, and a mouth full of blood. The ghost appeared again, crying out that it died a wrongful death and demanding its life back from me. The empress was not afraid at all. Instead, she laughed. If it is a vengeful spirit demanding a life, this empress's life is right here. Why don't you come and take it quickly? Instantly, the empress approached the ghost. Who would have thought that the ghost would flee in terror? After chasing it for a short distance, the ghost was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she only saw props for faking ghosts on the floor. Looking at the trick, the Empress deduced that this matter happened near the Dewy Flower Palace. He disguised himself as a ghost, perhaps thinking that I killed Concubine too and using it to scare me. Fearing that he would return, the Empress told everyone in Kannin Palace to be extremely careful in the coming days. They had to closely watch the food and drinks. Knowing that the Empress had scared a ghost away, the Emperor could not stop laughing and teasing, truly worthy of being my Empress. I have only heard of ghosts scaring people, but never of a person scaring a ghost. The Empress was displeased. What ghost? If he is a ghost, then I'm the king of hell. The Emperor took the opportunity to flirt. If the king of hell were as beautiful as you, then even if I were a ghost, I would willingly follow you. The Empress noticed a strange scent in the room. It smells so good and is very comforting. The Emperor proudly boasted that his high-lai incense, a type of wood presented as tribute by Luzon, grown on the island. The Empress Dowager ordered it to be burned into charcoal for heating. If you like it, just take some to use. Noticing the Empress looked a bit apprehensive upon hearing about the Empress Dowager, he held her hand to comfort her. Rest assured, I have been using this high-lai incense for the past few days, and there is no problem at all. A few days later, the Empress fell ill, making the Emperor very worried. Through the maid's words, the Emperor learned that the Empress had been sleeping deeply all day for the past 2 days. The imperial physician reported that Her Highness's pulse was irregular and the pulse of her vital organs was weak. He then asked if the Empress had been injured or startled recently. A few days ago, she had been targeted by a ghost disguise, but she had not been frightened at all. The imperial physician was about to prescribe medicine to nourish her qi and calm her mind when the Emperor stopped him, telling him to check the pulse of the palace maid, to Noyet, to see how she was. After checking her pulse, the imperial physician also exclaimed, "How strange! Why are their pulses so identical?" Being intelligent, the Empress knew that someone was targeting her again. The Emperor deduced, if treated incorrectly and the Empress passes away later, others will say she died from being scared by a ghost. This person's method is not only insidious, but also very clever. One could say it is killing without leaving a trace. Without another word, the Emperor immediately carried the Empress to Santan Palace to ensure her safety and prevent anyone from harming her. Through investigation, the Emperor learned that besides the palace maid to Noyet, who had symptoms similar to the Empress, there is another close palace maid who was also poisoned but with milder symptoms, as she rarely entered the Empress's room. The Emperor and the Empress deduced that someone had poisoned the Empress's room, but despite searching thoroughly, they could not find the cause or detect anything unusual. At this moment, an old imperial physician came in to examine the Empress. Detecting a strange scent in the charcoal brazier, he asked if it was high-lai wood. From the physician's words, the Emperor learned that when high-lai wood is burned, it emits a fragrance that reacts with the scent of daffodils to form a toxic gas. Anyone who inhales it for a long time will experience fatigue. This is something only locals are familiar with. The Emperor felt guilty toward the Empress because he was the one who had given her this charcoal. The Empress comforted him, saying that he was also just plotted against by others, so he should not blame himself. The Empress deduced that not many people knew about the toxic combination of this charcoal, and only locals would know. In the imperial court, only one physician knows of this. Therefore, this time, the Empress Dowager might not be the mastermind. There must be someone else behind this plot. The Emperor now understood the Empress's meaning. This matter was only known to the people of Luzon. The Emperor suddenly remembered that in the year of his ascension, Luzon had sent 12 beauties as tribute. He kept 2 and rewarded the rest to his officials. The Empress asked joyfully, who were the 2 kept? The Emperor replied that it had been too long, so he had forgotten, leaving the Empress speechless. You don't even remember your own women? How can you be so unreliable? After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the investigation revealed the 2 beauties from back then. One had passed away due to homesickness, and the other was living in the Jiao Quang Palace. The Empress explained the issue. Someone placed high-lai incense and daffodils together to harm me. I know it wasn't you. Just tell me, who else knows about this? Under the intimidation of the Emperor and the Empress, the consort did not dare to hide anything and confess completely. She had been in the Jiao Quang Palace for a long time without anyone visiting, and recently only concubine Hien came by to chat, so she had definitely only told concubine Hien about this. The emperor held his forehead and sighed, not expecting that the one he thought was gentle would be so scheming. Now she dares to harm the empress. This time, whatever you want to do to her, I will help you with all my heart. The empress knew that concubine Hien had planned very meticulously this time, leaving no trace for anyone to suspect. And with the empress dowager shielding her, concubine Hien could easily escape punishment regardless. The empress kept the cause of her illness a secret and had rumors spread that she was extremely frightened by a ghost, leading to a severe illness that left her bedridden. A few days later, the emperor went to pay his respects to the empress dowager, with concubine Hien by her side. The empress dowager asked about the empress's health recently, and if the rumors of the past few days were true. The emperor stated that previously, while walking in the imperial garden, the empress encountered something unclean and had been frightened since returning, so she was currently still bedridden. Hearing this, concubine Hien could not help but rejoice inwardly, though outwardly she showed concern. Then today, this concubine will visit the empress. The emperor stopped her. You don't need to go anywhere. You have a more important task to do. I order you, starting from today, to go to the tranquil incense nunnery, to shave your head and practice cultivation for a period to pray for the empress. The emperor's words were like a bolt from the blue, making concubine Hien's face turn pale. The empress dowager shouted in displeasure. How can you let your own concubine shave her head and become a nun? This is simply preposterous. The emperor smiled amiably. This is extremely fitting. Concubine Hien is usually very devout, so having her pray for the empress is highly appropriate. He then asked for concubine Hien's opinion. Her face was as pale as a banana leaf, and her eyes were filled with tears, wanting to refuse. But before she could finish, she was cut off by the emperor. Concubine Hien, I advise you to leave early. The empress's idea is to advise you to shave your head completely to show your sincerity. Concubine Hien froze like a stone. If she shaved her head and became a nun now, what chance would she have to compete in the palace anymore? Today, the emperor went to the brothel again to seek advice. Today, the girl acted coquettishly again and teased the emperor. Young master, you have come again today. You missed me, didn't you? What questions do you have for me today? The emperor pushed her arm away in disgust and got straight to the point. I have probed her thoughts about not wanting to be intimate with me. She said she has a strange illness and dislikes intimate contact with others, sometimes feeling uncomfortable and nauseous. Hearing this, the girl immediately understood the issue. Your wife doesn't have any illness. She just has an obsession with purity. The girl asked the emperor, may I ask you a bold question? In your household, besides your wife, do you have other wives and concubines? The emperor answered honestly, yes, my household has about several dozen other wives. Hearing this, the girl's mouth twitched, and she did not want to say anything more, only wishing she could give him a good scolding. In her heart, she told herself, don't scold him, don't scold him. This is the god of wealth, I must not scold him. I absolutely must endure it for the banknotes. The emperor, with an innocent face, still asked, does she have anything to do with this? Suppressing her anger, the girl replied, this is my first time meeting a man like you. Your wife disdains you for touching too many women, so she feels your body is not clean. If it were you, and a brothel girl who had served many men wanted to make love with you, what would you do? The emperor, his face turning pale, said, I would drive her away. The emperor asked again, why is it that other women do not care about this, and only she is like this? Instead of answering, the girl asked, why do many men like to come here to seek pleasure, while you don't even drink a cup of tea when you visit? The solution is very simple. Send away all your concubines, and only love her from now on. The key is whether you can do this or not. The girl then added, at first, I thought you were entirely devoted to your esteemed wife, but now it seems that's all there is to it. The emperor now understood the cause of her illness, making his heart bloom with joy. So Lang Lang's illness is like this. She hopes that I won't touch other women. As long as Lang Lang is happy, what is so difficult about that? Arriving at Kan Nin Palace, the emperor saw the empress playing with floating flower lanterns, her beautiful face and warm smile, making him unable to resist coming over to hug her and planting an affectionate kiss on her. Today, the emperor held court with the civil and military officials to discuss going to war to defend the territory. This time, the emperor wanted to personally lead the army into battle. The news of the emperor's intention to personally lead the campaign struck the officials like a bolt from the blue. Everyone knelt down in unison, begging the emperor to reconsider. The emperor did not care at all, stood up resolutely, and asserted, "My mind is made up. Beloved ministers, dismiss first. Court is adjourned." That evening at Kannin Palace, the empress asked the emperor, "I heard you want to personally lead the campaign?" The emperor thought the empress, like everyone else, wanted to dissuade him. Unexpectedly, she showed excitement and wanted to go with him. The emperor was stunned for a second, then flatly refused. "You cannot go." The empress was displeased with the answer and wanted to know the reason. The emperor looked angry. After all, going to battle is bound to be dangerous. Not to mention, the military camp consists of men. How could a woman like you go? The empress still insisted on going. "If you go, I will go too." This left the emperor helpless, not knowing what to say to her anymore. The emperor gently held the empress's hand. "Why do you insist on going like this?" Today, the empress knew how to act coquettishly with the emperor. "It is because I worry about you." The emperor knew she was trying to please him, but in his heart, he felt very happy that she could say such words. The empress was excited, thinking that she had been allowed to go along, but unexpectedly, the emperor poured cold water on her. "Keep dreaming." The next day, the emperor was exhausted from the headaches and ringing ears caused by the crying and remonstrances of the officials. At this point, the emperor also raised his hands in surrender and shouted, "Don't cry anymore, I won't go anymore." Although displeased, the emperor had to issue an order appointing Deep Loi Din to replace him. In command, the emperor now could only sigh, thinking that things turning out like this was also good, as Lang Lang would not demand to go anymore. This was the first time the empress knelt before the emperor, but it was to plead for another man. So today the emperor was jealous again. Before the day of departure for battle, the emperor allowed family members to enter the palace to visit the empress. Among them was Commander Luke's mother. Lady Luke knelt and begged the empress to plead with the emperor on her behalf. "Please ask the emperor to show mercy for the sake of the Luke family's generations of loyal service, and not let Commander Luke go this time. I only have this one and only son." The empress recalled the previous assassination attempt. Although Commander Luke was not prosecuted, he was still bearing the blame of negligence from beginning to end. The empress wanted her cousin to personally plead with the emperor. But from the words of her aunt, she knew that Commander Luke was specifically designated by the emperor to go to battle. The emperor was in the Duong Tom Palace, tending to the flower garden. Knowing that the empress had arrived, his mood became even happier. "Lang Lang, you've come. Sit down and let's talk." The empress, unhappy, asked, "Why did you issue an imperial decree ordering Commander Luke to go to battle?" The emperor was displeased that today the empress came to see him for another man, and that person was Commander Luke. The emperor sighed and explained, "Commander Luke is a guilty official. This time is a good opportunity for him to perform meritorious deeds to atone for his crimes. He is your relative. If there is a good opportunity, I naturally want him to have it." Putting him in the military camp under Deep Loi Din's guidance guarantees only good outcomes, not bad ones. After the battle, giving him a chance to be promoted. Is there anything unreasonable about that? The empress still wanted the emperor to recall the imperial decree, because Commander Luke was the only son of the general, and if the father and son were on the battlefield at the same time, and something unfortunate happened, it would be disastrous. To plead with the emperor for her aunt, she knelt down and begged the emperor to withdraw the imperial decree. The emperor now clenched his fists in anger. Between husband and wife, their status was equal. This was the first time she had knelt before him, and it was to plead for Commander Luke. The name Commander Luke made the emperor full of hatred. In a fit of anger, the emperor drove the empress out. Having angrily driven the empress out in the morning, by evening the emperor went to the Kan Nin Palace to take the initiative to reconcile. The empress was walking alone in the Kan Nin Palace. Suddenly, the emperor hugged her from behind, resting his face on her shoulder with deep affection. The empress wanted to explain to the emperor that she and Commander Luke had never had any private feelings for each other. "We grew up together from childhood. It is only a sibling relationship. I thought that some things did not need explanation for you to understand, but it seems you are overthinking more and more. What I did today was truly because my aunt asked me to plead with you. What I say is the truth. Do you believe me?" The emperor also apologized. "Lang Lang, The words I said today were out of anger. Besides, Commander Luke's prowess is extraordinary. Nothing will happen to him, especially with Deep Lloyd Din by his side. Entering the room, the Emperor put on a pitiful act again. Hugging the Empress from behind, he whispered, "Lang Lang, tonight can you not think of anyone else? Please love me, all right?" The Emperor wanted the Empress to love him. Before the Empress could figure out what he wanted, she was lifted by the Emperor and carried to the bed. Looking into each other's eyes with deep affection, the Emperor began to hold her hand. The thought of that act crossed the Empress's mind, making her feel like vomiting. The Emperor comforted her. "I won't touch you if you don't allow it. But can you help me?" The Empress knew that since they were already husband and wife, this was unavoidable. "I won't let you touch me, but I will help you." The Emperor thoroughly enjoyed it. She was very sober now and willingly did everything for him. The Emperor was overjoyed today. After a while, the Emperor hugged the Empress and spoke affectionately. "In the future, I only need you to be good to me alone." The Empress sat up and said seriously, "You are the Emperor. Every word you say is an imperial decree, right?" The Emperor hugged her, expressing his heart. "I have always thought you hated me. Lang Lang, don't hate me, all right?" The Empress agreed, making him overjoyed. The Emperor was so happy that during the morning court audience, he wished evening would come quickly so he could dine with the Empress, working in an indescribably happy mood. The Emperor finally arrived at Khan Nin Palace. Pushing the door open and entering, the Emperor was surprised to find no one there. Only 2 palace maids tied up in the room. The Emperor untied the maids and asked if the Empress had been kidnapped by Vong Hu Tai. In the next second, he froze at the maid's report. It was Vong Hu Tai who had been led away by the Empress. After a few minutes to let his brain function normally again, the Emperor wanted to hear the whole story from a maid. The maid reported that she had been tied up by Her Highness in the morning. Vong Hu Tai had tried his best to advise the Empress not to go, but he was threatened that if he did not go, the Empress would throw him into the Tai Dike pond to be fish food. They did not know what happened after that, and the Empress had still not returned until now. The Emperor deduced that the Empress tied the maids up because she feared they would look for her and cause a commotion in the imperial palace. She stubbornly took Vong Hu Tai because he had a pass to leave the palace. Therefore, the Emperor guessed that the Empress had left the palace. The Emperor knew that others would not have the guts, but Deep Lang Lang was capable of it. Through the guard's report, the Emperor learned that the Empress had left the palace under his verbal decree, bringing only Vong Hu Tai. The Emperor had no idea when he had issued such instructions. Recalling each of his conversations with the Empress, she had exploited the loopholes in their dialogues, linking them together, which made the Emperor tremble with anger. In truth, the Emperor was less angry at the Empress and more worried about her. He was anxious because she had only taken along a useless eunuch. What if she ran into bad people? What if the news leaked out and those with ill intentions took action? The Emperor ordered all imperial guards and secret agents to leave the palace to search for the Empress, reporting back to him every hour. Once the next day, while the Emperor was paying his respects to the Empress Dowager, an imperial guard arrived and whispered a report to him. After leaving the palace, the Empress headed north and never returned to the Deep family. She disguised herself along the way, and her traces were subsequently lost. General True has ordered portraits to be drawn and strict inspections to be conducted at all exit gates of the capital. Wanting to shield the Empress, the Emperor lied to the Empress Dowager, saying that the Empress had suddenly fallen ill and had been unable to pay her respects in recent days, hoping she would forgive her. To his surprise, the Empress Dowager already knew about the Empress escaping the palace. She angrily raised her voice at the Emperor. "Who else do you want to deceive? I already know the Empress has snuck out of the palace." The Emperor could only rub his forehead and say, "She did not sneak out, but was acting in accordance with my oral decree." Despite the Empress Dowager's reproaches urging him to punish the Empress, the Emperor did not care. Before leaving, he even warned, "If anyone takes this opportunity to do anything disadvantageous to the Empress, I will absolutely not show mercy." The Emperor did not understand why the Empress would risk leaving the palace like that. After pondering and reasoning for a while, he suddenly realized the reason the Empress left the palace was none other than to go to war. This time, the Emperor wanted to personally fetch the Empress back. Despite Old Master Deep's dissuasion, the Emperor remained determined to go. Before leaving, he settled all affairs. "I leave a secret decree for you, Fang Xiu and Qing Feng. If anything happens, act according to it. Since the imperial clan has few descendants, I choose the son of Princess Leong for the position of Crown Prince. Old Master Deep knew he could not stop the emperor, so he brought him a set of clothes made from rare silk. This clothing could not be pierced by swords or blades. Watching the emperor leave, Old Master Deep only hoped the two of them could return safely. For days later, the emperor arrived. At the Shinji camp, Commander Luke was also dumbfounded upon seeing the emperor, unable to believe his eyes. The emperor wanted to know if Lingling had ever been here, or if anyone had recently joined the military camp carrying the Tiger Head Command token. The clever empress had avoided being seen, so Commander Luke was completely unaware of this. Fortunately, a soldier next to Commander Luke immediately reported, "A few days ago, when you were not in the camp, someone did indeed come to supervise the Shinji camp with the Tiger Head Command token. This person called himself General Jun and only stayed in the camp for 2 days, taking some gunpowder and iron balls before leaving immediately." Unexpectedly, the Empress had changed her name. The Emperor did not understand who General Jun was. Hearing the soldier mention the full name, Jun Mingwei, the Emperor and Commander Luke stared at each other. In the next second, they realized that person was indeed the Empress. The Emperor thought the Empress was truly clever. She must have predicted that someone would come to the military camp to capture her and wouldn't just sit and wait to be caught. Her coming here was only to get gunpowder. She took such risks simply because she was lured by the war. Having arrived but not yet fought in a battle, she certainly hadn't had enough fun. The emperor deduced that as long as he waited for her in Liaodong, she would eventually fall into his net. The emperor felt helpless against the empress's mischief, especially since she carried the Tiger Head Command token and could freely enter and exit military camps. Meanwhile, the empress, in Jizhou, was still disguised as a man, happily strolling down the street. Suddenly, a man bumped into the empress and walked away. On her end, the empress was buying goods and preparing to pay, only to find her purse had vanished into thin air. At this moment, Vong Hutai came carrying bags big and small, panting, "Young master, the food you wanted to eat, this servant has brought it back for you." The empress pointed at the man who had just bumped into her. "Vong Hutai, the man in front stole my purse. Go chase him." Another man behind them, holding the purse, stepped forward and asked, "Is this your purse?" "Ah, yes. Thank you, brother, for lending a hand." The polite young man replied, "It's nothing. I am Princely. May I ask your name?" "I am Jin Mingwei." Along the way, the two chatted happily. Sensing that the other man kept glancing at her, she couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Brother Lee, what is it?" The curious fellow asked, "Is the gun you are carrying the rumored repeating musket? Can you let me borrow it to have a look?" "No, this repeating musket is the highest secret of the Great Qi. I cannot easily show it to others." Feeling that his curiosity was a bit abrupt, he apologized. Since it was nothing major, the Empress waved her hand to say it was fine, but in the next second, her face turned pale and she ran away. The reason the Empress fled in a hurry was none other than the Emperor chasing after her with a group of guards. She really hadn't expected Ji Wujiu to deduce her whereabouts so quickly, and he even came here in person to catch her. Was she going to be caught before she could even have enough fun? The Emperor was determined not to let the Empress escape, so he leaped forward and pounced to catch the Empress. The Empress knew she was in the wrong. The Emperor, having caught the Empress, felt a bit jealous because she had been chatting with another man. Princely asked with concern if the Empress was being bullied. To his surprise, the Empress said the Emperor was her good friend. Not wanting the Empress to talk too much with another man, the Emperor spoke up, "I am Wu Shu. My wife is stubborn, making a laughingstock of herself before you, brother. I am Princely. I didn't expect Brother Jean to be a woman, and one who already belongs to someone." The two then left Jizhou and continued riding to the next camp. The Empress felt a bit uncomfortable. "Why we have to share one horse?" Displeased, the Emperor retorted, "You ask why? You ran off so far, and you're still asking me why?" Knowing she was at fault, the Empress did not dare say anything. Wanting to be alone with the Empress, the Emperor rode ahead, not needing anyone to follow closely. The Empress was truly delighted with the feeling of freedom at this moment. "Your Majesty, I find it much better here than in the Imperial Palace." The Emperor gently caressed the Empress's forehead. "When we are outside, do not call me Your Majesty. Call me husband." Hearing the word husband from the Empress's mouth made the Emperor incredibly happy. Unable to control his feelings, he placed a kiss on the Empress's lips. The Empress suddenly sat up straight. "There's a sound. I hear many horses' hooves ahead." In front of the two of them was a group of Mongol cavalrymen. The emperor could not understand why there would be Mongol cavalry in Jizhou. The empress whispered, "Your Majesty, in a moment, you should run first while I stay here to block them. If you run into the forest, they won't be able to find you for a while. By the time the guards arrive to protect you, you can escape. These people don't know who you are, so they won't necessarily search for you. I have the repeating musket, so I can stall them for a bit. Nothing must happen to you." The emperor would absolutely not agree to this. Taking the opportunity, he wanted to hear the empress's true feelings. "Today, you use your body to save me like this. Is it because I am the emperor, or do you truly love me?" Right after the words left his mouth, the emperor sighed, not wanting to hear the answer. "I clearly know the answer, yet I still ask." The emperor held the empress in his arms. "The two of us will be safe." The emperor analyzed the current situation. If they rushed forward, there would be two possible outcomes. One was to kill two low-level enemy commanders and capture a warhorse. The other was to fall into an ambush, causing all of them to fall into enemy hands. This is like gambling, with low chances of winning and high chances of losing. Therefore, the ones who really don't dare to take risks are not us, but them. The empress looked at the emperor with eyes full of admiration. "I truly admire you." The emperor sighed. "What I need is not your admiration." The sight of two men being intimate with each other made the Mongols unable to restrain themselves from shouting. "Is this the taste of the Central Plains people?" The scene made their leader's face turn dark, and he urged them to march quickly, not wanting to look at the sight at all. After the Mongol army had gone some distance, the emperor signaled his soldiers to attack. At that moment, the empress fired her gun at the enemies. Realizing the opponent had firearms, the Mongols were scared out of their wits, quickly fleeing for their lives. From the guards' report, they learned that 3 people had been hit, of whom 2 were dead and 1 was wounded in the leg. In the military camp, the emperor was interrogating the survivor. Unsurprisingly, the man did not reveal any information. Even though he didn't confess, the emperor knew they were sent by Boydakina of the Mongol Ulan tribe. Nicknamed the Desert Hounds, they were actually displaced wanderers with no place to turn to. The empress walked in to discuss with the emperor. From the emperor's words, she learned that the cavalry squad was sent by Boydakina to scout the situation. He also wanted to muddy the waters and cause trouble. The empress deduced that this man had colluded with the Jurchen tribe, waiting for the wars on all sides to end before leading his troops to attack Jizhou. At that time, if we led our troops to reinforce the Liaodong front, the situation would definitely be extremely tense. If we did not reinforce, the capital would be in a threatened state, leaving us in a dilemma. The emperor flicked her forehead and praised her for being very clever. Analyzing the situation, the emperor handed the defense of Jizhou city over to General Tu. The empress admired him even more. "Your Majesty, I find you more and more formidable." The emperor acted childishly again. "How do I compare to your cousin?" The empress answered honestly. "Although your martial arts skills are not as good as his, your strategy and wisdom are superior." The emperor felt smug again, taking the opportunity to point at his cheek, wanting the empress to kiss him, which made the empress extremely embarrassed. The emperor wanted to go to Liaodong, and the empress begged to go along. Knowing the empress's stubborn nature when it came to getting what she wanted, the emperor had no choice but to compromise. The condition for her to go along was that the empress had to wear the silk garment that old Master Deep had given the emperor. The empress felt this item was too precious, and that the emperor was the one who needed to wear it. But faced with the emperor's threat, either wear it or return to the capital, the empress had to compromise. "Why are you so good to me?" The emperor felt as if 10,000 arrows were piercing his heart. "I have always been good to you. Do you still not understand why? Are you a fool?" He felt helpless because she never seemed to realize his feelings. "If you die before me, I will become a widower." "That makes sense. In that case, you must not die either, otherwise I will become a widow." At the military camp in Liaodong, everyone was gossiping. "Our camp has a formidable new young general." "I know." The young general, Wu Shu, nicknamed the Jade-Faced King of Hell, just arrived at the camp a few days ago. His martial arts skills are excellent, but he and Brother Jun seem to be very intimate with each other. City folks sure know how to have fun. Today, After finishing practice, the emperor didn't see any sign of the empress. Learning from a soldier that she had returned to her quarters, he quickly went to find her, only to catch a glimpse of the empress taking a bath, which made the emperor's face turn bright red. A second later, his eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected her to use a large cooking pot to prepare her bath water. The emperor had to suppress the rising fire in his heart. Lingling, recently I've been thinking, is the reason you refuse to share intimacy as husband and wife with me because I have touched too many other women before? The emperor felt a bit aggrieved. Lingling, I haven't touched any other woman for a long time. Who would have thought he would be teased by the empress? No wonder everyone says you are abnormal. The emperor was truly angry now. I feel like one day I will be angered to death by you. The empress sighed. Why don't you make sure no one next to you touches you in the future? How could the emperor dare let anyone touch him? He pondered the reason Lingling disliked him. It was because she thought he was unclean. In that case, I must be clean in front of her. Surely this will work. No sooner said than done. The next day, the emperor jumped into the hot bath right in front of the empress, his face looking like an obedient puppy waiting to be rewarded. Today, the two of them left the military camp to stroll around the streets. Entering an incense shop, the empress picked up a box and sniffed it, praising its very unique scent. The empress saw another beautiful item and asked curiously, "This item doesn't have any scent at all." The shopkeeper explained, "This item indeed has no scent. This scent is called track scent, which ordinary people cannot smell. Only specially trained birds can smell it." "Then why do you display it here? Do you want to sell the birds?" The shopkeeper explained further, "I am not selling the birds alone, but they must be sold together. Guangning City is a mixture of good and bad people. Some people are afraid of their children being kidnapped and lost forever, so they secretly put this scent on their bodies. Within a range of 10 miles, the bird can find them." Hearing this, the emperor immediately bought it for the empress. "If you ever get lost, I will be able to find you." Leaving the shop, the emperor carried bags big and small, which showed just how much he pampered the empress. Returning to the camp, they saw the soldiers drinking wine. The empress excitedly sat down with everyone. The emperor suddenly understood why Lingling had insisted on escaping the palace. With her personality, she still preferred the comfort and joy found here. In his heart, the emperor felt a bit worried. She must return to the imperial palace sooner or later, back to the place she dislikes. Will she want to return when the time comes? This empress was too clever. Even if she fell into enemy hands, she would not be afraid, but would instead spin them around like a pinwheel. In the military camp, the empress was relaxed. Compared to the struggles in the palace, she preferred being here. The empress happily drank wine with the soldiers until she was completely drunk. Only the emperor was the one who suffered. Today, he washed himself clean again before hugging the empress, speaking in a gentle voice. "Lingling, today, I have washed myself clean." Sadly, all he got in response were 2 streams of tears from the empress. "I am sorry. I have an illness. You should go find someone else. Find anyone you want, but please do not let them touch you." The emperor felt that he had truly wronged her. An illness can be cured, so do not cry anymore. The next morning, the empress woke up with a splitting headache. Fortunately, the emperor took meticulous care of her. "Today, I must go to the military camp to discuss matters. You can either go into the city to play by yourself or rest in the camp." Yesterday, the empress hadn't had enough fun, so today she wanted to go into the city to play again. During the discussion, the emperor offered strategic guidance along with an understanding of the enemy's psychology, making everyone admire him endlessly. Our emperor is indeed highly strategic. At this moment, a secret guard stepped in to report something to the emperor, and upon hearing it, he became extremely angry. The empress, on her end, was walking in Guangning City when suddenly a hand patted her shoulder from behind. Startled, she turned around. It was Princely. "Just now, seeing your figure from behind, it looked very familiar. I didn't expect it to actually be you. What a coincidence." The empress was also surprised. "Why are you here? I also like lively and crowded places. Today, in the city, there is a flower festival. Brother Jean, do you want to go?" Naturally fond of lively crowds, how could the empress refuse? Unexpectedly, when they arrived, she discovered that the flower festival was actually a talent exhibition of courtesans. The fellow pretended, "I thought Brother Jean knew what the flower festival was, which is why I brought you here." Taking the opportunity, he probed, "Can you tell me honestly, did you really not know that Brother Wu sent people to monitor me?" The empress was also quite surprised. "He is monitoring you? I truly didn't know about this." In her heart, she wondered why Ji Wuzhou had ordered this person to be investigated. Although he hadn't told her, he surely had his reasons. Princely pretended to lament, "I originally thought this was also your idea, which made me very sad." The Empress asked curiously, "Why do men like to visit brothels so much? Don't they find it dirty?" He laughed and replied, "Since you are not a man, of course you don't understand how men think. Brothels have their own charms." Taking the opportunity, he whispered to leak some information. "Even our current emperor likes to go to brothels for fun." A friend of mine happened to run into the emperor there. Seeing the empress's expression change after hearing this news, the man showed a very wicked smile. Pretending to smile as if nothing happened, he said, "If Brother Jean does not like this place of flowers and willows, then let's find another place to drink tea." At that moment, a foot kicked the door open, and in walked the emperor and his soldiers. Princely was quickly subdued but still wore an innocent smile. The emperor was furious upon learning that the empress was at a brothel with another man, and even more furious when she tried her best to protect him. Not wanting to say much, the emperor furiously dragged the empress outside. "Deep Lang Lang, do you even know where you are?" "I know. Why wouldn't I?" The emperor grew even angrier. "You are the empress. How could you come to such a place?" In response, the empress laughed. The emperor went, "So why can't the empress?" The emperor felt extremely disappointed in his woman. "So all my sacrifices in your eyes are just trivial. Just a small misunderstanding can shatter her trust in me. Not only does she fail to see my affection, she has basically never trusted me from the start." He felt very sad in his heart. "Deep Lang Lang, do you not have a heart?" The two of them left, both in a bad mood. Arriving at a quiet corner, the emperor ordered the secret guards to continue monitoring Princely and to lead a group back to the capital to investigate what connection he had with Zuifeng Pavilion. At the military camp, everyone was preparing to set out for battle. The emperor felt that there were too many troublesome matters today, and since they were going to ambush the enemy tonight, he wanted to secretly tag along to relieve his boredom. Changing into a soldier's uniform, he felt very excited, calculating that going out through the main door would definitely get him caught by Yi Leitang. He wanted to escape through the window. He gently opened the window. Unexpectedly, Yi Leitang was already standing outside with an angry face. The emperor of a country, having done wrong, was now as scared as a child. A moment later, the emperor was put on the bed, tied hand and foot. Next to him, the empress was in no different state. The two of them stared at each other, their mouths agape in shock upon seeing one another. The next second, they realized that the other person also wanted to sneak out, just like them. Suddenly, the emperor placed a kiss on the empress's lips. Feeling like she was being teased, the empress immediately kissed him back, making the emperor's face turn as red as a tomato. The emperor found it strange. After kissing, he was no longer angry. Could this be the saying a couple's quarrel is settled in bed? "Are you still angry with me?" "I am not angry. Perhaps I blamed you wrongly. Although you went to the brothel, there must have been a reason. I feel that you would not go to a brothel to seek women like that." The emperor told a little lie to himself. "I indeed went there for another matter. I hope you will trust me in the future and not doubt me anymore." The empress was curious again as to why he was investigating Levi. The emperor let her know that at first, he thought he was a spy from the neighboring country. But recently, the more he investigated, the more mysterious his identity seemed. He hadn't been able to uncover his identity yet. The empress, like a child, remembered the image of the emperor looking a bit dazed and mentioning another girl's name when they were standing in front of the incense shop. Therefore, she wanted to know who that person was. The emperor was a bit sad. It was when he was young in the Eastern Palace. He had a close palace maid named Xiangru. So, seeing the sign immediately reminded him of her. Because her father was exiled for corruption, the Empress Dowager took the opportunity to bestow death upon her. At that time, he was too young to protect her. In his heart, he felt guilty. Thinking of herself, the Empress was a bit sad. What if the same thing happens to me? The Emperor asserted that he would never let that happen to the Empress. But the Empress still knew that, after all, that was his biological mother. What could he do? The next day, General Yi returned victorious. So the two were untied. To prevent the two highest-ranking individuals from sneaking off to join the battle, General Yi tied them up again tonight. The Emperor was worried that the Empress would be uncomfortable. Seeing the Empress constantly squirming, he thought she was bitten by mosquitoes and wanted to call the military doctor in to take a look. But the next second, his eyes widened when he saw that the Empress had already untied herself. The Empress was truly clever and had planned everything carefully. Not wanting the Emperor to make a noise, she coaxed him, "Wait until I'm untied, then I'll help you. After that, we'll escape." The Emperor was as obedient as a puppy. Who would have thought that instead of being untied, he was gagged? "How could I let you go to the battlefield?" The emperor wanted to call someone to stop the empress from going to the battlefield, but how could he open his mouth? The next day, General Yi returned, and, to his surprise, only the gagged emperor was inside. Removing the gag, the two of them asked in unison, "Where is Yi Langliang?" Having a bad premonition, the emperor immediately ran out to ask the soldiers if they had seen General Zhun anywhere. All he received were shakes of their heads. General Yi wanted to reassure him. Right now the army is in a bit of chaos. In a moment, she will return to find you. Having been with the empress for a long time, the emperor knew that if she were here, she would have come to brag to him. Refusing to give up, the emperor grabbed a soldier's hand and asked, "Have you seen General Jin?" Seeing the emperor in such a state, the young soldier answered in fear, "Based on my experience, I'm afraid she has fallen in battle." Knowing that the emperor's emotional state was unstable at this moment, General Yi knocked him unconscious. This empress was truly too playful. Taking the chance during her escape, she disguised herself as a soldier to fight, only to end up being kidnapped as a hostage. When the emperor woke up, he received news that the empress was still alive. The soldiers cleared the battlefield to collect the bodies, and the empress was not among them. It was possible that the empress was lost or had been kidnapped. The two of them deduced that she had likely been captured. The emperor hoped that the enemy had not discovered she was a woman. He swore in his heart that if anything happened to Langliang, he would surely lead his army to annihilate the Jurchen tribe. Seeing the emperor's current expression, even General Yi was terrified. The emperor and General Yi looked at the map, analyzing and studying the battle array. A moment later, the emperor instructed General Yi to lay an ambush and defeat the enemy force, while he would personally go to rescue Langliang. Meanwhile, Langliang had been tied up. Opening her eyes, she saw a large man with a shiny bald head and teased him. "Why is your head shaved so clean?" Incensed by the teasing, how could the man be happy? He said coldly, "Death is near. Let's see how much longer you can resist." With an indifferent attitude, the empress did not care at all. "If you wanted to kill me, why go through the trouble of kidnapping me?" Furious, he pressed a knife to the empress's neck. "Who are you? If I say I am Sun Wukong, would you believe it? If you're Sun Wukong, then I am Erlang Shun. If you're Erlang Shun, then I am the Queen Mother. If you're the Queen Mother, then I am the Jade Emperor. If you're the Jade Emperor, then I am the Jade Emperor's mother." The empress had successfully angered him. He put the knife to the empress's face. "You fair-skinned boy, don't tell me you consider yourself a woman?" It was fortunate that the empress was disguised as a man, and these two guys were not very bright, so they hadn't suspected her yet. We people of the Central Plains curse like this just to humiliate our opponents. Right at this moment, the knife pointed at the empress's stomach. With an evil smile, he asked, a handsome young man wearing a silk robe, "Are you the emperor of the Central Plains?" Very few people knew that the emperor wore a silk robe when leaving the palace. The empress suspected there was a spy in the palace. "Your Majesty, please come with us. As long as your people obey me, I will naturally let you go." Knowing that this guy was mistaking her for the emperor, the empress decided to beat him at his own game. "Since you know I am the emperor, why do you treat me like this? Hurry up and let me down. Since you know who I am, why don't you let me know who you are? Guess it. I have to test your vision." He thought smugly that this person would definitely not be able to guess. The clever empress, however, understood their language. When the two men came in to tie her up, they called him the first prince, so the empress knew who he was. Zhuazhu Erdi, who is also a highly regarded son. Hearing her answer, he was extremely surprised. Seizing the opportunity, the empress put on airs. "I'm hungry. Make something for me to eat," he said in a fit of rage. "Why should I listen to you?" Fortunately, this guy was too foolish, so the empress was not in any danger. During their journey, the empress frequently used the excuse of going to the bathroom to leave signals. A person who often went to the bathroom, so her male disguise looked increasingly natural. Being away from the emperor for a few days also helped the empress realize her feelings for him. In the imperial palace, news had been received that the emperor had been taken prisoner. All the officials felt as if they heard a bolt of thunder from a clear sky. Old Master Yi held the letter sent by Zhuazhu of the Jurchen tribe and discovered that the fingerprint belonged to Langliang, not the emperor. Deducing that the captured person was Langliang, he felt a bit relieved. Taking this opportunity to observe the court's reactions, he did not tell anyone about this. Unsurprisingly, those with conspiracies used the excuse that a country cannot go a day without a ruler to propose crowning a new monarch. Upon hearing that the emperor was taken prisoner, the Empress Dowager did not hesitate to establish a new ruler. Old Master Yi also sighed sadly for the emperor. Normally, when children go out, their mothers worry, but the Empress Dowager showed no concern for the emperor. On the contrary, she even stripped him of his throne. The captured empress was also surprised to see Levi there. Asking around, she learned that Levi had also been taken prisoner like her. I went with merchant friends to broaden my horizons, but unexpectedly got captured by a cavalry troop. The empress did not suspect him at all, thinking that Zhuozhu's army had suffered heavy losses and was capturing prisoners to replenish their ranks. Furious, Zhuozhu questioned her, "Are you the emperor?" The empress was not flustered at all, showing only indifference. "If I say I am not, would you believe it? I don't believe you. But why haven't they sent a reply after receiving the letter?" After asking himself, he answered, "Is it because they didn't recognize your fingerprint? Right?" The empress was too lazy to talk to this guy. She allowed a large yawn. "You're right, I'm sleepy." The empress was kidnapped, but fortunately, she met a leader who was a bit foolish, so she spun him around like a toy. At night, Levi snuck into the tent, wanting to escape with the empress. Unfortunately, his actions were discovered by Zhuozhu. As they were about to step out of the tent, a sharp sword was pointed at them. Zhuozhu kicked Levi away and even wanted to slash him. Fortunately, the empress stopped him. "If you kill him, I will commit suicide. At that time, you won't get a single penny, and it will start a war between our two countries." Despite Levi's attempts to stop her, the empress was a person of sentiment. How could she let others run into danger? Because of her, Zhuozhu also had to make a reluctant concession. Thinking back to how that letter had been sent to the court for a long time, without any reply, this time he wanted to take the silk robe as a token of proof to threaten them. His crude nature made him want to snatch the robe, but he was kicked out by the empress. "I will take it off myself. You go outside first." This Zhuozhu indeed had a very hot temper. In just a short while, he came back, and seeing the scene before his eyes, he flared up in rage. "Are you a woman?" The empress was a bit panicked. "No, I'm not. It's just that my chest is a bit big." "You still want to deceive me? If you are a woman, how can you be the emperor? Who on earth are you?" Quick-witted, the empress said, "I am the emperor's mother, the Empress Dowager." He grew even angrier. "Who are you fooling? The emperor's mother must be at least nearly 40 years old this year. How could she be so young? I have a method to preserve beauty. The Imperial Academy of Medicine has imperial physicians specializing in beauty research. Where's the proof? How can I believe you are the Empress Dowager? The proof is this silk robe. My son is a filial child. In this world, who else could make him brave such danger? What about his wives and concubines?" With a cold face and cold words, she replied, "Are those little wenches even worthy?" The empress had successfully brainwashed this fool. "No wonder at the very beginning you said you wanted to be my mother. So it turns out you have such a big son." Meanwhile, the emperor marched tirelessly to rescue the empress. Watching the sunset alone, his mood was filled with sorrow. Commander Luke quietly approached the emperor. "Your Majesty really doesn't need to be jealous. Langling is already married to you. The two of you are husband and wife in name and fact. Even if others want to steal her away, they cannot." The emperor asked frankly, "You like her, don't you? But you are right. She is mine. Others cannot take her away. Langling is so lovely. It's normal for other men to yearn for her." Commander Luke panicked slightly, but then could only sigh. "I indeed like her, but what use is that? She's like a block of wood and has never paid attention to me. If she had feelings for me, I would have risked my life to ask my uncle for her hand. In this life, the two of us have no fate together. Now she is just my sister." The knot in the emperor's heart for a long time was now completely resolved. Suddenly, the emperor discovered a sign left by the empress on the road, which made the two of them overjoyed. They immediately set off. In the evening, the sparrow kept struggling, wanting to jump out of its cage. The emperor felt lucky that, fearing the empress would get lost earlier, he had bought this sparrow, which could smell the scent of Langling's body. With the bird reacting like this, he must be trailing very close to her. The emperor ordered Luke Lai to lead a few martial arts experts to scout the path ahead. The rest took out the toxic datura flowers to dry them, waiting for the opportunity when the southeast wind blew across the steppe to ignite them upon order. A lustful man having to go to war is truly miserable. Zhuozhu paced back and forth in frustration all day. This battle dragged on, causing him not to have touched any woman for 2 or 3 months now. Recently, the only woman he had seen was that Empress Dowager. He struggled internally. After all, she was an old woman over 40 years old and the Empress Dowager of the Central Plains. If he laid a hand on her, the Emperor of the Central Plains would surely retaliate against him. It was truly miserable. Scratching his head endlessly due to the internal frenzy, an evil thought suddenly flashed in his mind. The people of the Central Plains valued chastity highly. Even if he really did something to her, she would probably be too embarrassed to speak of it after returning. Acting on his thoughts, that night during dinner, he served her respectfully, as usual. But this time he slipped an aphrodisiac into the wine. The Empress drank it without any suspicion. Thus, his sinister smile became even more pronounced. Today, when the Empress returned to her tent, she did not expect him to tactlessly follow her inside, making her uncomfortable. "Why are you following me in here?" Before she could say anything else, the drug took effect, leaving the Empress's limbs weak and powerless. Seeing his evil expression now, she realized she had been drugged by him. Too impatient to wait, he rushed at the Empress. Fortunately, even though the drug had just taken effect, she kicked him away. This only stimulated him further, making him attack the Empress even more frantically. Right at the critical moment, the Emperor appeared, rescued the Empress, and did not forget to give him a severe beating. After the beating, the Empress was terrified and burst into tears in the Emperor's arms. "Ji Wujio, I missed you so much." Having calmed the Empress down, the Emperor was a bit curious. Is he really the eldest son of Ahachu? Why did he keep calling you Empress Dowager until his death? The Empress felt a bit guilty and lied. "You must have misheard." Now, the drug inside the Empress began to take strong effect, making her face flush red. The Emperor was extremely worried, and only after a while did he understand the reason she was like this. Without saying much, the Emperor knew what that guy had drugged her with. He picked her up and carried her to the riverbank to bathe and cool down. The Emperor had overestimated his self-control. Bathing with the Empress, his face flushed red, and he could only lower his head, not daring to look at her. Clearly, he had only wanted to bring Lang Ling to the lake and use the cold water to dispel the drug, but now he realized his self-control was far too weak. The Empress was curious. "Ji Wujio, why do you keep bowing your head?" Too embarrassed, the Emperor splashed water to change the subject, crying soundlessly in his heart. He knew that Lang Ling had suffered trauma today, and right now, she would surely be extremely resistant to intimacy. An unexpected thing happened to the Emperor. He thought that the Empress soaking in the lake would help her calm down, but to his surprise, upon coming ashore, the Empress actively attacked the Emperor. Having the Empress's consent, how could the Emperor miss the opportunity he had long dreamed of? Thus, the two of them worked hard, exercising all night. As for how they exercised, we can all understand on our own. Waking up the next morning, the Empress was lying in the Emperor's arms. The Emperor's mood at this moment was like spring flowers in bloom. He did not expect that a blessing would come in disguise, and that the chase along the way could actually foster their feelings as husband and wife. However, he felt a bit worried, not knowing how the Empress would be when she woke up and whether that illness of hers would flare up. Now, the Empress did not feel the same disgust as before. Perhaps having the Emperor bathe in front of her every day would help cure her illness. While they were being intimate, the Empress suddenly jumped up in a panic, and the reason was none other than remembering Levi. She worried that something bad might have happened to him. The Emperor, a grand ruler of a country, was now putting shoes on someone else, and even acted pitifully like a puppy. "Why do you care so much about Levi?" Knowing the Emperor's thoughts, the Empress took his hand and recounted everything that had happened, hoping the Emperor would understand that he was the savior who had rescued her. Fortunately, Luke Lai had found Levi last night. Seeing that he was a citizen of the Central Plains who claimed to have been captured and brought here as a military doctor, the Emperor did not forget that he had helped the Empress, but still did not want her to interact with him. While captured, the Empress had overheard Zhuju and the Jurchen people talking and deduced the actual location of the Jurchen royal court. Therefore, she did not want to go back, but instead persuaded the Emperor to lead the army to attack it and requested to go along. Although the Empress knew the exact location of the enemy, this was unexpected, so the army provisions were not guaranteed, making the Emperor hesitate. After a period of discussion and careful calculation, the three agreed to advance the troops to battle. The Emperor wanted to bring Levi along, which made the Empress unhappy. "Our march this time is very dangerous. Why must we bring an unrelated person along?" The emperor was worried that if he were a spy, what would happen if he returned to the Jurchens to pass information? If he is not a spy, I will ensure his safety. Actually, the emperor was worried because the 4 imperial guards he had previously sent to tail Levi had been completely shaken off, and Levi had also mysteriously appeared among the Jurchen soldiers. Not to mention the border warfare was extremely tense. Trade was slowly coming to a halt. Who would dare lead a merchant caravan close to the battlefield? He must have a problem. The empress felt apologetic toward Levi. I'm really sorry to make you march with us. Right now, the battle is unstable, and we cannot split our troops to protect you. Levi still maintained a friendly smile. Brother Yi, please don't say that. Brother No is suspicious of me, right? But I only care about what you think. How could you possibly be a spy? He smiled sincerely. As long as I have those words from you, it's enough. The emperor was jealous again, not wanting the empress to speak with other men, especially Levi. He grabbed her collar and dragged her away. To appease the empress's anger, the emperor used a kiss to make up. The emperor was truly addicted to the empress. More than 10 days later, the emperor led the army near the territory of the Jurchen tribe. Outside the Jurchen city, as the emperor led the troops, everyone turned their eyes to watch. The empress was a bit curious. Why are these Jurchen commoners seeing a foreign army and not running back to report to the royal court? The emperor informed her that they were not of a Hatu's tribe. The commoners, that under his rule, lived in misery. Currently, the soldiers in the city were mostly remnants, as the elite troops had gone to fight in Liaodong. Therefore, capturing the city was extremely easy. This left the empress wide-eyed in disbelief. Although she knew this base was not heavily guarded, this time it was simply too easy. The emperor wanted to wait here for a Hatu's return. Commander Luke received information that a Hatu had attacked Yi Leitang a few days ago, but was beaten into a chaotic retreat by him. Currently, he had led the remnants and fled west toward the Yulan tribe. Letting him escape would pose a future threat, but the emperor knew that he was no longer what he used to be, so no one would shelter him. The empress recalled the incident with the silkworm robe, and informed the emperor that there was a spy in the palace. Zhuazhu Erdi initially mistook her for the emperor because she was wearing the silkworm robe. Very few people knew about this, so there was definitely a traitor. Recalling that the silkworm robe was given to the emperor by her grandfather, the empress was a bit worried. How could the emperor, being a wise ruler, not understand this? But there is one thing I don't understand. Yesterday, I received news sent from the capital. Previously, Zhuazhu Erdi wrote a letter claiming to have captured me. Later, for what reason did he say the one captured was the Empress Dowager? Furthermore, before his death, he kept crying out for the Empress Dowager to spare his life. Could there be something wrong with his eyes? The Empress now felt guilty. There really was something wrong with his eyes. I told him he was mistaken, but he wouldn't believe me. How could the emperor not know that this was all the empress's doing? He only wanted to see how she would react. Unbelievably, the empress wanted him to call her father to make it even. With this, how could the emperor dare tease her any further? The power of the great Qi was too immense. In no time, they had wiped out the Jurchen tribe, striking terror into the other tribes that harbored thoughts of rebellion. A few days later, the people of the Yulan tribe brought a Hatu's head to show their sincerity. The empress, not knowing what was inside the box, was curious to take a look. Upon learning it was a Hatu's head, she almost dropped the box. Curiosity is not always a good thing. In reality, both the emperor and empress knew that the strength of these tribes was not sufficient. How could they dare risk their lives to challenge the great Qi? This meant there was an insider, someone who wanted to rebel. The emperor, standing above tens of thousands of people, also had many sorrows. Being handsome also brought many troubles, and being surrounded by romance was also quite a misery. The Jurchen princess secretly schemed. Now that the chieftain was dead, she was no longer a princess. Central Plains men having 3 wives and 4 concubines was normal. She should seize the opportunity to win over this capable general. No sooner said than done. She walked over and embraced the emperor to express her feelings. The emperor, on the contrary, panicked. He yelled, "Let go of me!" The emperor tried his best to push the girl away. Before he could push her off, he froze and broke into a cold sweat because the empress was standing right before him. Even with 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Fortunately, quick-witted, he raised both hands and shouted, "Lang Lang, save me." The 2 girls, Hearing this, had heads full of question marks, not understanding what was going on. For the emperor to remain faithful to the empress was simply too difficult. Fearing that the empress would detest him for philandering, he raised his hands to call for help. Thus, that girl's days were numbered with the empress. She decisively grabbed her collar and threw her far away. If you come near him again, I will take your life. This man actually dares to lay hands on a woman, not showing a shred of gentlemanly demeanor. General, you must be joking. I only admire General No. The empress's face remained cold. There are many who admire him. What do you think you are? The princess became even more furious. What kind of person spoke so unpleasantly? Unlike the princess, the emperor was overjoyed. Oh my goodness, my wife is caring about me. Her words are sounding sweeter and sweeter to my ears. The princess was still as clingy as a leech, unwilling to let go. General No is not your man. He doesn't need to listen to your commands. How could the emperor let anyone ruin his sweet moment with the empress? I am originally his man. Two men hugging and holding hands made the princess's head spin. She couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. The emperor did not want the empress to misunderstand. Lang Lang, don't be angry anymore. There is really nothing between her and me. Tomorrow we will return to the capital and never see her again. Hearing about returning to the capital, the empress could not feel happy. The issue did not lie with that princess. Kai Vo Q was the emperor, and there were many women by his side. How could he not favor other women? If he touched other women, she would find it even more unbearable. But now, pushing other women toward him, she was unwilling. Knowing that the empress was unhappy, he pinched her nose and teased. Little vinegar jar, still angry? I already said, I am yours. Whatever you tell me to do, I will follow. The next day, the emperor returned in victory from his personal campaign, cheered and hailed by the people. After the court assembly adjourned, the emperor did not want to go to Cunning Palace first. Instead, he wanted to go to Yaiwa Palace. At Yaiwa Palace, Consort Hsien was happily preparing dishes. Today, the emperor returns to the palace. I have a premonition that he will come here tonight. In her heart, she believed she understood the emperor's thoughts. As the saying goes, when husband and wife are separated for a long time, their reunion is full of happiness, just like newlyweds. After all, we haven't seen each other for 2 months. The emperor sees the empress every day and must be tired of looking at her. Hearing the announcement of the emperor's arrival, she grew even more confident in her assumptions. As soon as the emperor walked in, she suddenly knelt down to admit her guilt. She put on a pitiful display with tears welling in her eyes. Before the empress left the palace, the empress dowager repeatedly requested that I stand in for the empress to preside over the silkworm ceremony. In a moment of confusion, I agreed. How could the emperor not see through these tricks? Seeing the emperor reach out his hand to tell her to rise, Consort Hsien seized the opportunity to throw herself into the emperor's arms. Holding Consort Hsien in his arms, the emperor was worried. If Lang Lang, that little vinegar jar, finds out about this, she will probably be angry for days. Consort Hsien wanted to get more intimate with the emperor, but was unexpectedly pushed away by him. This left her completely astonished. You also know that the person whose authority you usurped is the empress. If there is to be punishment, it should come from her. Go and confess your guilt to her tomorrow. Having to go and confess her guilt to the empress, Consort Hsien felt both terrified and unwilling. At Cunning Palace, the empress was training a parrot to call out the emperor is mighty. Training. Continually, the parrot refused to say it. A moment later, it spoke. His Majesty has arrived. The empress laughed. He won't come. The emperor gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Why wouldn't I come? Aren't you supposed to be at Yaiwa Palace? The emperor felt delighted by the empress's jealousy. The emperor spoke seriously. I know you are the ruler of a country, and you cannot do without the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. If you favor any woman, you must tell me. The emperor wanted to know what she would do next. At that time, we will part ways. You can go on embracing them. Just don't come looking for me. The emperor sighed. Why wouldn't the empress believe that he only had eyes for her? Even if you don't believe me, you must believe it. It now only knows you. With the emperor flirting like this, how could the empress not fall for it? The next day, the concubines came to pay their respects to the empress. After paying her respects and leaving, Consort Hsien was very surprised. Today, the empress didn't make things difficult for her. Was it because yesterday the emperor only stayed at her palace for a brief moment? Therefore, the empress felt she was not worth threatening. This caused her to overthink, always believing she was right. The emperor came to my place because he needed me. Yet he avoids physical intimacy, perhaps because he hasn't consummated the marriage for a long time, and this matter cannot be known by others. Besides, the emperor has no children. I fear great Qi will truly fall into the hands of the Empress Dowager in the future. At noon, the emperor went to Sinang Palace, just when the Empress Dowager was reciting scriptures in the Buddhist hall. While waiting for the Empress Dowager, he noticed that the incense burning today had a strange smell. After inhaling it for a while, he felt a warmth rising within him. The emperor did not expect the Empress Dowager to go to such lengths. Using a strange fragrance and specifically dispatching a palace made to seduce him. How could the emperor allow that to happen? He decisively pushed the maid away and rushed to Cunning Palace. The emperor had been drugged, and he only hoped that his antidote would help him. She was none other than the empress. As soon as he saw the empress, he threw himself into her arms with a pitiful look. "Lang Lang, help me. The women of the inner court all scheme against me, even the Empress Dowager. Fortunately, I have you, Lang Lang, who is always sincere with me." The emperor was increasingly favored by the empress, so how could he not be happy? "When I just arrived, I saw you writing something. What was it?" The empress was slightly troubled. "Your Majesty, have you heard the rumors in the palace lately? Currently, it is rumored in the palace that the empress was violated in the enemy camp. Although her life was spared, her body was defiled long ago." How could the emperor tolerate words that hurt the empress? He said furiously, "How dare they? Tell me whoever dared to say those words, and I will have them beheaded immediately." How could the empress not worry? "Are you also doubting me? Have you ever thought about this issue? After all, I was captured." The emperor placed his hand over her lips. "How could I have not thought about it? When you were first captured, with every passing day, my heart felt as if it were being cut by knives, and it was extremely painful. However, I know your character. If you were truly violated, you would naturally suffer 10,000 times more than me. Therefore, at that time, I told myself that no matter what happened, I must treat you well and not let you suffer any grievances. Lang Lang, I believe you, so you must also believe me." With the emperor being so deeply affectionate, how could the empress not be won over? The two of them considered the matter together. It was very serious. This rumor had a highly damaging impact on the empress. At best, it would affect the Yi family. At worst, it could only end in death to prove her innocence. Currently, the most suspicious people spreading this rumor in the palace were Lady Hua under the direction of the Empress Dowager and Lady Fuang under the direction of Consort Xian. The immediate task was to prevent the rumor from spreading, so the emperor wanted to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. However, the empress did not agree. What the empress was writing earlier was precisely the solution to the problem. Knowing that the empress was clever, the emperor fully trusted her. The empress only wanted him to find the culprit for her. That was enough. A few days later, the empress gathered all the concubines in the palace to listen to his storytelling. Among them was also the emperor. It was a story that took place in this dynasty. The story goes that the Jade Emperor in heaven dispatched the 9 heavenly mystical maiden to descend to the mortal world, wanting her to assist a wise ruler in governing the realm. The 9 heavenly mystical maiden married the emperor as his empress, just as the border war broke out. Because the mystical maiden's specialty was military tactics and strategy, she accompanied the emperor on his personal campaign. The mystical maiden intentionally disguised her identity to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Not only did she throw the enemy into confusion, but she also obtained critical intelligence, helping the emperor defeat the enemy and win the victory. After returning to the imperial court, the enemy learned of the mystical maiden's identity and harbored a grudge in their hearts, so they spread malicious rumors to defame her. The emperor summoned the most famous storyteller in the capital here, ensuring that this story would spread throughout the capital within 3 days. The emperor truly admired the empress. Indeed, she had her ways. Standing before the emperor now was a beautiful empress, making him want to engage in some exercise again. After they finished exercising, they heard a commotion outside. The parrot flew up to the high wall and kept shouting, "The empress is pregnant." Hearing this, the emperor immediately called the imperial physician to examine the empress. The imperial physician congratulated the emperor. "The empress has a pregnancy pulse. The Empress was pregnant, and the Emperor was overjoyed, but he wanted to keep it a secret and not let anyone know. The Emperor was worried about the Empress, who was currently plagued by rumors. If the news of her pregnancy spread at this time, it would definitely cause a storm. We can wait until everything is settled before announcing it. The Empress was still worried. Your Majesty, do you like children? Last time Lady Wang miscarried, I saw that you didn't seem sad. Besides, why haven't you had any children before? The Emperor sighed. Being the Emperor, standing above tens of thousands came at too high a price. Royal children looked majestic on the outside, but had misery in their hearts. A princess was still fine. Once she reached adulthood, she could just find a beloved to marry. If they are princes, many brothers often leads to discord. Unlike the children of an ordinary family, I hope my children are all from my legal wife, with no distinction between high and low rank. It would be best to have only one son and the rest daughters. The Emperor took the opportunity to tease the Empress. You should give birth to a few lovely daughters just like you. This made the Empress's face turn as red as a tomato. A few days later, the Emperor felt unwell and called the imperial physician. After checking the pulse, the imperial physician's face turned pale, not daring to speak. Under the Emperor's threat, the physician answered tremblingly in fear. Your Majesty, you are pregnant. The Emperor's face was now blank, completely unable to comprehend what was happening to him. As a full-fledged man to be diagnosed as pregnant, how could anyone bear it? Moreover, he was the Emperor, so how could he not be furious? The imperial physician's heart felt as if it were leaping out of his chest. Your Majesty, forgive me. Even with 100 lives, how could I dare to lie? I absolutely dare not speak nonsense before your Majesty. I take the liberty of asking, have you eaten anything recently? The Emperor's cold voice sounded threatening. I really want to know what on earth could make me pregnant after eating it. The physician quickly explained that the Emperor must have eaten something wrong to exhibit a pregnancy pulse. In reality, he was not pregnant. The Emperor's expression changed instantly. To diagnose whether a woman is pregnant, besides checking the pulse, is there any other way? At Cunning Palace, the imperial physician handed the Empress a bowl of medicine. The physician stated that after drinking it, one would feel movement in the abdomen. As the fetus. If there was no movement, she was not pregnant. The Empress drank the bowl of medicine, but felt no sensation at all. The two of them, who had been so joyful, were now just as disappointed. The Empress was curious as to how the Emperor realized she had a false pregnancy. At this moment, the Emperor, who was drinking water, would surely choke. Even if beaten to death, he could not say it was because he himself had also been diagnosed as pregnant. That would make him a laughingstock to everyone. Both of them noticed that everything happening recently was deliberately targeted at the Empress. First, spreading the rumor that the Empress was defiled in the enemy camp, and then spreading the news of her pregnancy, so that the origin of the child would be unknown. At that point, even with 100 mouths, she wouldn't be able to explain it. This was the first blow. Waiting a few days, they would find a way to have the Emperor discover that the Empress had a false pregnancy. This would be the crime of deceiving the Emperor, which meant it was the second blow. At this moment, the parrot spoke again. The child the Empress is carrying is not of imperial blood, but a bastard child. The Empress said it was not wrong. This was the third blow. That person's methods were extremely clever and sinister. Fortunately, the two of them shared deep affection. Outsiders did not understand. So how could they drive a wedge between them? The Emperor wanted the Empress to think back to see if she had eaten anything suspicious these past few days. The Empress recalled that she only ate and drank in her own palace. At the Empress Dowager's place, she didn't even drink tea. The kitchen at Cunning Palace was very clean. Recently, she had only eaten the pastries from Consort Zhuang. Consort Zhuang, knowing that the Empress had met with trouble after eating the pastry she brought, wept and pleaded, begging heaven and earth to witness that she had done nothing disrespectful to Her Majesty the Empress, and that even with 100 times the courage, she would not dare, and there must be a misunderstanding, asking the Emperor and Empress to investigate clearly. The Empress wanted to know if anything unusual had happened in the palace recently. Consort Zhuang honestly reported that during this time, nothing was unusual except for a small matter. A palace made from the Hall of Containing Light slipped and fell into the Pool of Supreme liquid the night before last. The palace discipline office was ordered to examine the body and bury her. Since it was not a major matter, they did not dare to disturb the Empress. From Consort Zhuang's words, the Empress learned that the palace maid worked in Consort Zhuang's kitchen and was usually in charge of making pastries. Hearing this, the Emperor understood the situation and demanded in a loud voice. So when she died, which palace did she serve? Seeing the emperor like this, Consort Zhuang also turned pale with fear. She quickly confessed that the maid was from Yayua Palace. Knowing the maid was from Yayua Palace, the empress knew the person behind it was none other than Consort Xian. This girl considered herself clever, using the empress dowager as a shield so that if anything happened, she wouldn't be implicated. The emperor wanted to know how the empress would handle this. The empress only sighed. One is your mother, the other is the daughter of your most important minister. Figure it out yourself. The emperor felt fortunate that in this palace, everyone plotted against him for power. Fortunately, by his side, he had the empress who was always sincere to him. The emperor had investigated and found that the spread of rumors about the empress being defiled was orchestrated by the Su clan. In the imperial harem, everyone was gossiping. This morning, the emperor ordered the arrest of everyone in the Su estate to await sentencing. Some were shocked because they were relatives of the empress dowager. How could that be? The emperor summoned Lord Fong. The emperor let him know there was no official business today, just wanted to talk about Consort Xian. As a senior minister, he had already sensed an ill omen, since his daughter was now the emperor's consort. Was the emperor summoning him to mock him, or didn't want to tell him what crime Consort Xian had committed, and out of respect for him, would he show Consort Xian some leniency? This minister failed to discipline her properly, causing Your Majesty to worry over Consort Xian. It truly makes me unable to eat or sleep. The emperor's demeanor was relaxed, but his tone was icy. The one who is truly worried and troubled is the empress. If you failed to discipline her, then do it now. The emperor was indeed a wise ruler, handling everything cleanly without losing a loyal minister. Consort Xian, for abusing her power, was demoted by 3 ranks, stripped of her salary for half a year, and renamed Lady of Bright Deportment Fong. The entire Su clan, for plotting rebellion and slandering the imperial court, a heinous crime, would be executed in the autumn. The remaining members of the Su clan were exiled to Cheongzhou. The emperor was at Cunning Palace with the empress. The empress dowager entered in a rage, demanding to know why the emperor, having agreed to show leniency to Su Li, yet now he and his mother are to be beheaded. The emperor put on a completely innocent face. I've already shown leniency. The entire estate should have been executed, but now only 2 masters and 2 servants are to lose their heads. The empress, standing by, gave the emperor a silent thumbs up, thinking this was shameless enough. The empress dowager made excuses, wanting the emperor to be lenient. He was just a youth speaking a few disrespectful words. Does it warrant such a punishment? How could the emperor dare to show leniency this time? If he did, he would have to sleep alone without the empress. Today he dares to speak contemptuously of the empress. Tomorrow he will dare to speak contemptuously of the emperor, misleading the masses and destabilizing the country. Is that not so? The empress dowager still wanted to protect her relative. Why did you exile my maternal uncle without cause and send him to Cheongzhou? Will he even survive in such a place? The emperor's tone grew colder. I want to know if they ever thought about their survival when they first committed those evil deeds. Mother, you reside deep in the palace, but have always known what they did outside. I have always kept an eye on you, but I do not know if you have ever cared about me. In truth, the ones who ruined the Su clan were themselves. Knowing she could not change anything, the empress dowager could only leave in anger. The empress was worried. Since you dealt such a heavy blow this time, the officials might criticize you behind your back. The emperor did not care, because in a few days delegations from 3 sides would arrive one after another, and they would have plenty of work to do. Hearing about the delegations, the empress was very curious to know what treasures they would present. What the emperor cared about was the fertile Jurchen land, which was ideal for growing crops. So he wanted the Jurchens to cede land to his country. Every time the empress showed her intelligence, she was so cute that the emperor could not control himself, whether day or night. He wanted to exercise in bed with her. The emperor now possessed the empress in both body and soul. Yet today, he went to a brothel. The girl teased the emperor, "We haven't met for a long time. It feels like you have become a different person, as if you have been reborn." Felt like a girl who has become a submissive daughter-in-law. The emperor only smiled. "I came today to bid farewell. I will not come here anymore. How could the girl not guess that the man before her had already conquered the woman in his heart? She was deeply envious. This heart sickness was the hardest to cure, and some could not cure it in a lifetime. At this point, the emperor changed his attitude, which surprised her. In the future, I have one thing I need your help with. Help me point out the top courtesan in your brothel. In the prison, Lu Yu screamed loudly, I've been wronged. What crime has this humble girl committed? I am innocent. The emperor walked up and spoke coldly. Kong Qinglu is not dead. If you scream to the outside now, perhaps he will agree to save you. She knew this was a bad sign, but still kept claiming innocence. I don't know what you were talking about. Despite her insistence that she knew nothing, the emperor remained cold. What does it matter if you know or not? If you want to live, just tell me where Ji Liu or Levi is. I have always had a question. Why did the barbarian tribes attack Great Qi all at once despite their weak strength? Thinking it over, someone must have promised them something good. Such a person can only be related to the seventh prince, who would then be eligible to be called the emperor. Years ago, during the chaos in the palace, the crown prince abdicated. At that time, his son was only 3 years old and supposedly fell to his death in the turmoil. But in truth, he was rescued by a close servant. That child was named Ji Liu. After being saved, he lived under an alias among the common people, and now that he's grown up, he strongly seeks revenge. First, you found a way to bribe the palace guards. Then, you used the identities of the favored consorts to assassinate the emperor. If it succeeded, Ji Liu would ascend the throne under the guise of the seventh prince. If it failed, the blame would fall on the consorts. Since opportunities to assassinate the emperor were scarce, he sought help from the barbarian tribes, promising them silver upon success. Thus, during the war, he appeared in Jizhou and among the Jurchen soldiers. The emperor gave her 3 days to think it over and reveal Ji Liu's whereabouts. At this point, she did not dare say a word, not expecting everything to have been exposed. The emperor did not want the empress to know yet that Levi was a double agent, not wishing to worry her too much. Today, the emperor and empress hosted the envoys of the 3 kingdoms. It was not yet known what rare tribute they would present, but first, there were 3 beautiful, carefully selected princesses who came from marriage alliances, hoping to live in harmony in the future. For the sake of the big picture, how could the emperor refuse? He had no choice but to accept them and title them all as ladies of bright deportment. Needless to say, the empress's jealousy was sparked. Glancing over to see his little vinegar jar sulking, the emperor also broke into a cold sweat. Being an emperor who wanted to be devoted to only one person was truly tough. A few days later, the two went hand in hand happily to the pool of supreme liquid to watch the lotuses bloom. The empress pointed in the distance at someone standing on a raft, which looked very novel. The person stepped off the raft to pay respects to the emperor. She was his consort, but the emperor asked, "Who are you?" The girl politely reported that she was Lady of Bright Deportment Manhwa. The emperor paid no attention to the girl, his eyes fixed on the raft. Finding it interesting, he remarked, "Very good." Lady of Bright Deportment Hua was filled with confusion, not understanding what he meant. The empress thought the emperor was praising her, causing her jealousy to flare up again. She refused to board the raft with the emperor, excusing herself with a headache, and turned to leave. Due to a slight lack of tact, the emperor was left alone as the empress sulked. He did not understand why she had suddenly developed a headache. The empress returned to Cunning Palace, lying in bed, clutching a pillow with a heart full of jealousy. The emperor had too many consorts, which was truly vexing. She vented all her anger on the pillow, punching it while blaming herself. I said that even if I married a dog or a chicken, I shouldn't marry the emperor, yet now I actually love him. Being scolded continuously, the emperor could not escape the fate of sneezing repeatedly. The emperor guessed the empress was jealous, so he went to Cunning Palace to make peace. Why are you so quick to anger? Harming your own health only makes others happy. The empress was still stubborn. I'm not angry. Look, it's written all over your face. Keep throwing a tantrum, and I'll go see someone else. At this rate, it was unclear if the emperor had come to make peace or to provoke her. How could the empress swallow this anger? With so many consorts in the palace, there's no need to waste time on me. I'm truly not jealous, so don't make a big deal out of it. I don't care at all. The more she spoke, the more displeased the emperor became. Unwilling to argue, he left. One would think he would proudly turn his back to go to another consort's palace, but but instead he returned to the palace of heavenly purity to cry. Sleeping alone was no big deal. The emperor had nearly 3,000 beauties, yet now he dared not flip a tablet for bedtime service. If he acted foolishly and the empress refused to even let him touch her finger in the future, what would he do? The next morning, the maid combing the empress's hair advised her, "Though it is not my place, I feel your words last night were a bit hurtful. Rarely is there a monarch so devoted to a woman. Your Majesty, doing this is only pushing the emperor away." The empress felt downcast. Enough, say no more. He won't come today anyway. Just as she spoke, the announcement His Majesty arrives sounded outside, surprising her. The emperor took her hand and laid bare his heart. "Your words yesterday hurt me deeply. I know you don't care, but I care very much." The empress felt a bit ashamed as she confessed, "I do care about you, but I dislike seeing you look at others, and I definitely don't want you getting close to them." The emperor assured her that would never happen, as there was only one person in his heart. The empress worried. What if I cannot get pregnant? The emperor seized the chance to tease her, lingering, being so anxious. "Are you complaining about my stamina? Why don't we put it to the test right now?" Just as things were heating up, the emperor's intimate moment was interrupted. A eunuch announced that a letter had arrived from the Yi residence. The Dowager Lady Yi was critically ill. Upon inquiry, they learned that Dowager Lady Yi, fragile due to old age, caught a cold and fainted. Today, the emperor visited with the empress, but in truth, he had another purpose. "Well, I want to fight the Jurchens. You gave me the silkworm robe. Who would have thought it would become a clue for the enemy to capture you? I naturally know of your loyalty, which is why I came to ask you personally." Think back, who else knew of this? After a moment, Elder Yi revealed that besides the escorts, there was also his disciple named Bo Jianshin. He was previously exiled, but was recently appointed as the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel. The silkworm robe was actually a gift from him. The emperor had his own plans and did not want to startle the snake just yet. Seeing her grandmother lying weak in bed, the empress could only sigh. Outside, she ran into her eldest brother. After joking about their childhood for a moment, her eldest brother grew serious and told her a secret that left her stunned. A moment later, she went to look for the emperor, but only found her grandfather. Her grandfather wanted to talk to her. Lingling, "I have wronged you. Out of a momentary urge for power, I stubbornly married you into the palace to be the empress. But with your personality, you might not like palace life. Originally, your father also strongly opposed it, feeling you and Commander Luke would be a better match. I know the palace struggles are fierce. This move of mine was ultimately a mistake." The empress took his hand to comfort him. "Fate is decided by heaven. Without your matchmaking, I could not have become the emperor's wife. He treats me very well. The schemers in the 6 palaces are no match for me. As for the Empress Dowager, I have my own ways of dealing with her, so you don't need to worry." Hearing this, Elder Yi was relieved and prepared to leave. Hearing that he was leaving, the Empress was surprised. Elder Yi said that all these years he had chased fame and wealth and had not taken good care of his wife. "Now I want to return to Jiangsu to recuperate and enjoy my retirement. Since there is someone to take care of you, I am at ease." A few days later, court officials discussed why Grand Secretary Yi had returned home and why his son, Yi Kangol, had also been released. Was the emperor determined to suppress the Yi faction and support the Fong faction? At Cunning Palace, the emperor wanted to explain his decision to the empress, but she stopped him. "I know what you want to do. You want to build up Fong Xiuqing's faction, and no one can stop you. Do it with peace of mind. Besides, regarding the Grand Secretariat, I feel my second brother is more suited than my grandfather." The empress explained that her grandfather was soft-hearted and indecisive, whereas her second brother was calculating. Managing water control under tough conditions and repairing the reservoir early showed his talent. The emperor praised the empress for being more strategic than them. The empress admitted, "It's a pity I am a woman. In my next life, I want to be a man to build a career." The emperor disagreed. "If you were a man, who would I marry?" The empress lifted his chin and teased, "Then you become a woman and marry me." Teased to a blush like a young girl, the emperor quickly changed the subject. "There is a strange scent in your room today. Did you change your incense?" The empress explained that she had changed to this incense before going to Liaodong. It was called Yearning and had an interesting story behind it. Yearning is a Han Dynasty poem about a woman scolding her unfaithful husband. The emperor was displeased. This scent is an ill omen. Only someone with a faithless husband would use this. I'm not faithless, so you're not allowed to use it. Although speaking, he quickly pulled the Empress in his arms and whispered, I'm a loving man, do not use it again. The Emperor was truly always seeking chances to get close to the Empress. The scene shifts to the two arriving at Sinang Palace, wondering why the Empress Dowager had summoned them so urgently. The Empress Dowager held the Emperor's hand with a loving smile. Over the years, you have had many servants, but those who understand their master's mind and serve well are rare. Caring for you, I have found you a good servant. Hearing this, the Empress was displeased, secretly cursing. What does this Empress Dowager mean? Shamelessly offering her own maid to the Emperor right in front of the Empress. When the palace maid entered, the Emperor was completely stunned. Speaking unnaturally, the Empress Dowager said, Xiangru, from now on you are an imperial presence maid. You must take good care of the Emperor. Hearing the name Xiangru, the Empress thought of the girl the Emperor had mentioned before. Wanting to know more, she asked the Empress Dowager, Mother, whose daughter is this obedient girl? She is the daughter of Bo Jiansheng, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, a lady of proper breeding. It is truly unfair for her to serve as a maid in the palace. The Empress secretly grumbled. What did she mean by saying this in front of me? Was she claiming it was unfair? Did she hope she would become a mistress in the future? The Empress asked Xiangru, Do you know how to blend incense? This servant knows a little. If your majesty does not mind, please command whatever scent you desire. The Empress deduced that this girl knew how to blend incense and had accompanied her father in exile to Liaodong. Thus, the incense used to lure the enemy was likely hers as well. According to the Emperor, she was dead, so why was she here now? The Empress wanted to know more, so she summoned Consort Zhuang to Cunning Palace. Consort Zhuang revealed that Xiangru was the one who served the crown prince back then, on par with Chief Eunuch Ma at the time. However, the Emperor favored her more. She was very beautiful, serving him not only during the day, but also attending to him at night. The Empress was curious why, having served in bed, she remained a palace maid. Consort Zhuang explained, back then, the Empress Dowager held power over the 6 palaces and disliked her. The Emperor knew the Empress Dowager's character and wanted the late Emperor to intervene, but she resolutely refused. Once titled as a talented lady, she could no longer serve her master closely, so she willingly remained a common palace maid just to stay by his side. In the evening, at the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Xiangru finished preparing the bed for the Emperor. She stepped forward to undress him, intentionally trying to seduce him, but was rejected. She put on a pitiful expression. It is because this servant is clumsy and cannot serve you well. The Emperor did not want any entanglement with other women, so he put on his robe and headed to Cunning Palace. Early morning at Cunning Palace, the Empress opened her eyes and saw the Emperor. Feeling displeased, she pushed the Emperor off the bed. With a pitiful expression, the Emperor said, Lang Lang, what is wrong with you so early in the morning? The Empress showed her anger. Last night, you fell asleep in the middle of the night. I was too sleepy to argue with you, but you seem to have forgotten that the matter of Bo Xiangru has not been explained clearly to me, right? The Emperor honestly replied, I do not dare to lie at all. She and I used to have some feelings. At first, I could not protect her and felt a bit guilty, so seeing her still alive indeed made me happy. The Emperor lowered his face with a pitiful look, like a child who had done something wrong. Did you used to be intimate with her? The Empress became even angrier. What about now? Seeing the Empress's jealousy, the Emperor was very pleased in his heart. Now, I'm locked by you. Others cannot touch me. You are lying again. So what do you plan to do with her now? The Emperor, like a puppy wagging its tail and full of affection, said, Now I have you, there is no one else. Wife, whatever you say goes. The Emperor, with a tongue like sweet honey, now had many tricks to coax this jealous little vinegar jar. The Empress said, Ask for her opinion. If she stays in the palace, she should be granted a title. If she wants to leave the palace, then you should bestow a marriage upon her. The Emperor agreed to everything. I will listen to you in everything. Let's not talk about this anymore. I have a matter to discuss with you, and I guarantee you will be happy. Soon, I will take you to Jiangnan. Do you want to go? In Jiangnan, the Empress was delighted by the stalls selling goods. The Emperor walked over and gently reminded her, Our trip to Jiangnan this time is to implement the new policy. We are traveling in disguise, so Empress, do not play too much and forget it. At this moment, the shopkeeper began to promote his goods. This lady indeed has a beautiful appearance. Surely her family is of the imperial family. I have a new toy here, which is even better for teaching officials. Madam, would you like to take a look? The Empress, passionate about novel and strange things, was extremely interested upon hearing this. The shopkeeper held up a bottle of pills and said, "This medicine of ours can make a man quiet down. Just one pill is guaranteed to make a man unable to move for at least 10 days. No matter what kind of strong man he is, in front of this medicine, he will surely be weakened." Hearing this, the emperor's face turned pale, while the empress became increasingly excited. "I want this. Shopkeeper, are there any other good things?" Fearing that the shopkeeper would bring out more bizarre items, the emperor quickly stopped him. If this continued, he might accidentally offend her and have to sleep alone for a whole month, which was no laughing matter. The two arrived at their arranged destination. After checking the account books for a few days, the two discovered that there were unexpectedly so many corrupt officials here. Where did all that embezzled silver go in the end? Based on the testimonies of the corrupt officials, most of that money was handed over to the Jiangsu commissioner. The shadow guards just reported that he had committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Investigating his past, they found out that when he was young, he used to work for the crown prince's residence, who was Ji Liu's father. Unbelievably, Ji Liu wanted to seize the throne and had instigated rebellion at the border. Indeed, his identity was definitely the son of the deposed crown prince. Speaking of which, you also know this person. The empress's face turned pale. "Someone I know, and at this age. Don't tell me it is my cousin?" The emperor was displeased. "Why is it that, whether it is good or bad, the person you think of is always your cousin? That person is Levi." The empress did not believe it. "He once saved me. How could that be? You are so foolish." He colluded with the Jurchen tribe, so naturally there was no problem going in and out. Teaming up with the Ruren to put on a show for you to gain your trust was also simple. In Liaodong, he might have already known our identities. Fortunately, all his previous attack plans were disrupted by us. The emperor also informed her that Su Jiu had been deceived by someone else. The guard's assassination attempt was real, and the poison on the sword was real. The deposed crown prince's son wanted to seize the throne and could try to assassinate him, but my shadow guard were too numerous, so he had no opportunity to strike. Since he is hiding too well and cannot be found, we will create an opportunity for him to strike. The next day, the two happily strolled down the street, listening to singing. In the evening, standing on a boat, enjoying the scenery, the emperor, inspired by the view, wanted to get intimate with the empress again. However, just as they were about to reach the climax, someone threw a stone into the room, interrupting the emperor's good time. How miserable! Why did the assassins have to choose this exact moment? What terrible luck! However, everything had been prepared beforehand to lure the enemy out. Therefore, only a short while later, the shadow guards controlled the situation and came to report to the emperor. There were a total of 18 assassins, and 6 were captured alive, but Ji Liu was not among them. As expected, everything went according to my prediction. This method still could not lure him out. Currently, sending people to investigate Jiangsu is no longer useful. The world is so vast. Ji Liu must have found a way to flee in another direction. So, Lang, let us return to the capital. The next day, under a clear sky and calm wind, the two were resting along the road. The empress wanted to know why they had to return to the capital, while Ji Liu had not been captured yet. The emperor told her that Ji Liu definitely did not want them to return to the capital, because assassinating him later would be very difficult. Therefore, on the way back, he would definitely strike quickly. They only needed to wait for him to fall into the trap. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling them. They looked up toward the distance. And saw a flood rushing unusually fast and approaching. Quick-witted, the emperor pulled the empress to climb up a tall tree to take refuge. The empress, her whole body trembling, lay in the emperor's arms feeling extremely terrified. "Emperor, we won't die, will we?" The sound earlier was very frightening. The emperor comforted her. "There's a river nearby." The shocking sound earlier was probably a dike breach, causing the river water to overflow. Therefore, we only need to stay in a high place and wait for the flood to recede. Facing the natural disaster, humans became so small, fearing that he might not survive this great catastrophe. The emperor expressed his true feelings. Lang, I am truly very grateful to you. For the 20-some years before meeting you, my life was very dull, a repetitive cycle without joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Imperial Father once said that emperors should not get involved in love between men and women. It was only when I met you that I discovered life could be so vibrant. The two embraced and poured their hearts out, fearing that if they did not speak now, they might never have another chance. Suddenly, the Empress pointed happily at a log, drifting near them. "We are saved. There is no need to worry anymore." The Emperor carefully helped her sit on the log to ensure her safety. He even tied the sash of the Empress's clothes to the log to prevent her from being swept away. The Empress did not notice much at this moment and said, "Emperor, you should also sit down quickly." The small log could not hold two people. What she did not expect at all was that in this disaster, the Emperor had given the final chance of survival. To her, the Emperor gently pushed the log away, leaving the Empress in dazed bewilderment. Not knowing whether he could survive this disaster, the Emperor felt very content in his heart. After all, Lang Lang was safe. When the Empress woke up, she found herself lying on a bed. Was she still alive? Looking outside the door, she saw the silhouette of a man walking in. Thinking it was Ji Wuji, she heard him ask, "Brother Jean, do you still remember me?" This startled her completely awake. Keeping her composure, she smiled. "How could I not? Brother Levi, why are you here?" He also wore a friendly smile as before. "I was trapped in this village because of the flood. I happened to see you collapse by the shore, so I brought you back. Do not worry. A lady in the villa helped clean and change your clothes. Your things are all there." Opening the luggage, inside was the Emperor's folding fan. Holding it in her arms and thinking of the Emperor, that she could not hold back her tears, she comforted herself in her heart. He is the true son of heaven, chosen by the heavenly Emperor. Nothing bad will surely happen to him. The Empress calculated that information about the Emperor could not be confirmed so quickly. That was why Levi was hiding here, taking no action. Levi was keeping her here under house arrest because he did not know whether Ji Wuji was still alive. He is putting me under house arrest because I still have value to be used to threaten Ji Wuji. Right now, I should pretend as if I know nothing and then find an opportunity to escape. The Empress gathered herself and pretended as before, "Thank you, Brother Lo. I just woke up and have a bit of a headache. I was truly lucky to meet you. Otherwise, I might not be here like this." Unexpectedly, he stopped pretending and said frankly, "When I become Emperor, you will still be the Empress, so you do not need to worry." The Empress's expression changed, making him laugh. "It must have been hard for you to act for so long. Let me inform you that his body has been found, and the national mourning is currently underway. I will be merciful and allow you to mourn him for a few days." Knowing that he was intentionally provoking her, the Empress calmly changed the subject. It did not rain that day, so why was there a sudden flood? Did you use explosives to breach the dike? You are indeed very clever. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress threw a punch right at his face. "Do you know how many people you have killed?" He said coldly, "Back then, no one in the world helped me, so why should I care about them? As long as I know what I want, I will definitely get it." As he spoke, he placed his hand to caress the Empress's cheek. "Whether it is the Empire or you, I have a way to obtain it." Facing his rude touch, the Empress showed disgust, brushing his hand off, and said with a cold tone, "You only think of the benefits of being Emperor, but you do not know the hardships of an Emperor. What Ji Wuji holds his heart is the entire world, but you do not have a shred of benevolence. Before even becoming Emperor, you have already killed so many people. In this regard, 100 of you cannot compare to a single Ji Wuji." Unexpectedly, the Empress's words provoked him to act maliciously. "Even if I am inferior to him in 100 ways, I have at least 1 point stronger than him." Ji Liu brought his face close to the Empress. "I'm stronger than him in bed. Do you believe me?" Angry, the Empress threw things at him. "Get away from me." But he refused to let go, instead wanting to get intimate with the Empress. Despite her strong resistance, he still would not let her go. In her panic, fortunately, the Empress grabbed the bottle of pills. Recalling the effects advertised by the vendor, she stuffed a pill into his mouth. He coughed repeatedly, wanting to know what she had forced him to swallow. The Empress laughed and said, "That is the quiet-down medicine. I heard its effects kick in very quickly." Just as she said, he felt his body weakening and quickly left. Before stepping outside, he turned back to look at the Empress. "Consider yourself ruthless. Take this opportunity to rest your mind. Tomorrow, we will return to the capital to claim Ji Wuji's corpse." The next day, when the Empress woke up, she realized this was not yesterday's room. She stood up and went outside to see. Seeing she was awake, Ji Liu told her to come out and look. She froze because before her eyes, every house on the shore was hanging funeral banners. He said, "Now we will take a boat back to the capital to claim Ji Wuji's body." Initially panicked by this shocking news, the Empress calmed down the next second to analyze the situation. "You are lying to me. On one hand, you keep saying Ji Wuji is dead, but on the other hand, you choose to return to the capital by river. This must be because someone is investigating your whereabouts on land. The villas on the shore are hanging white cloth because so many people died in the flood. That is why every house is draped in white." Hearing this, he clapped his hands in praise. "You are so clever. I did not expect you to guess it so quickly. It is true that Ji Wuji is not dead. I have sent him a secret letter ordering him to come to the meeting point alone." The Empress thought, "Ji Wuji is not a fool. Why would he come alone? You are not wrong. He would not come alone for me. But what if it were for you? He would have to comply." A few days later, both sides arrived at the meeting point. Ji Liu had already set up explosives, waiting for the Emperor to appear so he could harm him. Unexpectedly, no matter how many times the fuses were lit, no explosion was heard. Feeling suspicious, he wondered, why is that? Shouldn't all the explosives go off at the same time? Knowing this situation meant his plan had failed, he muttered, as expected of Ji Jinsong's son, "You are as cunning as your father." In that case, it seems the Emperor does not care about the life or death of the Empress. If that is the case, I have nothing more to say. With those words, he took a sword and cut the rope suspending the Empress in midair. It goes without saying how terrified the Emperor was. Fortunately, the Empress had been wearing her ring beforehand, and during the verbal confrontation between the two sides, she had taken the opportunity to cut the rope. When Ji Liu cut the rope, she managed to grab the end of the rope, quickly kicked him, and subdued him. The Emperor ran over, deeply worried about the Empress. The Emperor was excessively worried, so the Empress had to comfort him in turn. The Empress was curious. "Ji Wuji, after the flood broke out, I was carried away. How were you saved? And how did you pursue me all the way here?" The Emperor explained that when he saw the water level rising continuously, he resolutely saved his energy, held his breath, and kept his face above the flowing water. Later, a nearby shadow guard discovered and rescued him. After returning to the palace, I received a secret letter from Ji Liu. The letter even contained your fingerprint. As he spoke, the Emperor's hands clenched tighter in anger. Suddenly, the Empress bit the Emperor's ear hard and scolded him loudly. "Ji Wuji, you and I go through trials and tribulations together. When something happens, you only know how to bear it alone. Am I ultimately your wife or not? You thought of using your life to exchange for mine. If so, do you think I could live in peace?" Deeply moved, the Emperor held the Empress in his arms. "I know I was wrong. But if it were you, you would do the same for me, right?" With tears streaming down her face, the Empress replied, "You are the Emperor. Do you know your significance to this empire?" The Emperor coaxed her, "Lang, you only know my significance to the empire, but do you know your significance to me?" The Emperor indeed loved the Empress deeply. The Empress then wanted to know why those explosives did not go off. The Emperor flicked her forehead playfully. "Silly girl. If he could bury the explosives, can I not dig them up?" The Empress had 1,000 questions, but was stopped by the Emperor. Lang, I truly missed you so much. Whatever it is, can we talk after we finish our business?" The Empress agreed, making the Emperor as happy as a blooming flower. Today, he could exercise on the bed with the Empress again. Unfortunately, at the climax, the Empress felt unwell and threw up a rainbow of vomit. Worried, the Emperor said, Lang, I have not touched anyone else. I bathe every day. Please believe me." The Empress thought it was just the after effect of being on the boat for too long. The Emperor said worriedly, "What kind of boat ride would cause this? Even if it was motion sickness, it should have passed by now." Suddenly, another thought struck him. Grabbing the Empress's hand with a joyful face, he asked, "How long has it been since your last period?" "It seems to be 2 or 3 months. Their eyes lit up as they looked at each other, both thinking of the same wonderful possibility. After checking, the imperial physician announced that the Empress had been pregnant for 2 months. Hearing the news, only the Emperor stood dazed, which left the imperial physician clueless and breaking out in a cold sweat. Once he regained his composure, the Emperor was overjoyed, unable to believe that their long-awaited wish that had finally come true. The scene changed. The Emperor went to the prison to see Ji Liu. Knowing that he had lost, Giulio did not want to argue about anything. He said indifferently, "Slice or kill, do as you please. There is no need for interrogation." The emperor sighed. "Actually, you did not have to die. Whether you believe it or not, when I heard I had an older brother in the world, I felt somewhat happy. The G clan's bloodline is already thin. Although you wanted to usurp the throne, I never wanted to take your life. If only you had not caused such a massive disaster for your personal interest. Tens of thousands of lives were in your hands. Even if I wanted to pardon you, I fear the world would not agree." Giulio, still with that expressionless face, said, "You are Ji Wuji, so of course you can stand there and criticize me for killing innocent people. I do not care about the life or death of others, because no one cares about mine. Everyone wants to be Ji Wuji, but some are born to be Giulio." He had only one final request. "Out of respect for our shared bloodline, can you grant my request to die at the hands of Yi Langling?" Hearing this, the emperor also realized that he liked his Lang Lang. "Let me tell you, Lang Lang is currently pregnant, so I'm afraid it is not convenient for her to do bloody work." Giulio still wanted to hear Lang Lang's answer. The emperor turned his head and saw the empress outside the cell. The empress thought everything would be fine, that I want to talk to him for a moment. "Please leave your sword and go outside to wait for me." He asked, "Little sister Yi, if I had not harmed so many people, would you have liked me?" The empress replied, "I already have a husband." He still persisted, "What if I had met you first?" The empress thought, "We probably could have become friends." Hearing her answer, he felt a bit sad in his heart. "Only friends? I have nothing more to say. Go ahead and do it." Before that, he showed a trace of regret. "Little sister Lang, I was wrong. I thought what I wanted most was the throne, but actually it wasn't. I thought that dying at your hand would bring me peace, but actually it won't. Little sister Lang, in this lifetime, I have never been so sad. I know you hate me. If I tell you something related to Ji Wuji, will you forgive me? Actually, my original plan with Bo Xiangru was not like this. At first, our plan was that I would get the throne and she would get Ji Wuji. But after she entered the palace, she changed her mind. She wanted Ji Wuji to continue being emperor while she wanted to be empress. The empress wanted to know how she could get Ji Wuji. He informed her she can control Ji Wuji. The empress wanted to know more details, but could not, for he had already drawn his last breath. The empress informed the emperor of what Giulio had said before his death, that Bo Xiangru could control the emperor. Since he had not been in contact with her recently, how could he possibly be controlled by her? "How is your health lately? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere?" The emperor comforted her. Before his death, Giulio might have just created a smoke screen to prevent us from living in peace. Although he told the empress that he was fine, the emperor felt very strange, not understanding why he often unconsciously and involuntarily that would walk to Bo Xiangru's palace. Seeing the emperor arrive, she joyfully welcomed him. "Your Majesty, you have finally come." "Bo Xiangru, what on earth did you do to me?" At this point, she did not want to hide anything anymore. "Have you ever heard of the peach blossom goo? I did not want to use the goo poison on you. You forced my hand." The emperor coldly said that it was just an excuse and turned to leave. His reaction was beyond her expectation, and she was shocked. "Your Majesty, are you really leaving? If you do not love me, you will die." The emperor replied coldly, "Even if I die, I will never love you." She wanted to know why. "You clearly loved me. Our feelings were so deep before. Is it because of Yi Langling?" Without hesitation, the emperor let her know, "In this life, I only love one person, and in the future, I will only love her. You should also call her the empress, and you are not comparable to her in any way." She stood there dazed for a long time, unable to believe that the emperor loved the empress deeply. The emperor returned to his palace, and immediately summoned an imperial physician skilled in toxicology to examine him. Upon examination, the physician informed him that the emperor had been poisoned by the peach blossom poison. This is the symptom of the poison taking effect. This poison feeds primarily on blood to grow. Over time, I fear your life will be difficult to save. To cure this poison, the emperor and the person who poisoned you must love each other for a lifetime without change. This poison will guide you to find her. To cure this poison, the poisoner must personally resolve it. Once cured, the poisoner will die instead. Aside from this, there is no other way. From the physician's words, the emperor knew that this poison was indeed a living poison. The poisoned person would be controlled by the venomous insect, actively seeking out the poisoner to consummate their relationship. The victim's mind is controlled, so they must truly love each other. The two must be together and must not be with anyone else. Otherwise, the poison will flare up and the betrayer will die. The imperial physician was curious. Anyone poisoned would fall into this trap without exception. But your majesty, why have you not gone to find her after all these days? The emperor, with an affectionate face, said, because I already have someone I love. In this life, I only love her. The imperial physician greatly admired this. This shows that you love her very much. You must have a very firm will. Thinking of this, the emperor realized that before finding a cure, he should not let the empress know about this. She was pregnant, and he did not want her to worry. The emperor wanted to reward the imperial physician. The physician's greatest wish was for his wife to see the emperor, as she was very curious about what the emperor looked like. The emperor happily agreed, but little did he know he was just a minor character. The physician scratched his head with embarrassment. Could she look at the empress instead? Knowing that she could see the empress made him as happy as a child given candy. It is indeed a blessing. Actually, what my wife wants to see most is the empress. A few days later, at Cunning Palace, after the meal, the emperor made an excuse that he was unwell and wanted to return to his palace to rest. After a few days of observation, the empress noticed that the emperor was not in good spirits, so she asked Feng Yud about the reason. Feng Yud, worried about the emperor's health, reported everything. Fearing the empress would worry, the emperor had forbidden anyone from reporting it. His health is currently poor. He has been coughing up blood lately. The physician's diagnosis only said his qi and blood are weak, so he is always given blood-nourishing tonics. However, during their conversation, this servant overheard the word poison. The empress knew something was wrong and wanted to hear the details of whether the emperor had experienced anything unusual recently. Feng Yud stated that the emperor had been to the Plantain Pavilion. He spoke a few words with the noble consort, and when he came out, his face was very pale. He decreed that the master of the Plantain Pavilion be grounded, and the secret guards on duty at the Palace of Heavenly Purity were also reduced. The empress went to the Plantain Pavilion to meet Bo Xiangru. What poison did you ultimately use on the emperor to make you so smug? She sneered and said, a few days before returning to the palace, I had already set the trap. I did not expect him to hold out for so long. He's indeed very good to you, but that no matter how good he is to you, in the end, he will still belong to me. I do not believe the Supreme Emperor would abandon his empire and give up his life for a woman. The Empress said coldly, speak, what on earth do you want to do? As if victorious, she declared, I want to be the Empress, and I also want you to disappear from his sight. If you agree to my conditions, I can spare your life. If you do not agree, then you do not truly love him. The Empress completely lost her patience with her. I will think about this. It is just that right now, I have something else to do. The Empress stepped forward, stood in front of her, and without a word, slapped her hard across the face. In pain, she clutched her face and yelled, how dare you hit me? Saying nothing, the Empress slapped her hard on the other cheek. Seeing her clutch her two swollen cheeks still did not appease the Empress's anger. The Empress then gave her several more heavy slaps. Her face was now completely disfigured. She dragged herself crawling outside, wanting to call for help. Who would have thought that outside were only the Empress's maids? The maids of the Plantain Pavilion had all been sent away to rest. She was truly terrified. No matter how she plotted, she never in her dreams expected the Empress to act like this. She watched in terror. The Empress at this moment looked like a demon who had lost all humanity. Next, the Empress picked up a chair, wanting to hit her, but her own health was currently not good. Exhausted, she fainted. The Empress, now lying on the bed, regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, she saw the Emperor sitting by the bed. She was very angry. Ji Wuji, you're always like this, never telling me anything. How could I not know about such a major poisoning? Am I even your wife? The Emperor coaxed her, my lady, do not be angry. I did not tell you before because I had no thorough plan yet and did not want you to worry. Now I will tell you. I had investigated and learned that Bo Xiangru does not know toxicology. Therefore, the poison was actually given to her by someone else. Finding the owner of the poison can cure it. When she was in Liaodong, she met a Miao person who knew toxicology. This person is Dang Yi, the leader of the poison Miao. The Emperor spoke with increasing displeasure, sighing, he refuses to save me. When he was young, he was once bullied by Han people and the local government did not stand up for him. Therefore, he held a grudge against the government, and subsequently, the person he hated most was naturally the emperor behind the government. The empress was worried. Is there really no other way? Can we not just kill her directly? The emperor shook his head, explaining clearly to the empress how this poison worked. Just then, a eunuch hurriedly reported. Bo Shangru tried to commit suicide, but was rescued by the maids in time, though she could no longer speak. The emperor thought this was a self-inflicted pity play she directed to gain sympathy. The empress guessed otherwise. She wants you. If it were just a threat, she would not need to use such a potent poison. There must be a hidden motive in this matter. Standing by Bo Shangru's bed, the empress wanted to know, who is the person behind you, who now wants to kill you to silence you? Lying on the bed in a miserable state, she weakly wrote the name of the person who harmed her in the palm of the empress's hand. The empress went to Sinang Palace to question, why do you want to kill Bo Shangru? The Empress Dowager pretended to be shocked, jumping to her feet and raising her voice. Is Bo Shangru dead? Not yet. You must be disappointed. Her life is not meant to end like this. The Empress Dowager sat down guiltily, but still spoke stubbornly. The Empress is doing very well. A grand noble consort offending others is not worth mentioning. When something happens, you blame it on a peaceful old woman. Why would I want to kill her? With a cold face, the Empress replied, because if she dies, it will be hard to save the Emperor's life. Bo Shangru has already told me your plan. Killing Bo Shangru was not your ultimate goal. Your ultimate goal is to drive the Emperor to his death. The Empress Dowager did not expect her plan to be so thoroughly understood by the Empress. Gritting her teeth in anger, she pointed at the Empress and shouted, why do you dare speak such nonsense? The Emperor is the son I gave birth to. I would die in his place if I could. So how could I harm him? Do you know that your words today could cost you your life and leave your corpse incomplete? The Empress remained cold. The Emperor is fundamentally not your biological son. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was no longer as aggressive as before, and a sense of fear became clearly visible. That I dare say this to the Empress Dowager shows I have known everything for a long time. I did not say it before, because I feared the Emperor would be sad upon finding out. Bo Shangru was arranged by you. I should have thought of this sooner. With the truth revealed, the Empress Dowager knew she could no longer make excuses and could only dejectedly admit, the Emperor indeed is not my biological son. My biological son died a long time ago. Right at this moment, the Emperor arrived and overheard the truth. This was a shocking piece of news to him. The Emperor stepped in, still calling her Imperial Mother. The Empress Dowager showed disgust. Emperor, I have said my biological son is already dead, killed by your imperial father, who then brought a bastard born to a wench for me to raise. Unable to remain calm, she angrily complained, you and your father are both no good. The Emperor did not want to believe this was the truth. How could imperial father kill his own biological son? There must be a misunderstanding. The Empress Dowager grew even angrier and spat venomous words. Was it not because of you, the bastard? He feared your throne would be stolen by someone else, so he poisoned my son. To prevent you from being harmed by others, he resolutely rejected having other sons and wanted only you. This is retribution. For the Emperor, this was a massive blow, and coupled with the poison in his body, it caused him to cough up blood. The Emperor sat on the bed with a sorrowful expression. If you wanted to hear about those past events, you could have just come to me. There was only to go to the Empress Dowager and get angry. How did you know about this? Who is my mother? Tell me what you know. The Empress said, these matters were told by Yi Leitang. More than 20 years ago, the late Emperor loved a woman. The two of them gave birth to a son, who is you. But in the end, they could not be together. The woman eventually fell in love with Yi Leitang's father and left with him, leaving you in the palace. Just when the Empress Dowager's son passed away suddenly, the late emperor used you to replace that child. Afterward, the emperor issued an imperial decree. Since the Empress Dowager was bedridden with a serious illness, the concubine's morning audience was waived, and no one was allowed to step into Sinang Palace without an imperial decree. A few days later, the emperor wanted to go to Liaodong to find Dang Yi to cure the poison. Knowing the empress was worried, he reassured her, Dang Yi has a prejudice against the court and the emperor and does not want to come to the imperial palace. In that case, I will personally go to the Miao territory to find him. No matter how difficult it is, I must try. The empress wanted to go with him, but the emperor did not allow it. You are pregnant. How can you travel so far? The emperor took out a secret decree and handed it to the empress. If I do not return, then directly establish the child in your womb as the succeeding emperor. Whether it is male or female, they can inherit the throne. Before they ascend the throne, you shall act as regent to govern the country." The empress burst into tears. She reproached him. "Why are you speaking such nonsense? Surviving and returning is what matters." The two embraced in tears. "Ji Wuji, if you really abandon me, that I will never marry again. I will live a life of sorrow, in eternal pain, living as if dead." After many days of traveling through distant mountain paths, the emperor finally arrived at Dang Yi's residence. "You say someone poisoned you, and after being poisoned, you refused to consummate it, which is why you came to me for a cure." The emperor answered honestly, "Indeed it is so. Dang Yi thought there was a problem with this. You have been poisoned for several months. How could you resist this poison and not couple with the poisoner? Because I have a wife, and I love her very much." Dang Yi said that when he first met Bo Xiangru in Liaodong, he felt they shared a connection, which is why he gave her this poison. He did not expect her to use it to destroy the family happiness of other people. He looked coldly at the emperor and asked, "What is your relation to the emperor?" The emperor did not conceal it. "I am the emperor." He was surprised. "You know I hate emperors the most. Why didn't you lie to me?" The emperor explained, "If you save me, you will be my savior. I do not want you to find out that I deceived you after you have become my savior. I have also been wondering if my way of governing had flaws and offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against this junior." Because of the emperor's frankness, he gained Dang Yi's agreement to cure the poison. The emperor was indeed too greedy, asking for a mile after being given an inch. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "If the poison is cured, will Bo Xiangru die?" He told the emperor not to worry. When he gave her the peach blossom poison, he had warned her not to use it to harm others. In truth, how could the emperor care about her? He explained seriously, "I am afraid that if she suddenly dies, my wife will think something happened to me and be frightened. She's pregnant. Could I invite you back to the palace and cure the poison then?" The emperor was truly demanding, and Dang Yi was speechless, not knowing how to refuse. At Cunning Palace, the empress's expressionless face suddenly bloomed into a bright smile, for nothing other than the emperor standing right before her eyes. The two joyfully rushed to embrace each other. "Careful, you are pregnant." After so many days of separation, how could they not miss each other? Under Dang Yi's skilled hands, the poison in the emperor's body was finally cured. The two embraced in boundless joy. Today the sun was beautiful. The two walked hand in hand. "The palace is so vast, yet I have not walked through all of it. This is your home. Naturally, you can go wherever you want." Although the emperor had nearly 3,000 beauties in his harem, in his heart, he only loved and cherished the empress. Having gone through so many difficulties, the two now had a beautiful ending. We shall govern this empire together and grow old together. Today's episode has ended. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to my channel to support me and give me the motivation to make more.